In a dog-eat-dog world, it ain't great. Unless it's got Rampart written on it.
Time to show them what we're made of. Which is just blood and guts, really.
Ramya Parekh, aka Rampart,
You poor little plonker.
is the most infamous modder in the Outlands.
Champion or not, I am ready for a fight.
This expert craftsperson is perfect for fortifying her squad's position.
It ain't mechanical engineering. You're either here or you're dead.
Her reinforced wall not only provides cover, but the amped shield charges outgoing fire for devastating effect.
Woohoo! This is the best bloody day ever!
And combined with her modded loader, her defense is the best offense.
Who taught you how to fight? Must have hit their head on a bloody speed train.
Rampart may have a big mouth,
Oh, don't run now! Get your butts back here!
but she's got a big gun to back it up.
Say hello to Sheila, mates.
Her heavy mounted turret rains lead down on her enemies.
And you get a bullet! And you get a bullet! And you get a bullet!
She may not have planned to be a legend, but like her motto says,
Time to turn crap into gold.
Well, I gotta hand it to you. You sure do know how to make a fine piece of hardware.
Not only that, I think she may even be a better shot than you.
Well, reckon we'll never find out. Unless... Fancy a go, Anita?
Every time. You're just too bad, Pete.
Sorry, mate. All closed down for the night. What a lovely pleasure. I usually don't do a gauntlet round twice in one day, but your eyes are just screaming desperation.
don't even think about it.
Right. Everyone got their clean knickers on? I know he does.
Huh?
Get her! Where's Big Sister?
You put up one hell of a fight, kid. But it's your lucky day, eh? Yeah. You earned this. Let's get you patched up.
Hi, my name's Jordan Duncan. I'm from Henchman Studios, and we've been working with the team at Apex to bring their characters to life. I love Bangalore's personality, and then Bloodhound I love just from a costume design and aesthetic perspective, and getting to build that costume was a ton of fun. My name's Jordan Duncan. You can catch our team Henchman Studios anywhere on the web. Please feel free to follow along and see what we're working on next.
last official summer circuit matches have finished. We know which teams have qualified for the playoffs. What we don't know is who will round out the remaining slots. This is it, the Last Chance Qualifier. Today's teams will earn their way into the playoffs. Remaining teams will clash within their individual regions, securing the last coveted open spots. Now it's time for regional rivalries to be solidified. For these teams to step up and take one final shot at representing their home turf in the playoffs. Time for the dropships to load up familiar squad mates and new recruits looking to make it. Who is going to get first blood? Who is going to make it to the final ring? And who will lay claim to the final playoff berths?
Something big is on the horizon.
Hit the jets. We're dropping hot. It's time for the ALGS Summer Circuit Last Chance Qualifiers.
Why, hello and welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Summer Circuit Last Chance Qualifiers. This is the place we get to celebrate the underdogs, the wild cards, the Hail Mary plays, and I am so excited to be coming alongside you, our audience, and our community around the world, and someone who's going to come alongside me as I am him, Tom T Squared. Thanks so much for joining us once again as the analyst extraordinaire.
Well, thanks for the wonderful intro, Kate. I appreciate it.
Anytime, boo, anytime. Well, let me tell you, today is going to be a great day because we already started off with our EU region. We got a lot of real incredible, aggressive, out of control wild card playing early on today. Let's only see what happens with this NA region for our last two coveted playoff spots. Tom, what on earth? Obviously, we're going to talk about that in just a second, but I want to talk real quick about what our schedule looks like for the rest of the day. Hey, listen, if you're in LA, the Pacific Coast, welcome to the end of your Monday. You made it through. Let's celebrate with some Apex. In Stockholm, you're just starting off, as Tom would say, gamer hours. So this feels like the right time to engage that Apex Legend fandom and start your Tuesday off right, Tom.
Yeah, we call that real gamer hours. So if you're up at that time, you know that's when everyone's going, one more game, just one more game. And that turns into 10 more games. That turns into 10 hours. Next thing you know, you're doing a 24-hour stream. So
it feels like a slippery slope that you have yourself fallen down quite a few times.
Yeah, it's happened a couple times. This Apex is too much fun.
It is. Let's take a look at what our fun looks like today here in our NA region for our Last Chance Qualifier. As we mentioned, there's 8 teams that await the last 2 that are going to find themselves in a playoff berth from today's competition in a NA. 87 teams participated, so there's been a grind already. Remember, as I mentioned, the top 2 from today. We're not talking top 3, not talking top 10, it's 2. We got 2 spots left, and that will mean you're going to the playoffs. And that is what our championship teams here are looking to find their way. Now let's talk about the rest of the day. And that is, it's going to look a little bit like our super regionals, but sort of different, as I mentioned. So we got 6 matches, 20 squads, Tom. Of course, those same participants. And we talking about kill points. We're talking about placement points. It's all happening right there. It's all going to feel a lot more. It's going to feel a lot like a super regional. Only this time, as I mentioned, 2 spots, not 3.
Yeah, even less predictable because of what's going on. And if Amiya told us anything, it's that we have no idea what to expect here except absolute carnage. And all these teams trying to make their way into the playoffs, top 2 spots go in, Kate. And as you can see, $500,000 awarded in the summer circuit. If they do advance into the playoffs, they are guaranteed money no matter what they do place in the playoffs.
And that, my friend, is just one of the many reasons they want the last 2, truly the last 2 spots in this circuit going to playoffs. I cannot stress this enough. Last Chance Qualifiers actually means last chance. I personally am very excited to see these teams because in a lot of ways, these are some of the teams that have been grinding all season. Some of them have roster shuffles. Some of them have player changes. But guess what? this is going to be a time when the spotlight is going to be on them more so than perhaps it has been for the rest of the season.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult for some of these players to find themselves in situations. Someone that comes to mind to me is someone like Lion, who was on Flying Saucers. He was on Noble beforehand. These teams were top 5 to 10 squads. Now he finds himself in the LCQ amongst 60 other players, 59 other players. All these players extremely talented, and we don't know what's going to happen because we saw in EMEA there was 3 different Revenant combos. There was Bloodhounds everywhere. There was Caustics. Caused so much chaos on the map. It made it very difficult for teams to stay organized.
It did. It made teams difficult, made teams scary, and it made for some darn good gameplay. Let's take a look at who we're going to be seeing face off against each other in our Battle Royale for today. This is our North American Last Chance Qualifiers finalist list. That's a lot of lists in that sentence. Anybody here that's surprising? Anybody that you're looking at going, they're here? Where's someone else? Tell me what your thoughts are here, Tom.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at our top teams in a little bit, but these are the teams that are qualified that are in over the weekend because, like you were saying, Kate, they didn't just have the last chance here. This is the last chance for the entire season because they played so well up until this point, but just didn't have enough points or didn't get top 3. So these are still the best teams in the Americas. They just are trying to really confirm and solidify that spot to be the top 20 in North America. Who knows if they can make it in that 19th and 20th spot, what they're going to place. I doubt it's going to be 19th and 20th. Someone's going to go and push their way into the top 10, but nothing too surprising here. If you've been watching NA Apex for a while, you're going to recognize a lot of these names. You may not recognize the team names per se, but once we get into the game and we'll have the graphics up to show you which teams are which, you're going to recognize all of the players.
And I love that as I mentioned earlier, where this is a spotlight on some teams that are either somewhat, I wouldn't say new, but obviously all of these players are tried and true Apex Legends players. And the fact that they're here in this last chance qualifier doesn't mean they're not great. It means that X, Y, or Z has happened. A franchise didn't work out, an org or something, that their team has not gotten to that top 3. They had not gotten to that top 10. But today is all about the underdog, the wild card, those Hail Mary plays. I've said it once, I'll say it 1,000 times. This is one of my favorite tournament formats. I love Last Chance Qualifiers. It gives us a chance to really celebrate some unsung heroes.
Yeah, you don't know why you find yourself in this situation. It could be because you stole one of your teammates' armor, and then he went to the other guy on the team and was like, you know what, we got to kick Joe off because he took the purple armor, or he took my R9, so I want him off the team. Next thing you know, you find yourself on the outskirts going into the LCQ.
That's just one of many examples that Tom could come up with, I'm sure, the rest of the day. I look forward to more, Tom, for sure. Let's take a look at what those playoff teams will look like for our Americas region. Remember, so you see 1920, as Tom mentioned, these are our 2 spots that we have available for this tournament. Take a look at the, to once again use a Tom phrase, some scary teams here, Tom. Scary teams.
Yeah, scary for the actual playoffs, but not scary today because they won't be competing today. So these LCQ teams can breathe just a little bit. And this is their opportunity to do what we saw the French team do earlier in EMEA, which is run away and try to just really stand out and say, hey, guys, we don't really belong in the LCQ. We belong in the playoffs no matter what. And not only that, we're going to make a statement come playoff time because we showed out so well here. So teams like Complexity not in this one, TSM, Smile, Energy, all those teams on the list we will not be seeing playing today, but come mid-September is going to be a bloodbath.
100%. And I think one other thing that LCQ is great for is to showcase some of those teams, like I said, that you may not know well as some of these that you're seeing as some of these top tier, the TSMs, the Sentinels, the RNGs. However, I have got some new favorites from our EU region this morning. So I'm very excited to see what all pans out, what all nets out today during the Americas region, because right now, I should say the North American region. Remember, we've actually had different regionals. Right now, we're covering the EU this morning, which is what we did, and we're covering NA tonight. So there's been a lot of gameplay across the globe, and some incredible teams have been there to watch. Speaking of teams to watch, Tom, I know it's the hardest thing for you to do each and every time we have these tournaments, but you have come up with some five teams for us to watch, and let's take a look at that graphic right here.
Yeah, so we have Did We Make It, 303 Esports, OBV, which is Amu, Blitzen, and Vane. Zeratricky's team is very scary.
Oh.
And you like that, mate? That is going to be Matt Pickett and his squad with Rakanishu and Crummy. So watch a lot of NA Apex, had a opportunity to cast over a lot of these games, analyze a lot of these games, and this was the 5 that I came up with. We can expect to see these names popping up, but just like we saw in EMEA, there's going to be teams that we don't know that are going to pop up here, teams that we couldn't expect to do so well that are going to completely blow our socks off. Really looking forward to seeing that.
And I've noticed Zera Tricky is the one that stands out to me, Tom, because Zera Tricky has made a name for themselves. They've not been as consistent as a lot of our top tier or those teams that have already made the playoffs, obviously, because, again, to make playoffs, you either had to be one of 3 top teams from our super regional competitions, or you had to find yourself at the top or near the top for ALGS points across the board. So, but Zera Tricky is a name, is a team that I've definitely heard from more than once. Can we talk a little bit about if there's something about that team that really stuck out to you?
Yeah, so that's going to be Hakulo and let's see, it's Mercy, Hakulo, and Zera Tricky, if I'm not mistaken. And these guys are very aggressive, very individually skilled, and their callouts are very good. They kind of have a little bit of blind aggression where it's sometimes good, sometimes bad, and that's what you can expect in this lobby where teams are going to be pushing each other fairly often. It's going to be very fast-paced. Keep in mind, we are going to be playing 6 maps. It starts with Kings Canyon on the first 3, moves to World's Edge. We know how small Kings Canyon is. We know that there's not much loot. There's fast rotations, and there's a lot of fighting. So I'm expecting teams like that to excel. And other things that I'm looking out for are teams like the Flying Drone to see if they're going to be contested in terms of other cryptos. Are there going to be other revenants on top of the map? Because the more cryptos that get introduced, the less deadly a crypto becomes because of the fact that they're looking for third parties as well. So very exciting, very exciting teams here, very aggressive teams, and we're in for one hell of a day.
I bet you are right. Given what we saw in the EU region earlier, and of course we want to make sure we focus on NA, but you can't focus on NA without mentioning a little bit of the EU gameplay because they came out swinging. I mean, we were talking about it in between these 2 tournaments about how fast. You are not wrong, Tom. They are fast. It's aggressive. It is no holds barred. Let's get her done kind of attitude for these 6 games. And to your point, I'm so excited for the NA teams to start this off right. But hey, here's a way for us to start this off right. We've actually got a community spotlight we're going to showcase to you right now, especially if you're into cosplay and this little game we call Apex. Take a look.
Hello, my name is Ronnie. I go by Ryanello. I've really just been like a full-time Apex artist since it came out, and it's been pretty much non-stop ever since. A couple of years ago, I was like, I want to do this for a living. I want to draw things, and I got to take it full-time last year. So I've been an artist, like professionally, for a while now, which is really, really cool. I'm living my dream. I can pretty much fall in love with anything if I like the characters. I met this really amazing, diverse range of characters. I really liked how it was so inclusive from the start. The cast of Apex is such a well-rounded, fleshed out cast where each character has their own motivations, interactions, and everything, and you kind of see that when you're playing it, and each time you play you uncover a little bit more with a new voice line or a quest that just finished. It's just been really incredible to be a part of and to be able to watch the game grow and meet the new legends and see how the dynamic between the legends has changed as well, as the game's evolved. One of my favorite pieces would be the drawing of Mirage that I did for the anniversary. That was one of the ones where I was sort of drawing it with an idea in mind, and it just came out so much better than I could have ever expected it to have come out. The love that I put into it just kind of shows through on a level that I couldn't achieve before. Through Apex is a lot of the fandom community is slightly different to gamers who like the game kind of thing, where we're all really invested in the lore and the characters, and we build up a whole sort of side culture to the game. I'm just a dude, seeing people like what I do and like me for it is just, I can't put it into words. So yeah, I'm a completely different person now thanks to Apex Legends. It's changed my life and I'm really, really grateful. So you can find me on Twitter. I'm there every single day at Ryanello, and also there's a bunch of other links. You'll find them on my Twitter.
Man, Tom, we love us some fan art. Go give her a follow. Ryanello, I should say. She's out of control talented. I was having a hard time even putting it into words.
Yeah, there's zero chance that no matter how many lifetimes I have, I'd ever be that skilled. So shout out to her for that. Also,
100%,
great
yeah.
plant mom apparently too. See all the plants in the background.
That was nice. I like that. I appreciate that. Now, hey, we are, as she mentioned, you can follow her, Ryan Nello, on Twitter. We've got some other tweets that we want to showcase because we love talking to you guys all across the world. Let's take a look at our first. Now, this one's going to make Tom absolutely excited. Tom, feel free to fan out here on all the screens from Jimothy.
Yeah, Jimothy, where do you work? NASA?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Jimothy, you've genuinely, you have every single. Are you an observer for us? Is there a Jimothy on our crew that I didn't know anything about? Excellent. Apparently indeed. And yeah, absolutely. And this one. Oh, Christian Booknotes. I'll tell you what, that mustache and that family, that brood, these guys are regulars on our show, and we're so excited to have them. And of course, they're such a big fan of Sola Fide. They've been Sola Fide fans for many, many months here, many games, many tournaments, bringing that Sola Fide flag fandom for sure. A huge thank you to once again to Christian Booknotes and your mustache, which I hope has its own Twitter handle.
See how experienced of a dad he is? He lets everybody get their own bowl of popcorn so nobody's fighting over it throughout the entire time. He's already gone through this numerous times. One bowl is not going to be enough. You have to have a bowl for everybody.
Here's the thing. Tom is so great with analyzing, and I said this before, and here it comes again. You literally have analyzed the Apex Watch strat, and I'm digging it. I am here for it. And quite frankly, the popcorn distro is nothing short of fantastic. So 1,000%, Tom, you just value add to you, my friend. Value add for you. At any rate, where do you go from there? I don't know. But here's something for you. If you want to find yourself up on our show, well, that plus one other thing that people who tweet at us, follow us on @PlayApex, and use the hashtag ALGS, they get, Tom, which is
1,000 Apex coins.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nothing to shake a stick at. Not too shabby. We've all been. I know Tom has been desperately trying to get.
My heirloom. It's not a heirloom. It's an heirloom.
I know.
Listen, I've been lied to my entire life. Maybe that's why I don't have one, is because I can't pronounce it the right way.
Well, you know what? Seems like at some point we should probably figure out a way to get Tom an heirloom. Get Tom those coins. And you know what? If you want to get those coins, this is the way to do it. We love you. We're a fan of you, the community. We like to showcase what you're saying, what you're doing, how you're watching us. Perhaps you're watching us with a small dog. Perhaps you're showcasing some fan art. We don't mind. We love it all. So go ahead, follow us @PlayApex on Twitter. Use that hashtag ALGS. Tweet at us, and you might just find yourself 1,000 Apex coins richer. Oh, yeah, that's how we do. At any rate, you're seeing on our screen, you can go ahead and give us a sub over on YouTube @PlayApexCompete. You can follow us for free on Twitch at twitch.tv/PlayApex, and do all of these things and follow along with all the action, all the drama, and all of the fun. Tom, is there anything last looks before we jump into gameplay?
It's game time. Let's get it going, Kate.
Yahoo! Sounds like a plan. Well, we've got Fallout and Matrim coming up here shortly, but first, take a look at this.
Tom, Kate, can confirm it is indeed heirloom and not heirloom. You've been lied to your entire life. I don't know exactly why. But jokes aside, Fallout here, joined alongside the one and only Matrim for game number 1 of the North America Last Chance Qualifier to make it to the Super Regionals playoffs for the summer circuit, which will be next month. Matrim, we just got done with the entirety of the European qualifier. Your thoughts from that broadcast, and what are you most excited about coming into this one?
Dude, it was pedal to metal action all the way through, and that was on the EU side of it. We know North America loves to take fights, so I am beyond excited to see what these guys are going to be bringing out for the games tonight.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. And if we saw that level of aggression in the European side of things, I can't even imagine. I can't even fathom what's going to happen here. We'll talk all about why in just a moment. However, let's go through the points and scoring so you all can see how the gameplay will go down today. One of the reasons you do see a lot of high pedal to the metal type of gameplay is because 1 additional point is given per kill. So you can play aggressive, you can play for an uncapped amount of kill points, and of course, you can also play for placement by securing yourself the 12 points for a first place finish. Matchroom, we tended to see a good blend and a combination of both, especially across our 2 maps, Kings Canyon and World's Edge, which we'll take a look at right after this as well. Your thoughts as to the different styles of play that we saw in Europe and we'll see in North America on Kings Canyon and World's Edge?
Well, we've seen 2 different aggressive playstyles. One, World's Edge, is a lot more rotation-based. It's about trying to make sure that you get into the right place at the right time. Mainly a lot of gatekeeping that style position. Whenever we look at Kings Canyon, it's a lot more in your face. It's a lot more rushing, breaching, taking the fights, and just trying to stack as many kill points as you possibly can in those type of positions. Now, that being said, like we were alluding to just a minute ago, kill points were a huge factor coming up for the EU, everything that was stacking up for them. So now the question comes into play, are we going to see everybody in North America play a little bit more passive and go, okay, there's only 2 spots available, so we're going to have to make sure that we make it to the end game, and then that's where we're going to get kills? Or are we really just going to see them turn it up and say, nope, whenever we land, it's just run and gun every foot, every step that we take, so that way we can get as many kill points as we possibly can get?
Yeah, that's a great call out. I wonder if these American players or North American, Canada included, were watching the European gameplay and maybe taking some notes. We saw really a tale of 2 tales. Both teams in the top 2 that qualified played different styles. Of course, we had Les Cités de France, who got first place and played ultra aggressive edge zone, griefing as many teams as possible. Early, mid game, late game didn't even matter. They dropped a 19 kill followed by a 20 kill game. And then we had Exorcism, who played for placement every single game, consistently getting top 3, top 5, and ended up getting a top 2 finish as well. So we saw both sides of the equation here in Europe, and I'm interested to see if we see the same thing in North America. But if I'm a betting man, I think we're going to see more aggression. I think we're going to see even crazier lobbies. Any thoughts as to why we saw such crazy lobbies on the European side and such more aggression than we're used to?
I think it just comes down to the fact that there's only those 2 spots. Whenever you're just trying to compete in an event like this, a lot of times you can kind of lean into playing for consistency. That's one of the big factors that we often talk about, is based off of the 2 ways to make points: positioning and kills. A lot of times whenever the circle just jumps away from you and there's no way for you to get there, that's whenever you gear shift and you go, okay, it's just time to get kills. And if I can make it to the circle, great. But if not, I at least going to be able to put something in my pocket and walk away with a couple of points inside of this round. Well, a couple of times we saw these teams have to try to do that, and then the killing just never seemed to stop. They just kept going and then managed to make it all the way to the end game circle, and then they won the game to boot. So that just means the fact that as you're moving through, you're also picking up more ammo replacements. You're managing to regen a lot of the stuff that you need to get, specifically meds, shield packs, all that other stuff. So the run and gun strategy we saw be very efficient. Almost felt like at a certain point, you were just farming people just to make sure that you can have as big of a lead as humanly possible.
Yeah, no, that's a great call out. I think that definitely played a big part of it. Was the the format, the fact that only 2 teams are going to qualify. I think it's also just the fact that these teams are playing against each other in a competitive lobby really for the first time. In every single online tournament that we've seen all the way back to January, throughout the entire summer circuit, we've been watching the top tier of players and pro teams that scrim to get against each other in lobbies almost every single day. They play in GLL tournaments on a weekly basis. They know where the other teams land and drop. They respect those drop spots, and you typically, because of that, don't see a lot of early game or mid game fights in these lobbies. And what you can expect today as a viewer, if you like fast-paced, in-your-face style of play, you are going to absolutely love what you're about to see, because these teams are unfamiliar with one another. You're going to expect maybe some awkward points early on where they're dropping in the same location. Some early fights are going to happen. I think that's a big part of it as well. I think either way, I'm excited to see some fast-paced gameplay personally. I don't know about you, Metro.
Oh, yeah. And there's also the secondary factor of, since we have a lot of the teams that have already qualified, they're not going to be inside this lobby. And like you were talking about, it's a little bit newer. So drops might be a little bit more scattered. We might see a little bit of earlier conflicts. There's also the chance where we could see some hot drops. Usually it's considered bad manners to hot drop somebody early because you want to give each other a little bit of time to loot up before engaging. But whenever we're looking at this, where there's just 2 spots, it really takes a lot of that etiquette and just throws it out the window. It's a lot more about pride. It's about saying the fact that I want to be one of these 2 teams, and I don't care who I have to step on to get there. And that makes for a very violent system we're looking at right now, because a lot of these times you get multiple chances to make your way through. And in this case, this is it. There is nothing left. There is no just make it to the top half of the leaderboard. There's no just, hey, have a couple of good games, and then you can come back next week. And if you didn't do well, you can fix it. There's none of that. You get 6 games, end all be all, and you're in the top 2 or you're not.
Simple as that, which is a big part of why we saw such aggression too. Teams are trying to control their own fate by playing with skill and closing it out, getting kills that they want to as well. So suffice to say, we'll see some craziness. We'll see some insane gameplay. We're going to be kicking off on Kings Canyon. What can you expect on Kings Canyon? Well, you heard Matchroom talk about it a little bit earlier. Another thing that's obviously going to be important, Girl actually brought this up in our little pre-show as we were talking as a talent team, and kudos to her. The team that drops Map Room does get the intel of who's going to drop elsewhere on the map early on. So I would be interested to see if we're going to see a little bit of a sprawl or a brawl over towards Map Room, or if one team drops there and lets them kind of get that intel, get that recon. We'll see what type of effect that plays on Kings Canyon, but that's an important call out. Anything else in Kings Canyon that you think we could expect, Matchroom?
Oh, I mean, just keep an eye on hard shifting circles. That feels like that's starting to become a little bit more of a running theme. We'll get one fairly friendly circle that kind of goes towards the center, and everybody can kind of play around that. But whenever you start getting these hard shifts, specifically back over towards any direction except for north, it really makes it to where all the rock croppings create all these independent choke points, and gatekeeping becomes such a big factor. Teams start to try to stack up. And in the earlier sections, whenever we were watching an EU, we saw teams just say, that's it. It's going to take too long. Let me just go ahead and take a lot of damage outside, just eat a whole bunch of red while they're chilling out there, and then try to creep their way inside. But oddly enough, they kept bumping into other teams, and we still kept seeing fights happen out there. So I would love to see a trend of continuing hard shifts. I know it's cruel, it's usual. The players want the safe circles, but I want to see the best of the best perform, and hard shifts are a great way to showcase that. How you handle adversity, I think, says a lot about you as a team.
I love it. Hard shifts are hard rotations based on where the circles are going to end up. Of course, if you, for example, if you had dropped, to make it a little more realistic, if you drop Map Room and you get a Slum Lakes or a pit type of end circle, is what we saw actually happen a couple times in our last summer circuit tournament last week, where we saw a few teams, by the way, and shifting gears a little bit to some of the teams that we're going to have competing, a few teams from that tournament that were pretty close to making it by points are now having to play in the Last Chance Qualifier. Those teams are the likes of 303 Esports, who's been our mainstay, one of the most consistent teams that are playing in this tournament. Did we make it? WT Protect AC, aka WPA, that we'll be calling them because their name is way too long, and Free Smoke, all played in Super Regionals number 4. So keep an eye out for some of those teams, as they've been here before. They've been in a grand final. They've played 6 games in a final. Some are maybe a little bit closer than others to qualifying and making it, but nonetheless, I think it's safe to say 303 Esports undoubtedly is the team to watch for in my eyes. You saw T-Squared have it on the teams to watch on his list. Zera Tricky right behind them. If you were to make the very easy or obvious prediction, I think it's that we're going to see a Zera Tricky and 303 Esports top 2. However, we could see another exorcism type of situation where the Russians came in Europe, really as a Cinderella story, a team that we have not heard a lot about or seen a lot in online tournaments, end up on top. It looks like we're jumping right into gameplay here towards the cage.
Yeah, a little bit of a mix-up happening right now. Quick exchanges back and forth. Nobody's really had a chance to loot, so it's all just coming down to aim. Good pickup coming out from Watson. Trying to step back away from this one. Reinforcements now starting to come in, but is going to go down.
Exactly right. So one down already, but the team wipe will come through. And just like that, a nice team wipe is going to come in for TSS, another one of our teams that has 0 ALGS points. They have yet to make it to a final. They have not really made a name for themselves. They're coming in as a complete Cinderella story type of squad. I'm excited to see what Flavors, Keon, and his Watson can do to try and secure themselves an insane story and an insane top 2 and a chance to play for the part of the $500,000 prize pool.
What we were talking about is North America going to bring action, and they're like, nope, there's no time to talk color. It's just all about the guns coming out very early inside this Watson fan club. Finding themselves in a little bit of a predicament as well, but do have enough time to manage to get together a pretty scrappy loot selection right now to work with. So now just trying to get a little bit more information on what's going on. It looks like a couple of the teams that they were fighting against might have already tried to bail out of position, trying to see if I can get an idea on who's playing out on those points. I think it's Empty Clip that's still just trying to hold out the outside of, or the inside of this. Nice awareness coming out from it. See if they manage to reposition around. Should have an idea on what's going on. A little bit of vision going to come through. Not going to tap just quite yet, but it's a 2-point flank. They have to be so careful.
Yeah, that's exactly right. On board of SC right now, Swervesy, sorry, looks like alive alongside teammates. Meanwhile, Lion FYD is going to go down. If you remember Lion, it's from that LTD squad that performed incredibly well. He's playing alongside Luciana, who, if you haven't checked out her Twitch stream, make sure to do so. Her description is quite literally just a girl who's addicted to Apex. So she loves playing some Apex. But as I say that, Caster Skirt is going to come through. She's going to get knocked. I'm sorry, Luciana, I didn't mean to do it to you. Last member alive is going to be Night Raven.
if the Watson fan club loses the Watson, does that mean that they all just kind of have to, like, you have to ensure going to go pick her back up and trying to get the res out? You'd think with a name like that, that's the inspiration behind it, but looks like they are going to commit back over towards it. Good point coming back over here, but the Wraith is already going to go down yet again. No time to get back up the meds, but it is all on the Pathfinder's shoulders. Finally going to get spotted out, and Empty Clips are going to come in with empty health, but going to win the fight.
That's exactly right. They will get taken out, not by a Watson. It was instead by a Bloodhound comp, and you saw the hemlock actually in the hands right there of Night Raven. I'm sure he would have loved to, he or she, I'm not sure actually, would have loved for the season changes to come into effect with that hemlock buff incoming in just a few hours. By the way, the season changes will be coming to effect 10 o'clock p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So I hope you all are getting ready and getting excited for the new Apex season, some of the changes that are ahead of us. I'm excited for the Hemi changes myself.
Oh, there is so much inside of it. This is kind of like the swan song for this meta. Would be surprised to see a lot of changes coming out from how the updates look inside of it. But see a couple of shots now coming out. Repositions galore happening around the different sections of the map. Haven't had a real chance to really look at the circle yet, but I believe it is back over towards the west. Got a little bit of airbase in play. It's just a little, the center of the circle is just a little bit south of that pit position. So that means that a lot of our teams back over towards the east and south are trying to reposition as quickly as possible. That's leading to these skirmishes coming through, with the next circle also being revealed due to the Pathfinder, and soon all recon people. You can see the fact that runoff, pit, and slum lakes, that's going to be the key components for victory inside of this next set.
Right. I'm jumping on board with Noob King, Stink, and 100. So I'm personally a big fan of this Last Chance Qualifier format. Again, brilliant format in my eyes, put together by the competitive gaming team at EA, because it gives us a chance to watch players that we haven't really watched a whole lot of, and players that maybe you watch their streams as content creators that are now giving a chance to kind of compete at the top level and maybe make a name for themselves. So storylines are certainly abundant as we're watching HSN. The very uncreative way of naming your team in Apex is you just pick the first letter of every single name. Of course, they're going to push themselves in a fight right here.
Big bloodbath is happening right now. HSN only having 2 members up right now. We're going to have to play this a little bit cautiously. The Caustic is putting in a ton of work. But managed to get a little bit of separation out inside the corner. Wraith just runs right into a little bit of trouble. Pathfinder providing a little bit of support back over for Stink right now. Looks like he's going to go down. So Noob King just crawling his way back over towards this. Final Form Esports got a lot of control and position right now.
Yeah, there you go. Final Form with an opportunity here. Swag King 2 and Masked. Looks like they have a team right above them. It's actually going to be his teammate. Looks like they'll be able to clean up and secure the last elimination if they can. They're going to get all the loot here, and that's going to be one picked up. The last member is going to be Stink, and he's like, I'm out of here. But unfortunate for him, he's at Gibraltar, so he is as big as it possibly gets. Looks like if they do spot him, they will be able to try and get some dinks cross map. They will not spot him, and Gibraltar will be able to run and survive with his life.
Empty Clips has just been fighting near on non-stop the whole way. Don't worry, that door will eventually close. Trying to get the res back over towards it. This is forcing all pressure back over towards Service on the other side of this. Trying to provide a little bit of support for it. And yes, they are going to be able to get everything back up. Might be able to do a little bit of a reset, but you can see Empty Clips, following the earlier strategies that we were talking about, is just gun constantly. W key all the way. Try to pick up as many kills as you possibly can from this point. And they are just stacking them up over and over again with near on no fear coming out of this team.
That's exactly right. Empty Clips, I believe, I'm not sure if this is the same Bloodhound team we saw earlier or if this is the second Bloodhound team comp. Again, perhaps just getting ready for the buffs coming to Bloodhound in just a few hours here as Swervesy, Rolders, and Aves are going to spot a team right in front of them. They're going to try and get as much damage and entry damage as they can. They're actually going to crack shields and actually get a knock, and here comes the push coming through from Wraith. This is exactly who you want as the tip of the spear to try and push up, to try and secure the final kill, but it looks like caustic gas is going to be enough, and actually a little too over-aggressive as their Bloodhound and Aves is going to get taken out from this one, leaving the last 2 members of Empty Clips by themselves. Meanwhile, Anime Girls Uwu, as I have to try and take myself serious while I say that as their team name, led by E-Boy Ronnie here, are going to get a revive in and survive with that content. For now.
Just barely, though. You can see them get a little bit of harassment as they try to go for the reposition, but the res does come through. Oh, but they do lose one trying to rotate into safety, so that's going to make it a little bit more difficult as MJ does go down. Trying to set up a little bit of a defensive perimeter right now, but you can see it is still highly contested back over here towards the northeast. We have team upon team starting to stack around this location. At least 3 to 4 different teams with line of sights right now, but Empty Clips going to go ahead and commit to a res right now. This is a risky to say the least, especially with neighbors that close, but I think is aware of the fact that we saw Anime Girls Uwu retreat from this position just a second ago.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think there's just enough chaos going on nearby and a couple other teams distracting each other that they might be able to get away with that. We will see. But I got to ask you, Matchroom, at this point in the lobby, as we have a chance to breathe here, you kind of beg the question, is it going to be just as crazy as EU, more crazy, or are they going to learn from their European counterparts and slow things down? Is your question answered yet, sir?
We'll see. We'll see. If we can stack up a couple of 19 and 20 kill games, then I'll be on it. I mean, I am a North American fanboy at heart. I'll be true about it. But Free Smoke, you can see finding themselves in a little bit of a difficult position, but I love the aggression and the confidence coming up from so many teams. Oh no! Protect is going to go down, and that's going to be problematic. Didn't ask Agenda is just got loot galore to work with off of this position. All the fighting has been happening just back over towards the east of where they're at, and they've been kind of harassing and gatekeeping anybody that's been approaching.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's going to be WPA, WT Protect AC, who now picked up Caution. They did not throw Caution into the team name, which is very rude. Big shot to Caution, by the way, big Twitch streamer. A competitive player who played on controller for a long time, now recently switched over to keyboard and mouse. Not sure what input he's playing in this one, if not both of them. As you saw Dibby make it, only down to 2 members in their team, unfortunate. And Matt Pickett making what I think is ALGS debut on stream. Excited to see what Matt can do. Meanwhile, Zeratricky, a team and a player who is no stranger to competitive Apex and ALGS. They have made it to quite a few online tournament finals. It's been a blast watching them play. They're around the same area that Empty Clips was earlier. I'm not sure if they're able to take out Empty Clips or if Empty Clips got out with the res and their lives.
Yeah, a lot of repositions now starting to come through, and it looks like a lot of these teams are opting towards the same corridor of approach, going as far north as possible and then cutting in back over towards the west. That means that a lot of stacks are starting to be able to get within range of each other, managing to inflict a lot of damage back over into these different independent positions. Finally, we're getting a little bit of a look back over towards the south of everything that's going on. It feels like all of the action has been happening up north of Pit, finally back down to the southern area. You can see there's a lot of teams that are starting to stack around runoff. It can support this many teams, but if we see a hard shift from this location, it's going to get violent very, very quickly.
That's exactly right. As we got some dragon hunting going on over here for OBV, aka Anmu, Blitzen and Vayne. Another very creative team name coming in. I don't know what's worst of two worlds. You get Anime Girls Uwu or OBV as team names. Either way, always some interesting team names, and the Apex players like to keep us on our toes here as casters, that's for sure. Free Smoke, a team that we have seen kind of recently burst on to the scene and making it for consistent back-to-back finals. Really, really been impressed with their gameplay, how fast that they play, how aggressive they play. And on a similar tone, another team that is no stranger to this scenario is 303 Esports, the heavy favorite in my eyes to win this one. We'll see what they can do. They want a good start here.
Yeah, 303 has just been making a slow and steady climb, picking up fans and good performance and good victory points repeatedly that they've been working through a lot of these online tournaments. Resident Sleepers, though, definitely not asleep right now, just runs up, quick pop off of that one to make sure to keep your teammate up and alive. So you should be able to get the res back over, and Impulsive Dream should probably be able to get res as well. Yep, nice safe position coming back over for that. But again, everybody is still continuing to make their push back over towards the north. That means it's just going to get continually more pressure back over around here. 303 caught up inside of every single one of these skirmishes that's going on. Quick plays coming out of it, but doing a nice little dance around the shield.
Exactly right. Getting some great shots on the Gibraltar right there. Going to knock the Gibraltar. Phony goes down as well. Needs to try and clear the area first before they try and go for the res. Looks like the res will come through as well. Nice job by 303. Could have gotten caught in the fire there. Could have been a very unfortunate rotation for them. Instead, they're going to be able to armor swap, find themselves a nice Evo shield that's fully kitted already, find themselves in a very good position. Didn't ask Agenda, though. Not sure if I could say the same. Is Sama trying to survive with his life if possible, and we'll just barely be able to sneak away to cover here. Who knows for how long.
Still a little bit outside the safe zone. Going to go ahead and hop a couple more times over. There's a little bit of slums that they can still be playing around. Just have to be a little bit careful about that. So you can see the other team that was kind of chasing back behind that, still going to be 303, capable of getting some shots, probably going to make a similar approach as well. Defensive lines being set, but we still have about 1:50 before the teams have to make the next push back over towards the southwest. That means that a couple of teams that were playing back over towards Pit are going to have to start doing a little bit of containment as well, be a little bit more careful and see if maybe the runoff teams, I believe most of them are still going to be inside the safe zone from what I'm seeing right now. So it's really just the continued pressure back over from the northeast as team upon team is just stacking over here. We still have 15 teams alive and 40 people still moving through the map. So there's a lot of remnants and rats that are hiding in different parts, specifically around the slums. oddly fitting enough. So we're going to have to keep an eye on if any of those can manage to just pop up at the exact wrong time for a couple of these team fights.
That's exactly right. On board now with TSS, a team that we saw start very strong. I believe it was them that dropped Cage. Was able to pick up a quick team wipe early on, so kudos to them for getting a few. Meanwhile, you like that mate, says, hey, you're going to like 100 damage to the chest, but unfortunate they're going to get taken out here. Rakanishu, another player we've seen before in ALGS, now left. Last member alive for his team, has to go huge. That's going to be a good start. Connects for 112 damage with the Mastiff, and not done yet. Another 80 going to be picked up, and just like that, he's going to get some help from another team in some way, somehow, is able to stay alive. But the question is for how long here? Now, tagged up significantly, going to drop the ultimate on himself, and barely with his life is able to sneak away, find a pillar, and stay alive with a toenail of HP left. Rakanishu, some way, somehow, is still in this one.
There are so many people around him just having to reposition out of that. You saw as he jumps over the wall, there's another team that's caught up in another fight, and just choosing the absolute right time to go for the play out of it. Hate to break it to you, those banners are not getting picked up right now. Rakanishu is just huddled down, praying nobody else comes through either one of those doors, and just trying to get his heart to calm down. Here comes a little bit of a push. They've got to be a little bit problematic. Big shot's going to be coming out for it, but it does manage to reposition back down.
Yeah, certainly praying. And now Rakanishu's actually in circle as well, so we'll see how he can do in that rat spot. Meanwhile, on board with expensive agents, huge Gorilla 47. As we heard him listen in with Complexity, one of the most fierce competitors in this lobby. We heard that a couple tournaments ago. Let's see what can happen here. Here comes the ferocity as the push is going to come through just like that. Huge Gorilla leading the charge with the Ava 8 is able to do it. A bunch of kills picked up for them. And it looks like Shiny PC will be able to get revived again. They will be able to get this real estate. A nice little build for them to post up in here. This is a good situation right now for Expensive Agents, another team that is no stranger to a grand finals.
And with this, they buy themselves a lot of position. All the other kind of hubs for action and what's going on right now is back over towards the north where 303 is at. They've got a couple of remnants of teams that are hanging out around next to them, but it's not too clustered. It's still Runoff is the problem, where a lot of these teams have all been stacked up off. Finally, we can see Runoff is going to be having to shift and move out of position. And look at how many teams are still stacked down there. They've repeatedly gotten a circle, so it's been much more quiet and much more comfortable for them versus what's been going on over towards the north. But now everybody's got to make a move, and it's going to be just a stack. Do you go first and risk being shot, or do you end up being on the tail end of it and risk being stalled out by all the other people trying to gatekeep?
It is indeed the question. If you have a Gibraltar, typically a later rotation is okay because you have that artificial cover with the dome shield you can drop. So if you're resident sleepers, you're not panicking right now. You have a minute and 20 seconds. Try and get a team wipe if you can. That'd be a great priority. Is right now that's the last thing they want is a team fight. They're just kind of scurrying for their lives, going to heal back up. If they can find the squad right now, take out one, and then late rotate. They'll find themselves in a decent spot as OBV is able to find themselves one. That's going to be Rambo of Free Smoke. So that's a big pick on one of our top 5 teams, top 7 teams, I'd say, coming into this tournament is Free Smoke. OBV, another one. As we've seen Anmu, Vayne, and Blitz in this position before. They have another 2 people in front of them. I think they want this 3 versus 2.
Oh, bad timing on the door coming forward. Doesn't manage to get a lot of damage off on it. Trying to find the right angles to work with. Finally starting to connect out. But this is the runoff mess that we're talking about. It's a big fight for survival down here, and everybody is just destroying each other. Only 2 members still up for OBV, starting to have to make their way forward onto it a couple of seconds before the ring is starting to come back in off of it. It's Expensive Agents, already in position, fairly comfortable, but they've got to control a lot of territory, and a lot of people are going to be vying for this very dominant position to work around. Meanwhile, 303 is still just trying to gun their way through. They came down from that northern position and are now starting to get caught up in a lot of the skirmishes that are happening near Runoff.
Yeah, I love that fight. I love that call, Matrim. Is a big fight for survival, and the winners, Charles Darwin themselves. They're able to be so well positioned as the resident dominator in this lobby because they are center circle. They're in a great spot, great real estate. So I'm excited to see what that team can do as they came out on top in that fight. Meanwhile, 303 not as fortunate right here, right now, is they're just going to leverage this Gibraltar shield that they can to try and keep them alive. But look at these wingman shots being put in by Fury. He's going to down Macaroni Tony. Yes, I never thought I'd say that while casting, but I just did. As Fury with a beautiful 3-shot with the wingman going to connect for a couple headshots, and just like that, 1 knock. But accidentally takes the raid portal. That puts him in a horrible spot. And just like that, Fury needs to try and survive with his life.
Oh, that's one of the reasons we've been talking so much about 303. Still caught up in the fight back over towards runoff. You can see OBV did manage to get everybody back up. The ring is now coming in, and they are just picking off everybody on approach. Somebody pops up back behind them. They have to be super cautious. They're starting to get a little bit dismantled. A lot of teammates going down, and there it goes. OBV does get spotted out. Now the push still continues back over towards the west as the new circle has popped. Everything's calming down for just a second as everybody tries to get their feet back under them and feel what's going on. 7 squads left, 17 people fighting, but it's still popping off. The run.
This has been a fun game number 1, to say the least. And guess what? We just saw Rakanishu back on screen as Rakanishu is still in it. The rat that we saw with 15 squads remaining still alive is now Senpai and 303 trying to take a fight against another team. They're going to connect for the kills. And just like that, 303 continues to roll. The Titans coming into this tournament, as we expected them to perform, has certainly performed in game number 1 with a few kills to their name. But guess what? Impulsive Dream, one of our controller players we've seen before as a top competitor way back in online tournaments 3 and 4, is back and competing again. It's good to see Impulsive Dream return. Last time he played it on the Hunt. Now he's playing with a new squad. Let's see what he can do.
Has managed to make it into where the points are at with 6 squads still up. Rakanishu has to play this very carefully. You can see a lot of people keeping an eye back over towards the trench, but good timing coming out from this might allow him to reposition around this. Maybe he can huddle down next to a couple of the other squads that might be able to provide him a little bit more support. But one team that doesn't care too much about support is going to be 303. These guys have just been murdering their way across. We talked about it. Go after the kill points. Don't put all of your laurels resting back over towards can you get to the circle. Just kill a path to get there, and you're going to end up with success. I love the fact that they're still managing to buy out more and more time. Problem comes into play is they've got to start making their move, and there's not a lot of territory left. And this is kind of the worrying thing about it. Whenever you come into a circle like this that you know is pretty open, there's just a couple of buildings, and it's quiet, that's when you start to get the most nervous.
Yeah, that was right there. I believe a ultimate coming through from Gibraltar of Rakanishu. The definition of the name of the ultimate, defensive bombardment. He's going to buy himself some time defensively to stay alive and really stop the push of 303. That was a crucial ultimate for him. Enjoy that 3-minute cooldown while you have it. Bud is now in Impulsive Dream. Speaking of Gibraltar, he's going to get some good shots in. He still has his ultimate, so he's going to want to try and hold this if he can for this next circle. The question is, it's a giant if. There's a couple teams already in buildings. He's going to have to try and survive against one ultimate of the defensive bombardment coming through. I believe that may have been 303's defensive bombardment. Not exactly sure, but Resident Sleepers now find themselves some good real estate right next to a fence that they're going to be able to use, or a wall rather, to stay alive for at least the time being. The question is, does he pop that ultimate now?
The updates that are going on around the positioning right now, you can see that Resident Sleeper is still just trying to play along this outer wall. Make this their control point for right now. If they can wait it out long enough, they can maybe force somebody to either aggressively push back over towards them, have to deal with the zone, or at least buy themselves a little bit of safety. Expensive Agents still holding down the complex. They've got a lot of control coming out from this. Middle Fortitude playing back on the other side of it. Still got their numbers up, sitting in a good position. 303 Esports, though, are the aggressors in everything that's been going on right now. They're trying to find some type of approach, and they're starting to take a lot of these shots along the outside of this. They know that they don't have a lot of time to work with, so the more damage that they can put in, even if they're not going to opt into just connecting a whole bunch and play it, just kind of the attrition battle inside of this, just try to burn down their shields until they finally want to make the go.
Exactly right, so I'd be interested to hear what the strategy or thought process is for 303 Esports as they're planning their next push. Circle is going to be collapsing here, and guess what? There's one building right in the center of that next zone, so whoever is within that circle, not sure exactly which team that is, may have just skipped over it, is in a prime position to try and win this one out, as every other team is going to be forced to rotate. Every other team is going to be forced to fight, and guess what? That team that is center circle right now in that building on your minimap at the top left of your screen can just poke and prod away in securing a few kills while the rotations are going to have to happen. Meanwhile, 303 now is going to start to make that rotation early. They're going to drop an early bubble, and they want to take this real estate. They want to be the ones that are putting some shots in. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen with 303 to see how this one finishes.
They've laid traps. Making contact with enemy. Shield up here.
Sometimes when it's this intense, you just have to make sure that you're listening in for footsteps, listening to all the silence that's going on, trying to find anything that's happening. 303 being a little bit more aggressive, trying to find the play up on the side of this, trying to bait out a couple of shots, are going to connect with a little bit. Every single time the peak comes over, it gets a little bit more hazardous for them to play through. But 303 has been finding prime times to reposition inside of this and buying more and more space. There are still 4 squads alive right now.
That's exactly right. And 303 is one of them. We got that silent listen, and apologies for the tech issue there, all. But we, of course, had to cast the actions in terms of how things are going to break down. It's going to be insane. We got expensive agents on top of the building right now. Prime position. They're just going to try and poke away some shots. It's going to be 50 damage done to a gold shield, so they know that they're going to have the double heal coming through with the shield cells. So they'll have to be a little bit careful. One team is still barely in the zone in that corner in the other building here, so things are going to slow down for a moment. For about 40 seconds, as no team wants to make the first move. No team wants to be the first one to get third-partied. However, 303 says, can we potentially sneak our way up to the top of this building? Look at the absolute labyrinth of Watson fences they're going to have to get through, though, as they're slowly but surely breaking each one. That opens up the door. They'll see if they decide to take this fight.
They're starting to make their way through the labyrinth, but is there going to be a Minotaur in there? I would say it's probably going to be Gibraltar if it's anybody. So, to give you an idea of what's going on, we've got Resident Sleepers, Expensive Agents, we still have Mental Fortitude, and 303, all playing different sections of this tiny circle right now, as none of them can get good vision, just based off of where the walls, the different train layouts right now. So every single peak is a little bit more hazardous because it could become the capital moment that leads to the cascade. Once that domino falls, that first shot, everybody is going to start being violent and start having to go for it. You can see everything is now starting to pop off, trying to peek their way back outside of this. 303 is trying to buy as much time as they can, but it is absolutely explosive as everybody's just being forced in together. Somehow, someway, Expensive Agents is trying to do the same thing, but you can see bodies all huddled up on top of each other. There's near on nowhere to go.
Caustic gas is abundant, and just like that, some way, somehow, this last Wraith is able to survive. But in the end, it will be Resident Sleepers who come out on top as the champions of game number one. A hectic finish, a crazy finish that, honestly, it was difficult to see what was happening right there with how much madness was ensuing on screen. We saw some caustic gas come through. We, of course, saw the Wraith portals be absolutely critical. We all know how important Wraith is for that late game as well. But in the end, it was Resident Sleepers that got the victory. What a strong finish from the matchup. Your thoughts on game number one?
If I can say anything, congrats to Resident Sleepers, but if anything, that game was not a Resident Sleeper. That was just beginning to end violence. So while Resident Sleepers does walk away with it, still having 4 teams that strong in the late game, all just trying to vie it out and having to go to the very end of it is a mess. And you can see it was just people all jumping in. It was just about, can you connect with shots at that last very pivotal moment? But one other thing I'm very curious about is the total number of kills that 303 walked away with. It felt like we were constantly watching 303 fighting someone inside that round.
Yeah, that's a good call out. So 2 things we'll want to look out for, of course, the overall point standings, but the kill category in particular, who was slaying throughout the entirety, as we saw a lot of early kills come in. It was a fun game number one. I haven't seen a pop-off or a start to a 6-game final like that in a very, very long time. A lot to talk about, certainly, and to break it all down, we got T-Squared and Kate. Back to you.
Oh my goodness, Tom. Yes, this is definitely the thing that many of us BR fans and Apex specific fans are so I hasten to find the words, because this is exactly the kind of final circle that we look to. I need you, however, to break this down, because at the end there, it was just bodies on bodies on bodies on bodies on bodies. So tell me exactly how it is that Resident Sleepers came out on top.
This is that more old school feel to Apex Skate that we've seen in previous seasons, not season 5, as we have season 6 coming, which is going to completely change the meta in the game as well. But 4 teams going into the final circle that's collapsing. All these teams just sharing one building. You have a team on the roof, you have teams on the opposite side, you have another team camping around the corner, and then you have Resident Sleepers just hanging out on the outskirts by a wall. And I've had an opportunity to team with Z Davis before, and his circle knowledge is very strong. He's good at positioning people, and he seemed to really step up his game and his just overall attitude over the last couple of months. So I've been really impressed with him individually and his team coming out strong in game number 1. So great job on Kings Canyon. And another thing that we're seeing is, because of the fact that there's not multiple crypto revenants and bloodhounds running around, and it's much more standard with the Watson, with the Gibbies, the Paths, the Wraiths, etc., a couple caustics here and there, you're going to see this more natural Apex game that leads to us, like from the previous seasons, that reminds us of the previous seasons, where you're going to have these portal plays, right? And the reason that you stopped seeing these portal plays inside the zone so much is because once the Wraith portal is put outside the zone, it disappears after 4 seconds. So all these teams are trying to put this portal down, but end up being the caustic gas just throwing everybody off. So a really nice caustic ult by Resident Sleepers, and none of the teams were able to find out exactly how they were going to clean up in that situation with so many just downed bodies all over the place.
I mean, clean up on aisle zone 7. My gosh, it was a bloodbath, and the best kind for sure. But of course, we can't really mention game 1 here without mentioning the aggression from 303 Esports NA. I mean, they were going back and forth to them a lot in our observers. And I think it's worth noting that they really came out swinging. And to Matchroom's point, I do want to know what that looks like in terms of results for this game 1, specifically for kills, specifically for 303 Esports NA.
Yeah, as long as they're able to, stick around in kills and having decent placement, they're going to be in a great spot. And 303 is probably one of the better team fighting teams here that we have in the LCQ. Heck, they're even one of the better team fights if they were to make it to the playoffs. They've been able to win the weekly tournaments that we have on Wednesdays, and it's because of their skirmish ability. They're able to fight these 3v3s. They're able to make the right decisions. And we saw just fantastic job of staying alive numerous times and also just great shots. Rakanishu is a great example of him on the Gibraltar there, tossing down the bubble, throwing down the ult, chucking a couple grenades. And Kate, he was able to survive over towards the top 5, top 7 there for his team when they could have been out in the 11th spot. So he just milked at least 3 or 4 points for his team. We can't talk about that enough, but it ended up being resident sleepers in the end. 303, yes, picking up a decent amount of kills, but we'll have to see the scoreboard to find out.
For sure. Hardeki, of course, known the world over for his rat strats. And I got to tell you, Rakanishu, for sure, that rat strat was nothing short of masterful. But let's take a look at those game 1 results because we want to see where we came out to. And wow, okay, here we go, Tom. I got 2 double-digit kills. I got 303 and Resident Sleepers coming in. I'll tell you, I'm very excited, very impressed with Resident Sleepers right now. I was not expecting to be. I love this, Tom. Thoughts?
Yeah, and 303 missing out on a couple extra points by not getting second, but it was Resident Sleepers just sweeping everything with a big 23-point game. So a hot start for them. It's going to be 303 Esports in second as we go and take a look at the next graphic shortly. But remember, Kate, anytime that teams get double digits, they are soaking up so many of the points that other teams are in poverty in terms of points. So we go and look at this top 5, and typically 10th place is around 6 points, right? We're looking at 4th place right now with 8 points, so we're definitely a little bit more spread out than we're used to being, and still very early into this one, so we'll see what happens in game 2.
And I gotta tell you, you're absolutely right. Rakanishu coming in part of You Like That Mate at number 4 undoubtedly would have been farther down had he not maintained that rat strat all the way through into that 4th place overall point structure. Wow. Very impressive. My goodness gracious. I got to tell you, this morning, as I mentioned, we were in the EU and there was a lot of early game aggression. NA, known the world over in the Apex scene for their early game aggression. This game did not disappoint, and I can only imagine what this end game... I'm very excited for you to take us through this end game highlight because it is so very intricate. And especially if you're new to esports or new to BR, you're gonna look at this and go, "Brrr?" Try to take us through.
So what's exciting about these replays is we have so many observers that were able to catch multiple different points of view. So we're gonna catch this from the winning point of view more often than not, even though when it's happening live, we may see something that's more of an overhead view, right? So this is Z Davis. The Wraitho is coming back and forth with the portal, but it's all about Borton in this gas. If he's able to get any type of damage with this, it's going to cause so much havoc inside of this little zone. So Z Davis decides that he wants to stand in, portals back and forth, has plenty of time on this thing, and he's doing such a great job of not even taking ticks of damage on the outside. Z Davis doesn't even really have to do anything. He just stands there and watches everybody die just because of the fact that Borton has such a good caustic ult and barrels inside of that final zone. So while it may look hectic for all of these other teams, look how easy it was for Z Davis to just constantly go back and forth through this portal. And we have to talk about how nice the portal was, because if it was just a meter outside of that zone, they end up maybe getting 3rd place in that game. So a great job by Z Davis. They're able to pick up and accumulate all the kill points because of the fact that they were the champ squad, and they get that 1st place and 23 big points on the board.
Coming out swinging. Okay, well, let's take a look at what you have to say on our Twitter board here. Coming in for the real thing. Remember, you get some Apex coins for this. Oh, look at those 2 faces. What a delight. That baby is very excited, I can tell. My good. And the newest legend. Oh, just come on. This is too cute. Well done, Gavin. Well done. He's looking at
Such a cute tweet. Thank you, guys. And one of the things that I thought was hilarious was I got a DM from Christian Booknotes throughout all this.
Yeah.
And he was saying that he wanted to give me the 1,000 Apex coins so I could get the heirloom. And I'm like, I don't want the coins. You got to keep them. And then he goes, you understand how tough it is to decide which one of the 5 kids gets the Apex coins. He's like, we're going to have our own battle royale here inside of the house. So,
you know what? We're gonna need some
gotta get
casting
kicked out
done
of
for that for sure. That's awesome, and of course that is a super fan for sure. And I'm so excited that they were a part of our community and they are showcased here on our show. And quite frankly, could not have asked for a better person to give those coins to. But we'll see how that works out. Don't worry, fans. Everybody will work out just fine. Of this, I am almost certain. But at any rate, we want to make sure that if you want to be a part of our social team, if you want to be a part of this lovely broadcast, well, we've got a way to do that. Go ahead and follow us at Play Apex on Twitter. Use the hashtag ALGS. If you see us, you see yourself on our show, we'll give you 1,000 Apex coins. You can do whatever you want with those. And if you'd like to give them to Tom, well, of course, he'll be ready to accept. At any rate, if you, just kidding. At any rate, if you also want to give us a sub over at YouTube, youtube.com/PlayApexCompete. And we're also on Twitch, twitch.tv/PlayApex. Oh, all the drama, all the fun, all excited. And there's so many things to say, so many things to do. But guess what? We get to go back to gameplay. Tom, any last thoughts?
Game number 2. Let's get it going, Kate. Send us to the
Let's
casters.
do it. That sounds like a great plan. We're going to send it to Girl and Bravo. But first, check this out.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Hey, welcome back to the Apex Legends NALCQ here. Bravo alongside Guerrero, bringing all you action all day long. You already caught the EU earlier, of course, and now we're into our North American LCQ. Only 2 teams will advance out of our final 20. Girl, you and I have been watching so many great things all day. I guess one of the most interesting things to talk about is comps that you and I were looking at, and we already saw 3 Caustic teams here in this game number 1.
Yeah, 3 Caustic teams. One of them ended up winning the game, which was amazing. I haven't seen a last zone quite that interesting in all of EU today. So that was a pretty amazing game to watch.
It was, yeah. You and I were kind of talking about it as that game ended. I was like, especially being back on Kings Canyon, that was reminiscent of early Apex days. It was funny that T-Squared kind of felt the same way, that looked a lot like about even a year ago today how Apex Legends was playing out on Kings Canyon. So it was interesting to see that. Another thing they mentioned too was no crypto rev in the lobby just yet, but you and I were saying maybe we'll see some of that as the games progress here in NA today.
Yeah, because teams are going to notice how hard it is going to be to get those top 2 placements. So they might try something new. They might try and be a lot more aggressive, especially if they got killed early on, or they might try and go for placement and get that top finish. But yeah, we might see some crypto Revenant. We'll see what NA brings us.
Absolutely. So as you know, of course, now in this new map rotation, we'll be taking a look here at our first few games on Kings Canyon. Then after that, we will roll straight into World's Edge, just like we have through these past few weeks. And another thing that you and I are looking at is which teams kind of are able to play across these, because this is such high stakes gameplay. 303, though, showing up really well. They had an early rotate to North Slums, getting that cliff, thinking maybe it was going to pull Slums. But instead, they're able to still maintain a good rotation into Runoff West. They got 10 kills on the board, over 4,600 damage. It's a great game from 303. They'll be in second, though, because Resident Sleepers had such a strong game number 1 with 23 points. One of the other big question marks is, where is Mighty Gods? They won their semifinal. That's going to be Iman, Trillagus, as well as UGEM. And right now, they're all the way in 16th with just 1 point. So definitely a team we'll be watching out for. But here's TSS on your screen in 8th place.
Yeah, here's TSS getting a lot of good damage. They were contested in Cage last game, and they're contested again this game. They're doing a lot of damage. They got the kill on Stomp. This Elstar is doing in a lot of damage, but they're all taking damage at the same time. Will they be able to hold this off? They get the quick revive, and they got all of the kills once again here in this second game.
Absolutely, and a little bit of deja vu there for Ziploc Bags, and they were our first team to exit in that cage scuffle, and they're going to actually be the first one to exit again, trying to do whatever they can to Ego TSS off of cage, but they are now 0 for 2, which will create a very difficult road for them in these next 4 games today, but now also taking a look here at mental fortitude to see exactly where they are. Right now in 6th place with 6 points, so making sure to stay within that bubble, but let's not forget, and Kate and T-Squared talked about it so well as we take a look at exactly how we're pulling here towards that southeast. Of course, a lot of end circles within that still. But that lobby after game number 1 really starved for points with Resident Sleepers and 303 Esports taking so many points, 40 total from the lobby. So you have a pretty lopsided scoreboard right now. So take a look here at Anime Girls Uwu.
Yeah, here we're taking a look at Anime Girls Uwu. They're running away from a team they're getting shot at from behind. They're low on armors and they're still taking in a lot of damage. Shay just went down to 30 HP and it looks like they're getting pinched from 2 sides. So they're going to have to take this slow, take some good angles and get some damage off on the guys chasing them, or they'll just run them over.
Absolutely. Now we actually see the team that is pursuing them, and who else but Macaroni Tony. As Fallout said, that's quite a fun tag to say, so we're excited to see here, Macaroni Tony. We'll see what he can do here with his charge rifle from distance. He was able to get some good opening damage, but nothing that gave them the go-ahead to go all the way through, and looks like they have some angles as well, and actually that first one, that's going to be Help that takes the first player down. Of course, Help, a player that we've been watching quite a bit in Professional Apex over the course of the last year, and we'll see if they can steal one of those LCQ spots.
Yeah, it seems like they're very comfortable, not healing up just quite yet. They know it's a 3v2. Anime Girls Uwu are already actually out, so they won't be able to get those follow-up kills, but they were able to start the game off with a kill, and they should be heading over, rotating to the end zone soon. Here we are with OBV, though. Great armors, good spot, actually. They're trying to predict where they want to play, perhaps. Or they might be pinging out an enemy team. But this looks around where the zone will end, future on. This is a possible end zone for sure. They're putting in a lot of damage on the team behind that truck with the R9s from long distance.
Maybe too soon, but enjoy those R9s while you can here, boys. This evening, you've only got a few hours left. Now taking a look here, you like that made. Once again, Matt Pickett's side here alongside Crummy and Rakanishu, which reminds us, if you did watch the GLL Masters Summer Finals, we do see a lot of the teams that played there here present in our LCQ in this region, just to see exactly if they're going to be able to make it through. And like you said, that side right there, OBV, of course, another caustic team, one of our 3 caustic teams that we saw in that first lobby, and actually the third actually on your screen right now, but they have already lost their caustic, so we'll have to see exactly how Anime Girls Uwu can fight through this one. Taking a look at exactly where they are on the board right now, in 13th, only picked up 3, but as we said, there is such a heavy stack of points towards the top of the leaderboard that you could essentially call it really from 6th place all the way to 20th, and we do not often say this. You can really call this essentially a tie. There's only a maximum of 6 points separating 6th and 20th, which is wild to think about, and it speaks to just how many points went to those top few squads, Resident Sleepers and 303.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It was only first game, so they still, any game can win it at this point, because any game can achieve a victory, can achieve a 20-kill game. They're all good enough players. HSN, though, Stink going down, but he might be able to get this safe res behind the tree. Noob King SF has no shields right now, so he's going to be able to heal. Hundreds is going to have to try and make some space for his teammates as Stink goes down once again behind the truck. He's getting shot from another angle from behind, another team coming through. He does not have a portal to get him out, though, so he's just trying to shoot, trying to defend his teammate, trying to get him back up once again.
He is not leaving without this Gibby. He's like, you listen, we were coming with me. Of course, the Gibby's going to be able to get the bubble off, and it looks like they will be able to reset just a bit, going to have just enough time to get that Phoenix off as well. But now also taking a look here at Didn't Ask Agenda to see exactly where they sit in the standings right now, in at 12th place and a little bit of a safer spot. A lot of those teams that are still trying to make moves right around Watchtower South, Repulsor, all the way down towards the river. The area we were just looking at, still pretty highly contested. And of course, when you're fighting from that low ground, it's a lot of different vantage points. You're surrounded by height, essentially. It's going to be very difficult. But we'll see what the side of Expensive Agents can do as they're going to make their way out of containment.
Yeah, expensive agents do have very good loot for King's Canyon. They've got a purple, gold, and blue. They are about to fight another team. I think in this game you can see a lot of aggressiveness, a lot of teams just wanting to get those pickoffs, wanting to get those kill points. Will they take this balloon and land on that team, or will they go to end zone? Well, we're about to find out.
Yeah, we'll see if they actually make that push there. Of course, they do have the option to push straight towards Hillside Outpost or even up and over if they want to. Have to see what they do, but right now, just at the edge of town from the HSN for a second. And actually, Expensive Agents went straight into Hillside Outpost, and they're going to try to take the challenge, but they're actually going to be the first one to go down. Need to be careful now. They have traded kills here 1-for-1.
Yeah, Shiny PC went down quite fast with a 2 pump with the Mastiff. He actually ended up going for the Thirst to get his kill point because he knew he was doomed. They'll get the quick res, but they might get pushed by another team, so they'll have to be careful over there.
Certainly now taking a look here once again on HSN, just going to continue to hold bottom and see if they can just gatekeep here just for a little bit of time, wait to see exactly how things end out, and they're in no rush, of course. But actually, speaking of, now we'll take a look at OBV, who actually has angles from this corner of the map, and this is the height that we were actually just talking about moments ago. This is the height that's so dangerous, as you see teams that are going to make long runs from water treatment up to crypto, and if they're trying to make any pushes around River's End all the way towards Watchtower South, all of that low ground is at risk from not only this height, but of course the Watchtower South, as well as all of the heights surrounding that. But now just like that, back over to Mental Fortitude, and that's actually going to be masked as well as Swag King in the feed that will go down.
Yeah, Mental Fortitude picking up some kill points. With that charge rifle, they managed to find the team in the small building, and it's so hard to pull off defending one of those small buildings, so they just kind of got ran over there a little bit. And then we look to see them look for another team, look for a spot that they want to hold.
Absolutely. Now, just based off their position right now, you have to think the likes of OBV will be looking for them if they're still holding that exact same spot that's, like we talked about, just to the northeast of treatment as you continue along the edge of the map and it starts to become Crypto's map room into Repulsor. If they're still holding that area, certainly they'll have a little bit to say about that. And actually taking a look at the minimap, it looks like they are there. They have rotated back into map room instead, though. So we'll see what they're up to in just a moment. But you do still have a team coming up and out of treatment that we just saw on screen, so we'll keep an eye on that. But now shifting things over here back to the side of HSM as they try to fight as a 2 and just try and get a teammate a little bit closer to safety. Not going to happen, though, and instead going to have to pick up that banner and then see if they can maybe get a little bit of a swap here to fight through this. Be a difficult circumstance, though, for HSN without a doubt.
Yeah, we've seen Stink go down so many times this game that if he does get revived and downed again, his timer is going to be so low that they'll have to insta-revive him before he dies just to bleeding out at this point. HSN taking in some shots. They're going to make it over to the choke. They wanted to maybe potentially respawn their teammate, but there was a team in that choke just waiting for him, and then Clan took down New King with the R99.
Absolutely. Now back over to 303, and this is the team we've been talking about quite a bit there. Gold Sentinel in hand, but 303, you and I were talking about this squad. Only team that every single player had 10+ kills in their semifinal, with an average of 12 across the board. If you look at the delta that they have, I'll pause for a second though, because I do want to see what's happening here to did we make it, and see if they'll be able to fight out of this from pressure coming in from the top, and we're actually going to see that quick TP now. Of course, this is actually going to be marked that as 4 Caustic teams in this lobby, as you're going to see I'm Sung now running the Caustic as well.
Yeah, and Caustic has gotten a lot more popular this season. A lot of people have been liking him defensively. When Watson got those changes, a lot of people have been preferring him over Watson. More aggressive this season has become with the kills and aggressiveness in all the teams. So they're going to need good defense if everyone's going to be pushing them. And they're going to be able to hold this pretty safely because they have those nice corners in the building on the second floor. So they'll be safe for now, for sure.
Absolutely, and running that Gibby Caustic, running that super defensive meta there. As we also look once again, just for a moment at 303, as we were saying, they had by far the biggest point delta out of their semifinal, but actually we're going to see Matt Pickett and Rakanishu going down in the feed. They'll need to be careful here. It's really only going to be up to Crummy for the side of you like that, mate, and there's going to be a forced QNTP out for Crummy, who has to try to get out of Repulsor fight outside of this wall, but shots also still coming in from map room and need to be very careful.
Yeah, that was a really nice TP by Crummy. He noticed he was in a 1v2. He knew he had not enough armor to make it, and he wanted to get his teammate out as fast as possible, but there were teams outside ready to shoot them. He has a nice spot behind that tree, but he might get caught out by any of these teams like OBV looking towards him with a triple take, just waiting to take out another Arat for an extra KP.
Absolutely, and it's not surprising to see OBV have rotated back to the map room as we're taking a look here. Expensive Age, it's just playing edge along Cage. Not surprising to see them hold that. Very specific circles have to be pulled for you to see a team actually holding top map room. It's one of the first times we've seen it in tournament play, but with the circle that we have at hand, it makes sense for them to hold that ground and once again kind of patrol that same area with even a little bit more cover as well. Now, Didn't Ask Agenda does make it into Cage, but as we said, now only with 2 players to their name.
Yeah, Sama and 6yo have a long way to go, but I'd assume that most teams are closer to the end zone, but they do have a team right under them just rotating ahead.
Now here's TSS, just going to be holding this repulsor wall. Of course, all of this repulsor height, a very common hold, even if we're talking about a mid-game moment where we're going to see a pull towards Hydro or Swamps or something like that. Repulsor walls, this height is a huge part of those battles, and not surprising to see multiple teams setting up in those exact spots here, like you're seeing a little bit of Scout Fire being exchanged, and also Charge Rifle on the other side that's coming in from Protectful. So there's going to be a little bit of scrappy engagement between these teams that do hold the different sides of these walls.
Yeah, I love this hold. I love the high ground. I find it pretty much necessary to have a Watson if you're going to hold here, because you're going to get poked from so many angles. So that regeneration and the safety net with all of the fences from Watson are really helpful to hold those nice high grounds. Crummy here, though, alone, trying to find his home. Unfortunately, he's getting shot at, and he is trying to ride away, making it to the end zone.
It is tough days here for the side of You Like That Mate. Keep in mind, they're in 4th with 8 points, so every point is going to matter here, and they already have enough on the board where they can hopefully continue to ride that momentum. Crummy will try to take this well into the late game. One of our 2 teams that end in a question mark. I believe this is the first time we've ever had a professional Apex lobby with 2 of the teams that have an official, not just punctuation, but question marks in their name. A little bit of a surprise here for the LCQ, but that's what we like to see. Now, Didn't Ask Agenda, like you said, it's just going to be Sama, and when we last checked in with them at Cage, they were doing a little bit better, but instead they're going to lose 1 more, and it's actually going to be Resident Sleepers, the team in number 1 right now, that we're actually going to see them on that pursuit. So we'll see if they can finish that last kill as well. They're going to get Z Davis back in here, though, and maybe make a little bit of a slower rotation, but Anime Girls Uwu actually right there pushing and trying to get some angles.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see so many teams on the edge of the zone while the zone is pulling in, like toward from Cage side. There's actually been more than I expected, but I believe they were trying to poke at the Cage team so they could keep this choke to themselves. So they seem to push them off, and oh nope, some team is behind them. They just found out. 35 shot with the wingman from Was.
Yeah, that's going to be Resident Sleepers there that they're going to be holding. Resident Sleepers who just brought back Z Davis, and Anime Girls Uwu is here for the party. They're going to try to gatekeep and hold this as long as they can. Let's see, Bubble does go down for the side of Resident Sleepers. Their wing is out for West, but those don't hit. Second shots coming through. Anime Girls Uwu might be the ones that go down. E-Boy Ronnie goes down as well, and take a look at this. Free Smoke is the one who's also joining the party, and we are losing several teams. You're also going to see in the feed that was Resident Sleepers, I believe, that also went down, as there's no way they were fighting out through that. That's actually the team I thought that was on the receiving end, but it was actually Anime Girls Uwu taking the most damage from Free Smoke. So we will lose 3 squads through that scuffle. And girl, you made a great point. At that exact moment, you do not expect to see that number of teams playing that edge on that closure right around Cage, and 2 out of the 3 paid dearly for it.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 paid dearly for it indeed, and they were actually just trying to get their back cleared. Little did they know they didn't actually have the spot that they wanted cleared, so maybe it wasn't worth keeping them outside of the zone than going into the zone, securing that, and defending it from there. So unfortunately for them, they ended up getting pinched and going out.
Yeah, a little bit of a case of there's always a bigger fish when you go down those chokes, and it turns out there was a bigger fish in the name of Free Smoke that was waiting for them even further down the choke. They will take advantage of that and pick up several kill points through that. Did we make it, though? Fantastic team name, and through the LCQ semifinals, you did make it. Now the question still remains, and it always applies, that now they're going to be trying to make it into our playoff, of course, for the Americas. We'll see if they can do that, but still, once again, on board with the OBV, still holding Crypto's map room, as we said, not a late game hold that you see unless the circle pulls and really requires that. And did we make it? It's going to be the team that's trying to make this push on them.
Yeah, a question is did we make it? Well, only 2 teams make it for the last chance qualifiers today, so there will be 18 disappointed teams, but 2 really happy, deserving teams in the end of it. They also have a caustic in this building.
Not gonna lie, that my headphones are quite loud, and that Sentinel shot scared the crap out of me. Now, as we take a look at 303 once again, who has rotated off of the wall instead over this building height, and now also going to still maybe to continue to get a little bit of poke damage on the teams that have stayed on the wall. Wraith incites that Sentinel bullet will not connect, but no worries because 303 is on the move. Playing the low ground, though, inside the bunkers here is going to be the Mighty Gods. This is a team that I've been keeping an eye on because, once again, as we said, placed #1 in their semifinal, but right now all the way down in 16th spot, and they do need a really good performance in game #2. Some good damage here coming in here from Gus.
Yeah, Eamon got the really nice knock with the flatline, and his ultimate was perfect there. It hit 2 out of 3 members of that team, and he was able to get the quick knock. But they're actually fighting 2 teams, as it seems. A whole other team is on them. Here with the R9 spray.
Now take a look once again, like you said, Mighty God's going to have to be very careful here as Iman's just trying to get back in. He's going to be able to do it now with just a little bit of HP. Goes down immediately, though, so need to be careful. We do see Zera Tricky in the feed as well. Only 1 player up still for Mighty Gods. That's even. I'm not sure what he's going to be able to do here. The Wraith is trying to fight in, but no, that will be the end of the Mighty God runs. And who else but 303, which is the team that we actually saw aggressing off of their height, taking that low ground, knowing that they had so much action happening here at Repulsor, but they timed their push well once again. This is your #2 team that came in #1 in their semifinal, and look at them. They are kitted and they are ready to go into the late game. We are now down into the top 10 squads.
Yeah, 303 is really performing today. You see them always in those good decision-making plays, always getting kills, and they're always safe when we're watching them. So good on them. Very, very consistent as a team. Empty Clips here, though, with the Bloodhound. I can't wait for this new Bloodhound update where when he gets a knock or a kill, his Bloodhound, or their Bloodhound, will get an increased timer on their ultimate ability. So that'll be really cool to watch.
Absolutely. You and I and the rest of the casters, we were taking a look at those patch notes, as I'm sure everyone, of course, whether you're joining us on Twitch or YouTube, I'm sure you've also checked out those patch notes. In the rare chance that you haven't, make sure you head to the Apex Legends, whether it's the subreddit or the website itself or Apex Twitter. You can find the link anywhere. Make sure you check out the patch notes because they are beefy. There's a ton of stuff coming to the game tonight. So many things to break down. We would need a separate standalone show just to talk about everything that's coming to the game. A lot of exciting things that I know, girl, both you and I are looking forward to checking out. It will be late after the show. I think we're both going to be tempted to get on, but it's going to be exciting to see exactly how gameplay changes, because keep in mind, these playoffs are not too far away, and we already saw players taking to Twitter saying this is going to be a crazy playoffs with the amount of changes that are being talked about in the patch notes themselves. But back to the action here as we take a look at Empty Clips once again, and we talked about exactly where they are in the standings here towards that bottom side.
Yeah, they have a really nice spot underneath these staircases, so they'll be able to have cover from anything that they have, but these teams will be able to get good angles on them, so we'll be able to hold this spot.
Do need to be careful here. We did see that scan coming in really quickly from Aves there. That Bloodhound, they do need to be careful. One of the only Bloodhounds, I believe the only Bloodhound that we're seeing here in this North American LCQ lobby, but here's 303. Fury really the one that needs to make something happen here, and all the way down to just his HP, going to try to get a fast bat off if he can. Teammates are still fighting. Can you wrap around? Does get the bat off as well. That's going to be big here. A reset opportunity for 303 once again. Just like that, 2 squads left, and who's above them? Of course, it's OBB, who has played into the late game. Now going to be a straight 3v3. Now barrels are going down as well, and we'll see exactly how they can play this out. We do see ults in play as well. Nothing in the feed just yet as we take a look to see how they're going to play this out, of course. And now they're going to get that opening damage. Look at that, so much damage. OBB should be able to close this out. That's some great damage from Onmu, the Caustic, as he's going to wrap around. But actually, they answer back and they trade. OBB now is just going to be Onmu here, who needs to make something happen along with the Wraith. And let's see if he can do it. And it looks like, yes, indeed, in the end, they close it out. OBB, we looked at them the entire game. They held the height, they held map room the entire game, and in the end, they did not have to make too far of a move, just a little bit to the northeast off of map room towards Repulsor, and they will close it out. You know what that means, girls? That is back-to-back Caustic wins here in the North American LCQ.
Very true indeed. Onmu's team wasn't making any mistakes there. They used their ultimates. They knew they had the high ground. They were getting all the shots that they needed. He was a little bit split from his team, but it was okay because he was putting in the damage that they needed to win the game. And then that massive shot ended up winning them the game. So that was a really, really good play by OBV.
Yeah, a big play. And not only that, but of course, it's going to be big in terms of points because they were one of the teams that is in that bottom bubble that we were talking about that's only separating 6 points between something like 7th place and 20th. They were right in 10th with 4 points. So that's going to skyrocket them up the leaderboards. It's also a big moment from 303 because they were only down by 5 in 2nd place as they're able to get big points there from that 2nd place as well. We'll even see how the KP shakes out between those two. The question will be for expensive agents and resident sleepers, how many points they were able to get there. But another fantastic game, and it's another caustic win. We'll have to see if the trend continues. But to break down that game and get us ready for game number 3, it's back over to Tom and Kate.
God, I love it when a caustic can come out on top. And when it comes out on top twice, I am twice as happy. Tom, bring us through a little bit about how OPV found their way to our final circle. And more importantly, I mean, it just went from, I remember I saw 4 teams and then 3 and then 2, and it was right away down over to OPV.
Yeah, and that's how these circles are going. We're seeing a lot of teams staying alive. Again, there's no crypto revenants running around like we had earlier in EMEA where we had 3 different of those combos. So again, it's like adding multiple teams onto the map. So we're seeing a much slower methodical play style, and that's why the caustics are coming out on top. If you get a caustic to the end circle and it's played the correct way, like we saw Borton do in game 1, we see Amu do in game number 2, he's really strong, and he doesn't seem to be much of a King's Canyon type of legend. He seems to be more of a World's Edge type of legend. So these teams are playing this like it's World's Edge. There are a lot of skirmishes happening, but it's over towards the end, and it's all people that have been playing outside the zone trying to get in. So the teams that are getting inside, playing it the correct way, predicting where the circle's going, are doing extremely well. Amu, I don't think he's going to choke a situation like that, but you got to give it to 303. They still continue to put kills on the board, and they're still a very strong team. They're going to be up there in the points and in the placements as well.
Absolutely. And at 303 and Esports NA, because of course there's a 303 Esports in our EU tournament style here. I got to tell you, they have been on it in terms of aggression. Holy interruptus, Batman. I mean, they are, in a word, consistent for sure, and definitely something that we've seen in our NA tournament style format here. We've got actually a late game and an end game replay. Let's take a look at exactly how OBV found themselves at the top of this game too.
Yeah, well, let's talk about the high ground first of all. You see 2 squads left over towards your top right. You also see Amu has 4 kills. So great armors here, blue armor, and then double red on Blitzen into Vayne. Vayne doesn't take much damage, only about 100. Blitzen, he gets knocked. The damage has already been done by Amu with this flatline. Doesn't even need a bolt for the Mastiff. Doing a little head peek right there. You notice how he's just going left and right, and that's because he wants to make sure that he's not giving up a majority of his body. But I believe it's going to be Vayne coming in with the final cleanup there by staying alive on that Wraith. So a great job baiting and switching, trading out damage with the 303 team, and they did have the better side. They had the high ground, and it was the right move by the other team to go and push away from the caustic. It's just that they all turned their back to Amu and lost a lot of free damage in the fight.
Now, are we seeing basically these last 2 games with the caustic being a part of our final circle, part of our champion here? Are we seeing that? I mean, and actually you said it time and time again, which is that if you can get caustic into that final circle, it is deadly. It is the way to go.
Yeah, weren't you going to name one of your pets caustic?
Well, yeah, for sure. I think I will. There's a lot of reef animals that are fish and invertebrates that will definitely be named caustic at one point. No, it was my dog because she's very stinky. Anyway, I digress. Please, the gameplay. Let's get back to it. And I want to talk a little bit more about, I will say that, and I keep comparing EU and NA, and I know it's somewhat apples and oranges in some cases, but, we've seen a lot of aggression. We've seen a lot of early game aggression in the EU this morning. And these have been very fast-paced, very great aggro games. But I'm curious what your thoughts are in terms of between our EU gameplay and this now. Are we seeing just across the board, like, bam, bam, let's get her done right away, every single round counts?
Yeah, I think that you're seeing different team compositions to start, but one of the things that you're seeing which confuses me is a team that loses a 50-50 at a spot like Cage decides that they want to contest that for a second time, and now they have back-to-back game with 0 points. And at that point, it makes things so difficult, right? It really kills the morale because you're going and taking a 50-50. It's a coin flip, right? It's not that you're getting outmatched, outmanned. A lot of times it's just RNG. It's better armors. It's taking the high ground instead of taking the low ground. It's who jumps out of the plane at the right side. You're telling me that you want your thousands of hours of Apex to go out of the window because you want to go and land at the same spot as another team? That just doesn't really make sense to me. So I'd like to see these guys switch it up. Whoever's taking the 50-50s right now, especially in a small spot, they can't afford to split the loot. They need to go somewhere else, maybe even take a different 50-50 or something that's just a little bit more safe, especially after dying 2 times in a row.
Well, and honestly, at this point, we can't stress it enough. This is the last chance qualifiers. There's only 2 spots left. You really have to be. I mean, a lot of these teams, a lot of these players have been grinding this entire season. It is not to be undone there. It's certainly not to be missed in terms of the sort of the mentality. So if you're a player coming in and you're not in that bubble, right? Where are you looking down the road? Because you really this needs to be the Hail Mary. This needs to be the dare to be. This is the dare to be great scenario for so many of these players and so many of these teams.
Yeah, we'll have to see who's on the bubble right now, but you're going to have to get one more good Kings Canyon game under your belt. You have to make sure that you're playing it the correct way. And if we're seeing anything, it's early rotations and getting into the zone. Girl talks about it very often, where that's one of the keys to victory. We even saw it with our player profile with Yuki earlier in the day, where that's their strategy, right? And that's the strategy that we've seen TSM implement for quite some time. They were the masters of doing that with Albrelli on the path, getting the scan. Now scans are going to be from all of the scouting characters. So that's going to be interesting that Bloodhound and Crypto are going to have one, and that's going to change a lot of the compositions going forward for our playoffs. But going back to here, the teams that are getting in and picking the right spots, they're just fending people off, and they're doing a great job of that. And what's so interesting is the zones have been, I would say, much more predictable and less brutal for some of these teams. I guess when we were seeing a lot of zones in previous ALGSs, we're seeing stuff in chokes or something that's very tough for these teams to get to, but it's really fun seeing full 3-on-3s at the end, or 3-on-3 and 3, or even 4 teams of 3 like we saw in game number 1. Those are the type of Apex games that you love, because you don't want to see it end on a third party, even though that's how you play it, right? You want to see these head-to-head straight up duels. That's what we saw in game number 2, and that's what we saw in game number 1. It was just more of a methodical way to play it with your abilities instead of just a gunfight.
That is fantastic. And yeah, I gotta say, it's definitely the bloodbath is what we all aspire to, certainly as viewers, and I'm sure as players, it's definitely one of those things that you look at and go, oh God. But I will say that our final circles have, the casters were making mention of it too. I mean, these are incredibly trying times right now. We've got season 6 coming out in just a few hours. Like, not to forget that either. And we'll talk about that in a hot second, some of those patch notes. But you also have this being our 2 last chances to get yourself into what is ostensibly the biggest and best Apex players in the world coming at it for playoffs in September. What kind of mentality, if you're the player there in that lobby, are you looking at this going, gosh, that's a lot of pressure? Because that's what it feels like to me.
Yeah. Well, it's only a lot of pressure if you let it get to you, and that's why having bad performances in the first 2 games make the pressure, amplified times 3, times 5, times 10 even, because now you start to play outside of your comfort zone, right? And it's good to get outside of your comfort zone once in a while, but you do that during practice. You go and you challenge things that you don't normally do, and one of the best things that you could do if you're a new player is test your limits. Don't camp, don't play it slow, don't play conservative. If you never play aggressive, if you never give it your all, if you don't get outside your comfort zone when you practice, then you're never going to be able to pull off these crazy situations. Just like we saw Rakanishu, I think his great escape in game number 1 is a great way to play it, because you just saw something that is almost impossible unless you've gone and done these things numerous times, right? The perfect Gibby bubble to cut off the angle, the Gibby, ultimate, the defensive bombardment, the grenades, and then to survive to get his team extra points. It's a fantastic job, but he's only been able to do that because he's been able to pressure himself and push himself that much more.
Well, let's take a look at exactly how they've pressured themselves into our Game 2 results. We've got them right here on Whoa, double digits, Batman. OBV, of course, bringing it in for the real thing. 303 Esports, of course, Tom, not to be outshadowed, but they do have one less, but still coming in at that second placement.
Yeah, and we don't see Resident Sleepers on here, so that's going to skyrocket the stock of 303 Esports. And then OBV, they're going to be feeling good about that too, because they didn't have a fantastic game number 1. So I'm going to predict Resident Sleepers, OBV, and 303 as our top 3 right now. And it's going to be fairly substantial from the rest of the teams behind them because of the fact that so many points were soaked up in game number 1 by the Resident Sleepers.
Exactly. Now here we are, overall points, and of course a 303 Esports and a healthy lead over Resident Sleepers and OBV. But you know what? We've got plenty more gameplay to go, plenty more things to say, plenty more to do. But guess what? We are going to actually head over to our casters here because we're coming into in-game. Tom, any last words? Anything you want to say?
Let's get started. Good luck to the teams. Last game on Kings Canyon.
Exactly. Okay, so let's go ahead. We'll toss it to our casters, but first check this out.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 3, our last game on Kings Canyon. As mentioned, Fallout here, joined alongside Matchroom as we're getting ready for our final game of Kings Canyon. And really, the story so far has been 303 Esports dominating as expected, Matchroom.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a hefty lead off of position. Resident Sleepers had themselves a good round that we saw just a little while ago, holding at 26 points. But I love the fact that whenever we were watching EU, we saw a tie for second in the earlier stages of everything going through. And yet again in North America, let's just go ahead and have a tie. Because remember, it's about the top 2 positions, everybody. That's what everybody is vying for right now. So with 303's lead, now we have Resident Sleepers and OBV both tied up. That means the fact that a lot of these other teams now have to go, okay, what are they doing? What can I mimic? Guns ablaze whenever you land from this point forward, especially if you're a team like Ziploc Bags or Watson's Fan Club.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And 303 has done a pretty solid job consistently in games number 1 and 2, of course, on World's Edge. However, they haven't gotten the wins. Resident Sleeper won the first game, and it was OBV who won the second game. That's why if you don't see 303 incredibly far ahead, while certainly they are increasing that gap, that deficit's going to get bigger and bigger if they continue to perform the way that they have been performing. But it really wasn't in EU until game number 6 that we saw Les Cités de France do a great job widening that gap to about 30 points. 303 is doing it a little bit early here, but again, this is an important game number 3 for any team that's looking to really keep abreast and keep up with these top teams. Or if 303 continues to perform again, I think it's going to be another situation where everyone's playing for second, like you said, Matchroom.
Well, that's what you want in kind of these qualifier rounds. I know everybody wants their team to make it, but you want the teams that qualify to do it with authority. So that way, whenever they go and have to compete against everybody else, it's not like, oh, and here's our last chance qualifier teams. They're actually teams that you should be afraid of because they have now demonstrated the strengths and how that they can play this game. Ship's going to go back over towards the east, so a pretty safe circle, all things considered. Not some of the hard shifts that we saw beforehand, but again, a couple of early game skirmishes, a little bit quieter than what we've been seeing in some of the earlier rounds so far. So looks like everybody's finally figuring out, okay, this is where I'm going to drop, and this is where my safety lies, at least for the first 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It looks like TSS, who we did see in game number 1, get in an early game skirmish and win that early game skirmish, is going to get Cage uncontested, at least the center of Cage. It looks like it's going to be Ziploc Bags. I think Yo-Yo and Gobble, formerly of North America, and South Stopez is going to be having some fun with the gamer tag, I believe, for trolls purposes. Exactly, you and I both, as they're going to be repping that Bloodhound comp, which is going to get just a little bit stronger tonight. We have our new season right around the corner. Rampart, of course, coming out. I'm excited to see where Rampart fits in the competitive meta. I was just talking on Twitter with someone, which, by the way, anyone that's watching right now would love to hear your thoughts about, 1, the gameplay so far, with 2, how things are going to shake up with the new season changes coming tonight. Tweet at Fallout with 2 T's, at Matchroom, and of course, we want to keep the conversation going using hashtag ALGS. We will be featuring tweets on stream, so get creative with your tweets, and we, of course, would love to engage with y'all. We'd love to hear your thoughts. We've had some good discussion so far on Twitter.
Just remember, it's my first day casting ALGS, guys. Be gentle with me. Looks like the circle is going to go back over towards Capacitor. A couple of teams are already in a comfortable position, but TTS has already got line of sight on a squad right next to him. Repositions are coming out right now as it looks like we're going to see Blur opting to going down into the lower positions, but it is just fight upon fight. As you can see, switching back over towards Terminal Station, a lot of these teams are already starting to bump into each other with rotations.
That's exactly right. TSS, just a reminder, a team that has 0 ALGS points coming into this one, so They're really starting from the bottom. It's impressive, though. They're currently sitting in 9th place, above teams like Anime Girls Woo Woo and a few others that have performed incredibly well. Meanwhile, another team that's made it here before, WT Protect Dak, is currently going to be in a fight. Looks like Caution's going to get damaged up quite significantly. Still alive, though. We've seen what he can do with the Mastiff. Not sure if he had it in his hands, but it's going to be all up to Frank, his last member alive for his squad. It looks like it's a 1 versus 1 for the bread here. He's going to grief or thirst one of them, tries to revive if he can, baits it, gets some good shots in with the Ava 8. Is it going to be enough here? Great starts, great shots by Frankie, just dipping and dodging and strafing around that pillar, doing such a good job playing right hand and trying to finish this fight out. If he can, the big question is, bet the big if, as it looks like he will get taken out.
Did we make it? Yes, you did. So now you should be able to get your reses back off on one, be able to pick up the banner onto the other. Looks like Mighty Gods might be doing a little bit of a scope out, trying to spot what's going on back over here near the pit positions. So it looks like just safety plays right now coming out for them. A lot of our teams still on the outskirts. Not a lot of reconnoitering coming in to find out where the next circle is going to be. Oh, I say Mighty Gods finding themselves in a little bit of a troubled situation as a lot of throwables are starting to come their direction.
Exactly right. It's like quick caustic ult going to be popped here. Meanwhile, it is didn't ask agenda right in front of them, waiting for that caustic ult to kind of dissipate, turn it back on and reset. They can say, you know what, let's take our wins here. We burned an ultimate from caustic. We're in a decent position here. They're going to use this rift now, this Wraith ultimate, to try and port and reset. They don't want to fight. They want to make it to late game if they can. Meanwhile, on board of 303 Esports, as it looks like 303 is currently hunting a team, making their rotation towards the mid game. Let's go ahead and take a look and understand the communications in the perspective of 303 Esports.
Do you guys need light ammo?
No. Oh, they're getting shot from.
They are.
One's knocked. One's knocked.
I got knocked. Yeah, I could look the portal up on it. Just make sure we all turn sides real quick.
They're on the right side. They're actually getting like hard grief.
They're rolling them. They're rolling them.
Here, you stay there. You stay this up high.
2-0. Dude, I can't make that. Fuck.
No,
they're sitting. I think they finished their kills. One guy knocked on another team that's pushing.
I'm looking.
Isaac, can I take it?
Crack the Wraith.
Just hold our building. Just hold
Okay.
our... That's all you have to worry about. That's the only way we die here.
Yeah, okay.
Just tell us if you see anything, senpai.
One has purple over there.
This looks good as fuck for us. I can honestly keep holding up here. Be by myself.
A team ported towards the mid. Oh, they took this. The team exactly like right there on my ping.
Can you tell what type of team it is?
We can look for loot. No?
I don't have port yet.
I have six ultic cells. You want to come back and get one?
I mean, it's fine. This is gonna be here for a while.
Well, I put it there just in case if you want it.
I mean, I'll take it then. It's just like, what do we need right now? Like,
better armor.
Armor's a sniper
Heavy ammo.
Alright.
Armor and heavy ammo and a stock.
Bing,
Team's
bing.
rotating on this height right now, barely.
Alright, I'm 80%. Somebody just make sure you watch around our building because
Yeah, we're chilling. No one's coming close to contest us. Like these buildings are already getting taken.
Yeah, but like down this hill maybe they might just get.
Okay.
That's like our biggest step probably.
How long?
10%. To your right.
Open supply bin death box over
You went up. You went up. What the fuck? You grabbed it. You got the fucking banner or something.
Yeah, I think he did.
And there you have it. Some insights into the comms of 303. We always jump into listen-ins late game or when things are a little hectic. It's sometimes good to get a listen into a team in early game as they're just trying to figure out where to position, how to play. I love one thing in particular from that listen-in though, Matchroom, was the call out, hey, do you know what type of team it is? If that isn't an indication or sign of how healthy the Legend meta is right now in Apex Legends, I don't know what is.
All right, but it's a key factor to listen in these earlier stages as well, because understanding how these teams communicate is so pivotal. Understanding how they decide when to push and how they decide to move through a map is what gets them into the late game to get those wins. So getting those listen-ins like that is a great way to step up your own play. Listening to how they talk to each other and try to emulate that, plus or minus a few cuss words, and then that might be able to get you into the much later stages of the game and get you those wins.
That's exactly right. Brilliant comms for 303. I was actually very, very impressed with how they communicate as a team. This is a squad that actually has a ton of experience as a team. They've been playing together for a few tournaments now. It's been fun to watch, that's for sure, as 303 has continued their trajectory, and they look to punch their ticket to the playoffs in a month. Meanwhile, a team that's looking to do it as kind of the sleeper team, as their name would say, the resident sleepers on screen right now, currently in slums, doing a good job early rotating and well-positioned here for this capacitor finish.
You didn't hear it, but I did breathe out my nose quite fast. So good joke on that one. But Mighty Gods making the slide back down next to Capacitor, which we know looks like that's going to be party central. Most of the teams already inside a decent range for this position. Really looks like we've only got about 5 or 6 that are still on the outskirts of it. That's why you're starting to see a lot of the throwables come into play. These guys starting to get a little bit more vision back over to what's working on around in these points. Notice the verticality in this location, though. That's going to be a key factor for a lot of these teams. When you opt into the low ground, you do manage to get yourself a little bit of safety, but it really just destroys your movement capabilities at the later stages. As more and more teams huddle around these high positions, it just makes it so hard for you to be able to get around anywhere. As you can see, look how much Mighty God's work is having to put in just to be able to get this res back off.
Yeah, absolutely insane. They will get the res. It was a huge gorilla that got the knock of Expensive Agents on Eamon. Not able to get the finish, though, and that's actually pretty big, as Expensive Agents is currently in 4th place with 19 points, behind 303's first place with 35. So that deficit is quite a bit high. They're going to try and diminish that if they can. We'll see what they can do. Meanwhile, jumping on board with You Like That Mate, it's Matt Pickett, Rakamishu, and Crummy currently find themselves on a rotation through, leveraging the artificial cover from the Gibraltar bubble to keep themselves alive, dodge that ultimate. Here comes the fight.
Good positioning coming out. They've got vision on what's all going on outside the zone. Going to go ahead and try to move back down. They know that they can get a little bit further, get down those steps. On the other end of it, you can see Final Form Esports trying to make their push back over. Can't even get into the safe zone. Good pickup coming out from that one. And now you have to contend with the zone, slowly taking away damage and choosing, do we reposition out and away from this team? But look at the high ground. You Like That Mate just has so much control over everything that's happening down in his low ground positions. 2 members already down, masked on near on no life, and is just going to have to huddle down, try to find some way to sneak back inside the zone and get away from the red that is just slowly and steadily eating away his health.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That is a wide rotation in the ring that's going to cost him. As Tiwu, his teammate, goes down, he can't go revive him because he knows he has 2 teams watching, waiting, commiserating, and just trying to get an opportunity to get a pick if he can. Meanwhile, EC is going to rotate back, says, all right, we've had enough here. We've done some damage. I believe they got one of the picks, one of the knocks on Tiwu. We're going to back out and reset.
Empty Clips, we saw them getting very active in the very first game of the day, but they have a long trek ahead of them. Most of the other teams already in position, set up full defensive points. See, just back over towards the swamp is going to be where a little bit of movement's coming through, as well as teams back over into Spines, trying to figure out how they're going to make their approach off of it. Ziploc Bags still playing off of this point, spotting out, doing a good bit of tracking. Got to be a little bit careful with it. You can see Stompy's off to 1 point of it, just feeding over that information, trying to find the angle. Do spot him out in distance, but don't want to aggress too hard just quite yet. That is going to be where the safe zone is, but instead see if maybe you can weaken them a little bit with the throwables first, or if you want to opt fully into the committed push.
Yeah, he goes for the Kobe tap nade. That's Yo-Yo not able to connect with the arc. And into the portal, Gobble goes. Was that intentional? It looks like he actually is going to be able to clear things out quite a bit. Says, hey, the portal's clear. Or the opponent portal, I believe, is now Gobble working his way up to the team. They were just kind of scouting out moments ago. They're trying to get some intel, get some recon, see what they can potentially just get away with in terms of rotations or pushes. They're not in the best spot. They'd like to make some sort of effort to take over this real estate if they can. It looks like 6 is going to get taken out for starters. And Gobble's teammate gets tagged up, or attempted to tag out. Not going to happen just yet. Odd Freestyle goes down by Blitzen. So here comes a bit of a fight here as front board to stop Eds of Ziploc Bags. Here comes the push. Flanked with the Mastiff. Going to connect for 1. Gets the second. Beautiful Mastiff shot for Stop Eds. But not going to be enough. Yo-Yo now trying to do the same thing, but they will get taken out by the hands of Didn't Ask Agenda.
I thought that was going to go sideways when they missed those couple of taps coming in and then just let them get right up across their building. But finally, they did manage to pull it together. Whatever it mattered, hit the shots with it. 303 and a firm control point of their own right now. And you can see that they've got toys for days to play with. Starting to survey what's going on next to them. They are inside the next safe zone as well. And a good gatekeeping position back over towards the west, as this is going to be one of the condensed points. A lot of these teams are going to have to opt into how they're wanting to play this. They do have the vision to work with based off of that, and you can see the pings now coming out saying, okay, we know where the different approach vectors could be at. Now it's just a matter of being very careful. Anytime they go risky and they start doing these higher and higher peaks, their profile is going to reveal, and that can open them up to some damage that they do not want to take.
That's exactly right. 303 though, I gotta say, I've been very impressed in games 1 and 2, and so far so good in game 3. We did have to listen in earlier that showed them exactly why they're finding so much success. Their chemistry as a team, since they played together for so long, is bar none one of the best we've seen. Did we make it? Trying to make it in the ring right now as it stands. Looks like GS Bird will be able to. Does not have any more meds to his name, and he may have gotten rezzed in the circle or in the ring, I believe is what happened. and he will just barely not make this. He'll be able to crawl his way to heals. I'm Sung will get the res, and he'll be able to at least, hopefully attempt to make a version or an attempt to compete in this lobby. As he doesn't have anything in his inventory right now, it's pretty rough for this squad.
Is there anything more heartbreaking than seeing the edge of the zone, almost getting there and getting knocked and having to crawl your way in and be like, hey, bud, can you res me? I need some help. A couple of fights now popping off back over towards the north as it's going to be HSN dodging a couple of bullets that are now coming their way. They've got a good vantage point to play from, but they have to be very careful. As you can see, when they go for these peaks, a Stink definitely took a good hit to the face.
Enemy spotted.
Yeah, that's the definition of feels bad, man. Is when you get down to the end of the ring right there, as mentioned. Meanwhile, Noob King's teammate's going to go down, but back on board didn't ask Agenda, who's going to be able to parlay the few kills that they just got into some good resources, purple shield and two blue shields, respectively, for their team. And now they're going to be pushing for an opportunity to try get some picks here if they can. Looks like an ultimate's already out. He is going to be able to drop a little bit of a push here, coming through from Wraith and Sama. Sama looking high ground, realizes, hey, they have ultimate high on us. A couple of frags are going to go out, trying to connect. I think he's going to do something. I'm not sure if he cracked enough shields or what, but a good job by 6EO and Co. as they're currently sitting low ground, but in a really rough spot because there's a team right above them.
Yeah, we've got the ring that's starting to close in now towards the north and the west are going to be the big points coming through. Watson Fan Club just tagging up at range, continuing to harass back down that corridor. This is going to open up more movement for them, and you can see that they just have such a dominant high ground position that they're working for and looking like they're trying to get even more out of it from this point forward. Oh, you can do it. You can do it. There we go. Now we're going to get back over into that position. And it just continued to rain down so much control from this point. It looks like everybody's now stepping away from it, being like, it's not even worth peeking it anymore. Let's just move out of this point. But you can see, we already know where the next circle is going to be at, and that's pretty open space and can definitely not support 13 squads.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Very interesting finish here over towards Capacitor. Is we have a lot of kind of high ground, low ground situations, a lot of different cheeky places that a Pathfinder can get to, maybe with an ultimate or with this Q. As we see Sneaky Monkey down, E-Boy Ronnie TV of Uwu Anime Girls Uwu. As they're going to get a nice down early on. Watson Fan Club, a team that has some good experience with Lion on the squad, playing of course alongside Luciana, Twitch streamer galore, seeing what she can do. As we had some long range shots coming through from Night Raven as well. They're currently in 17th or 18th place though, so they're going to have to get a big game here if they want to try and work their way up. The team that is currently in a great spot in the category is Resident Sleepers and Expensive Agents.
Play coming out from this. Going to have to be very careful with it, getting knocked down pretty low, just trying to close it out. Very aware of the repositions. I love the bait back and forth through the shields. It's going to pay off for him, buys him the space and a little bit of a reprieve to work with. Now they're just going to have to slide their way back down and say farewell to their friends as a little bit of a third party is going to come in, tapping them for a touch more damage as they make their retreat. Looking back up on the side of it, going to buy a little bit more space. Throwing out the ultimate, trying to reposition away from this one, and it looks like they're just narrowly going to make it back down into this little bit of a dip. So with this, you can see more repositions now starting to come out from some of the other teams aware it can see the fences, not wanting to aggress just yet. But it's going to be another reposition coming out as 303 is looking back down along a similar vector. They're going to have to make their way towards the east.
Exactly right. They're going to find themselves in a fight here, getting some good shots in. Mastiff's going to come through and deliver a blow. Phony is going to down Rolders of EC, and not done yet. He's going to go up to high ground, catches Aves off guard. Brilliant shots and brilliant, actually, rotation and flank right there coming through from Phony. Finally, someone hits the portal. It's going to be his teammate here over of Empty Clips. They both hit the portal. They both reset, leave their teammate Rolders to die. But does the chase come through is the question. As you know, Rolders is going to go through that portal as well if he can. And 303 is hunting. They want these kills. They can smell blood. They know they have all members of Empty Clips very, very tagged up right now as 303 Esports is looking for the final kills, trying to see, hey, are they ratting out? Are they hiding and healing here somewhere? No, they are across the map as they've already rotated early.
We've got the zones about to contend in now, so 303 is going to start making their rotation as well, but 303 perfectly content, and my God, that is a fortress setup. Not letting anybody that comes around this corner is going to regret it.
That is the most hilarious rat setup I think I've ever seen, as the Caustic is able to bury himself in a little crevice there. Meanwhile, Empty Clip's going to get spotted out, this time by a different squad. It's, I believe, Z Davis, who are going to get the other down as well. So nice job by Z Davis, a player that we've seen before in ALGS in final tournament days, has competed, has performed at the top level. A good job by the Resident Sleeper Squad showing up. 3 players that really have been here before with different teams, now teaming up and looking great. It looks like Z Davis, though, as I say that, a little bit of a jinx. He's going to get taken out by one member. That's going to be Sam. Spaceman gets the final elimination, and now Impulsive Dream is trying to run with his tail between his legs.
Almost all of our teams are condensed back down around this point, trying to make their push back over towards the safe zone. That's how come it feels like there's a 5th party, because by God, it really is. 303 now making their way back over there. Should be able to get their res back up, try to reset just a little bit, because they do have a little bit of time before the rest of the team start to make their assault, but they don't have much to work with. Trying to hit a couple of taps back over toward it. You can see Tricky and the rest of the crew trying to make the play back over onto this. Going to go ahead and take down Spaceman. Now it's just about, again, a similar vector. You can see off the way with the hard shift back over towards the east, we have about 5 teams that are all going to be hitting about the same intersect point. Look on the map right now. All of these teams back down towards the south are all going to have to move along a similar position.
That's exactly right. I think those mental fortitude finally getting taken out there. We were just watching Zeratricky, and I have in my notes from game 2 in all caps with the star asterisk next to it saying, where is Zeratricky? As we expected them to perform in a big way here, but currently sitting in top 16, I believe. Did not necessarily show up in games 1 and 2 like we expected them. They're a great World Edge team, so I think they can turn it around here in games 4. But they're looking to say, no, Fallout, we're turning it around here in game number 3, as they've so far had a good showing. A couple kills to their names, and they're in a good spot to potentially make it into a top 3, top 4 finish here if they can make the rotation. That's going to be grueling, as you pointed out by looking at that mini map.
Well, OBV is somebody else that we have to keep an eye on as well. Presently in 3rd coming into this round, and looks like the fortification has finally gotten spotted out. 303 is like, okay, we know how to handle this one. Hitting some tick damage back over towards it. Big connections. Shield's going to come out, but is it going to be enough? Trying to deny out the third-party shots while they contend with the caustic damage, and it is just stacking up. He steps out in forward, trying to get a little bit more with it, and it is just catastrophe for 303 as they have stepped into the wrong neighborhood.
He's still alive! The Rat Caustic just griefed 303, the leaders in this tournament, by the way, by single-handedly, with the support, of course, of another team nearby, taking out every member of 303. That is the most annoying Caustic in Caustic history. And by the way, there's been a lot of annoying Caustics in games online. That was insane what we just saw right there, as 303 is now out of this.
I mean, what do you do? But this is going to open up the doors for OBV. They might find themselves with an opportunity to work with. As you can see, Did We Make It still huddled down, loot galore up in front of him, and just waiting patiently for the next one to fall into his majestic trap.
That is insane. By the way, every Caustic Rat from here on out, just realize what the move is as a Caustic Rat. Meanwhile, we got 3 other teams fighting for victory, as I'm Sung is just going to be posting up. If he's in circle, by the way, I'm not sure if he is where he's currently at. I don't think he is. He could potentially win this game, which I would lose my mind if that happens. Meanwhile, Lion is currently alive alongside Luciana and Night Raven, all up. Evo shields for both Lion and Night Raven. So they're in a really good spot from a resource perspective to stay alive in this one. The Mighty Gods also alive, and Zeratricky are the other 3 squads alongside I'm Sung, currently ratting out by a rock as a Caustic. A smelly rock, by the way.
Did We Make It is going to have to move. Our poor Caustic is going to have to leave his huddled home and make a reposition, but I mean, just look at it. It's just glorious still to this point. 5 seconds before he's got to make his play. But I think everybody has an idea on what's going to be going on. He got his fun in at the time, but he's going to have to hit some hell of shots if he's willing to fight his way back over towards it. 3 positions out coming out. Watson Fan Club just holding down a good high ground point and has vision on everybody depending on how they move. Good connections coming out, and that's going to be Sung just getting absolutely destroyed there. Now down to just 3 teams remaining as it's full-on action as everybody's diving in towards each other. Quickly, Watson just goes ahead and says, nope, I'm just going to walk away with this one. This whole game is mine.
That's exactly right. Big game coming through for the Watson Fan Club. Congratulations to Luciana, Lion, and Night Raven as they come out on top. That Caustic play was not enough, but it did net him 3 kills on the champions of the lobby. 303. Massive plays coming through for I'm Sung, who gets 4th place. Smart decision, by the way. He went into the ring. I don't know if you saw that. He went into the ring just to make sure that no one got the kill point on him. And that's one kill point that can make the difference. So shout out to I'm Sung. Play of the century, in my eyes. Play of the tournament so far. It was comedy and it was excitement to finish off that game there.
I just don't even have words for it. That's like my worst nightmare whenever I'm playing Apex, is just to walk into a Caustic world of death and destruction, and there's just nothing you can do about it. You can see 303 is a good team, and they're like, all right, we think we know how we want to take this, and they didn't.
Insane. They did everything right. They launched nades. They had the caustic down to at least like 60 to 80 HP. Man, my heart goes out. 303 is probably raging right now. That was an absolutely insane end game, an insane grief and finish for 303. Got taken out by a single caustic with, of course, some help from some friends. But a crazy game indeed. Comedy is the word I would use to close that one out. And of course, we did see a squad end with a bang. That was Watson Fan Club. To break down the action, we do have two of our analysts, Kate and T-Square. Take it away.
Comedy's a good word for it, Tom?
The rise of caustic. Like you said, everybody, all the caustics around the world just rejoicing, high-fiving each other right now. Just it's a caustic celebration.
It absolutely is. And I feel like there's two headlines that are constantly in my head right now. It's 303 Esports NA are aggressive when they have to be and smart players. And Caustic is the Caustic is the legend that we all need to know and love, and for so many reasons. I absolutely love this. This is something that first of all, as a Caustic fan, for sure, on so many levels it makes sense. But honestly, how many times have you seen that particular rat strat come to fruition, Tom?
Yeah, chat's going to be having a good time with that one. And I've had my moments on Caustic. We've seen some amazing plays from him, but that is going to be Amsung's clip forever, right? It's very rare that you ever get a 3-versus-1, especially in a tournament like that, and especially such a good team like 303. But we can't underplay Lion and his team taking the dub overall, Kate. Great job by them winning game 3 in Kings Canyon. And can we talk about that spray that Lion had with the R9? As we know, it's going to be retiring from the map just in general as a normal pickup. It's going to be vaulted. So 130 from a nice little medium range distance for Lion. Just great recoil control opening that fight. And then the aggressive play to charge inside the bubble, Kate, like we say, when these top players get such a good advantage, they continue to just add the pressure. So Lion really feeling it. They held that top area for so long. Great job by them. And they put up some serious points right there. So they're going to be in the running here.
Let's take a look at some of those serious points with our Game 3 results right now. Here we go. This is always my favorite. Wow, those are a lot of 6s there, Tom. That seems to... Wow. I don't think I've seen that in quite some time.
Yeah, this is a more typical game, actually, though. We don't have one team just dominating and getting all of the kill points. Now things a little bit more spread out, and a lot of the teams that were over towards the top didn't find themselves over here this time. Yeah, you have OBV sitting there in 7th place, but 7th place really isn't that many points because you only got 2 kills. So you look at a team like Expensive Agents, they were doing fairly well. They were in our top 5, so they're going to continue to be there. But Watson Fan Club picking up 18 points, that's big for them. Now we move into World's Edge, and we're going to have, you know, some teams over towards the top, but still a very even spread.
Now, I will also say that to John's point, Zara Tricky, something, a name on all of our lips for sure. We wanted to make sure that is definitely a part of our understanding of this Game 3. But let's take a look at these overall results here, because it's very telling. They're at 10 points separating 1 and 2, but only 1 point separating like 2 and 3, and then 2 points separating 3 and 4. This, and I feel bad because we constantly say this, but this is anybody's game, Tom.
Yeah, but 41 points is pretty substantial. If they were to keep it up, that's on pace for 82, just a couple of points short of the overall record that we've had in the ALGS. Keep in mind that teams used to only play 5 games. Now we have 6. But can 303 execute on World's Edge? That's going to be the question. They have to make sure that they're not just a Kings Canyon team. I think they're going to excel in World's Edge. I think that they're just so good at team fighting right now that they're willing to go and take it to these other squads. So again, everyone fighting for that top 2 spot, but it seems like 303 is really starting to pull away with that number 1 spot, and possibly teams maybe playing for that 2nd spot. But like you said, Kate, and we've continued to say this because we're still only halfway through, is it's anyone's match. Anyone could be inspired. We saw earlier in EMEA with Navi coming in and dropping a win in game number 4. Who's going to be the team here to start off well on World's Edge and try to continue that momentum and gain confidence for their team?
And it's all about consistency, consistency, consistency. And that's what we're seeing time and time again in those final circle wins, and more importantly, in our overall leaderboards. I will say, this is kind of, oh, good. We have got, sorry, I was going to ask you a question, but don't worry. I'll get to it in not too long here. Let's talk about our endgame replay, Tom. I want you to bring me through the majesty that is Watson Fan Club and how they got from that high ground into that final circle.
Yeah, so you can see Lion here with the R9. has the blue barrel and the blue mag. So he gets a couple of shield checks over here across the map, and you can see this great positioning that they have. Their back is completely clear. They have the Watson gen down. They have fences on teams in front of them, and Lion's just trying to, again, get shield checks over and over again, right? So you can see this great 130 spray. They don't even get the bubble down in time, so because of the fact that they don't enter with the bubble, you can see the knock immediately going onto the Gibraltar, and just great aggression coming in from Watson Fan Club. You can see they make their decision within not even a second. That was milliseconds for them to go and charge in right there. The other team had no chance to heal. And the reason you want to charge so hard is because we know that Gibraltar Dome gives excelled healing. So if you're able to throw that Gibraltar down and get a battery off, all of your positioning is thrown out of the window now, and you've left the superior spot just to go in and fight a team in what they want you to do. So great job by Lion and the rest of the Watson Fan Club to go and play that the right way.
100% to be sure. And I think I gotta say, it's funny. I feel like Game 3 was a lot more measured, and maybe that's not the right word, but it felt like, I mean, Game 3, we still had 18 teams going into round 3, and I know certainly in our EU region this morning, and even in our first couple games, that wasn't always the case. Any idea, sort of mentally, why it is that we've sort of maybe transitioned, at least into Game 3, from an early game aggression, the way we saw in 1 and 2, into sort of this more late game, I'd say even measured aggression?
Yeah, I think it's just the type of zones that we're seeing. That was in the positioning that teams are deciding to take. And a lot of people are playing much more standoffish, where they're holding just a little corner of this map and playing together as a 3. You're not seeing a lot of wraiths overextended because people are just getting picked off very fast. There's a lot of people using snipers, charge rifles, and all that kind of stuff comes into play.
Fantastic. Well, hey, here's something for you, our community, and that, of course, are your tweets, which means it's about time we showcase them on this very program, and that's going to warrant these guys 1,000 Apex coins. Let's take a look. Let's see. Watching ALGS with my fave legend Lifeline while waiting for Season 6 to drop. Pathfinder's okay, too. Aw, I like that. Nice Funko Pop dolls there. That's awesome. Oh, wow, that's fantastic. Okay, Mike Knowles. ALGS on Mondays mean I can finally utilize Work's theater room after close. I'm sorry, where do you work? And are they hiring? I'm asking for a friend.
Yeah, that's a theater room for sure. You could use the lamps for scale. And also in the previous tweet, real Funko fans know to keep the box. And look at
there
that.
It is. Oh,
Photo
come
ball.
on. Oh, I can't handle it. This fur ball, I can't. He's so excited. Okay. Oh, maybe, I think the fur ball's name is Sparkles. So a huge thank you there. Oh, God. You guys are the best. Really are. That's one of my favorite parts of the show, certainly. Outside of the gameplay, the casting. Actually, I like every part of the show. So, I can't choose, and I won't have to. But, hey, if you want to showcase your tweets, if you want to be on our air, go ahead and follow us at PlayApex on Twitter. Use the hashtag ALGS. Talk to us about your fur babies, your fan art, where you're watching. I would like to know what company has a sick theater room like that, Tom, because I would like to work there very much.
Yeah, to himself, by the way.
Like, okay, when you say, is it like your work from home? Because, like, I could go there. Anyway, the point is that if you want to be part of it, find out, go and follow us on at PlayApex and use the hashtag ALGS. And remember, each of those tweets you just saw on our air, they're going to get themselves 1,000 Apex coins just for being featured. And isn't that the best way? I can't think of anything better.
Yeah,
Nope,
I mean, why not, right? Keep the tweets coming. We love them.
Keep the tweets coming, absolutely. And if you want to go ahead and follow us on YouTube, we're at PlayApex Compete, as well as twitch.tv/PlayApex. But guess what, Tom? It's time for us to dive once again headfirst into gameplay, this time on a new map. Our fourth game of our 6-game series. Anything else you want to talk to the viewers about? Anything else you want to say?
We're halfway there. This should slow down just a little bit, guys. Just a little bit. So it's going to get more intense.
Well, that seems like the job for our casters, Fallout and Matrim. Take it away, guys.
Fallout Matrim? No way, not a chance. It's Bravo and Girl back for game number 4. Excited to start off the second half of today's matches for the LCQ. And Girl, you and I have been watching these games, and something we've been talking about is the big question of in an LCQ format where you only have 2 teams coming in a BR. First of all, it's crazy. Second of all, we're expected to see a little bit more kind of KP hungry teams. Now in EU, we saw calculated aggression, teams running a crypto rev, very clearly going for those KP.
we're seeing early aggression, but it looks a lot different here. And to be honest, a lot more chaotic and a little bit less organized amongst these teams.
Yeah, we are seeing a lot of teams getting like 1 or 2 players getting picked off. Sorry. And we're seeing a lot of teams on the edge zone on the first zone closing in. So it seems a little bit organized. Maybe people are missing the shots. They're not getting full team wipes early on as we saw in EU. But it's been interesting now here taking a look at our winners of the first 3 maps. But we have the next 3 maps on World's Edge. My personal favorite, game 4, 5, and 6. It's still anybody's game. Anyone can pick it up on World's Edge and get that dub.
Absolutely, and I think as we talked about in EU, that's going to be the case with a lot of players here as well. A lot of teams going to be feeling much more comfortable on World's Edge, much more tournament time as you think about months and months of play since late last year that they've been playing on World's Edge, as the newest version of Kings Canyon was just reintroduced. But that's all in the past now, and this will actually be our final 3 games on the current version of World's Edge. Let's take a moment to let that sink in. We got big map changes coming in just a few hours' time, so this is the last time you're going to see this exact map. Might be the last time you see a lot of R9 spray for a while, so let's enjoy it. We've been kicking back and enjoying the matches. We hope you guys watching on Twitch and YouTube have as well. We thank you for hanging out with us for the NA LCQ. Just 3 final games to go, and it is a pretty tight table towards the top. 303 Esports North America in first with 41 points. You've got OBB with 31, Resident Sleepers with 30, and Expensive Agents in fourth with 29. So only 2 points separating second through fourth. And as a reminder, only 2 teams will advance here as we're getting that beacon right away off the break. And it looks like it's going to be right around No Name as well as Geyser. And it's going to be a pretty wild move here. You're going to see a lot of teams cozy up in Geyser right away and start to hold both the No Name buildings as well as Fragment East buildings.
I'm surprised to see Lava City open. No team took Lava City, and it's a really good drop spot. Here we are with Mental Fortitude, contesting another team here in Epicenter, getting those kills and looting up.
Yeah, it's Expensive Agents, actually, that we did see going down there. Huge Gorilla 47, at least one of the players that we saw get knocked, if I'm not mistaken. I think we saw a second knock as well. So there should be just a solo on Expensive Agents that is getting away. We'll have to see if they do get a res, though. But back over to you like that, Nate. A little bit of a thermal loot path for them, and already coming away with 2 blues. And it looks like, based on what we're seeing, that they might not have too much company in thermal, so they should be able to exit in an even better condition and position coming out of there. And they'll have a little bit of a move, of course, making it all the way across the map. We've got a number of options in terms of if they want to go more of a harvester route or more of a tree sorting route. All of those, of course, will be options for them, but they are sure to run into some teams that are thinking about doing some gatekeeping. And as we talk about teams that cozy up in Geyser right away, not surprised to see 303, one of them that's going to be trying to hold these buildings. Pings are coming down, though. Looks like they might know that there's a team there. We'll see exactly if they make that push, but look at their armor. They are looking real good, and they are in a position to push if there is a team there.
Yeah, there were 3 teams that landed Skyhook, so we're going to see a lot of aggression, a lot of pokes or fights here in Skyhook. So they're going to have to take this very carefully because they can get third-partied. Here's Team Zero Tricky. They got a lot of good armors, and they look like they want to retreat for now.
Absolutely, and Zero Tricky is another team we got to talk about. And just I want to remind everyone, in Game 2, we were talking about the second bubble, right? The teams that are just off of those first few spots, and we've got a number of teams there. So as a reminder, 29 is your number for 4th place, but if you take a look at the scoreboard so far through this, you can either take a look here on Battle 5 or take a look at some good damage coming in from the side of OBB over at Train. So we'll see exactly how they're able to play this out. And that is not a spot you want to get caught out just on the edge of the tunnel. There is nowhere to go off of these train cars, and OBB is not going to waste any time. They're going to fly right in, and once again, Surgical Wraith will queue, but we'll see exactly what Yo-Yo and Gobble are going to be able to do. Unsurprisingly, Yo-Yo goes down. Where did Gobble go? Looks like queued and TP'd out, and not going to be surprised to see them wrapping in tunnel to get this last one. And we'll see. Let's see if the Wraith can get all the way out. And they're actually going to go ahead and wait. Pull that back. But now, right away, going over to the squad. Seeing what they're up to here over at No Name. Like we said, an area that's going to be grabbed right away.
Yeah, Team Ziploc Bags isn't having the most luck this tournament. OBV with those amazing scout shots doing a lot of damage. The squad with the portal, they managed to find a team here in No Name right outside of Overlook.
Yeah, helping now. trying to see what they can do on triple blue. So they're going to be feeling pretty good in this engagement as well. You saw the man Tony Macaroni also here and ready to fight. But now taking a look at Did We Make It, that's just outside of that. And now this is the team that the hero Caustic. You and I both had to take a look at chat to see the reaction to that Caustic 1v3 rap play. I mean, it was one of the most absurd moments I have seen in competitive Apex Legends, without a doubt. So we're going to be looking to see exactly what that squad can do for the rest of the game. And it's been a pretty big day for Caustic. I have to say, Caustic's probably biggest ALGS day yet.
Yeah, it definitely has been, and he has actually made the highlight of my day with that play. I love Caustic. Caustic is an amazing character to play because you can do so much with him by yourself. Like, without a team, you can defend an area, you can slow down a whole team, and for him, he just pulled that off perfectly with that ultimate last game, and was able to get that whole team of 303 killed. Absolutely, as we see now. Nice little, one of my favorite skins there in the game. Unsung still rocking that. I mean, and it's even more appropriate that Unsung is rocking that Caustic skin to what he's been pulling off today. The fact that he was hiding behind 4 barrels in a nook and somehow wins that 1v3. Like you said, not many legends in the game can do it, but even then, not many Caustics in the game can do it. And Did We Make It still here on the leaderboard as they're going to try to see what they can do in this one as well. Right now in 15th place, but to be honest, with the points mix right now where the scoreboard is, it's not too far off to think that they could still make it in. Something I started talking about, but I wanted to make sure we didn't miss a lot of the action that was happening at No Name, is the fact that after 4th place, you have a very tight 5th place through 12th place, really only separated by 6 points. Once again, that's 5th through 12th. So if you're keeping an eye in the middle of this bubble, either on Battlefy or on Wikipedia, you're seeing just how close that mid-pack is, and we're seeing, just like we saw in Europe earlier today, that this is sure to be a fantastic final set of 3 games, and now we're actually seeing them holding just the edge of this, a very common hold on this end circle, and they're going to be very happy playing this choke. They're going to guard that. Now we're also seeing a little bit of a train rotation coming in from You Like That Mate. That's going to be Matt Pickett, Crummy, as well as Recognition. Yeah, they're taking the train, and you don't often see a team and on the top of the train. You normally see them on the inside. Yeah, you normally see them on the inside of the train, but they did decide to jump out. They're looking towards Harvester. I believe they spotted a team underneath them. Now, he got a really good R9 spray on him, and they know that he's cracked, so they're going to all jump down and push aggressively as they heal inside. And Matt Pickett going around, trying to cut them off, going from the top, but they got that portal out, and I don't believe it's safe enough to take a portal. Those portals are really risky to take, so they might have to follow them on foot. Now, that's Team OBV, one of our really good teams in this, and they're all very low, but they managed to make it out. They have a Caustic, so luckily for that team, they did not take the portal, because they would have been stunned by that gas and potentially all killed. Absolutely. Now take a look at Lion, though, getting absolutely dinged left, right, and center from all sorts of areas of not only No Name, but also the height that's just to the north of No Name as well. So unsurprisingly, some slow hill opportunities coming up here from that Watson. And as we said, Watson Fan Club, a team that not only did they have a huge game last game, but actually I'm going to interrupt myself because here's the push coming in from Mighty Gods, and they're thinking about making the push on Watson Fan Club, but let's see if they actually go ahead and make that. Now they're finally going to push in. That's going to be that first knock that does come in, but instead looks like one player going to instead TP right back, but they will get the finish there on Luciana. Yeah, they were able to notice that there was a team behind them, so they did not want to get thirsted, but they were able to get that clean knock and clean thirst, and they were happy with it, satisfied, and then they went back and left the last 2 running away. Absolutely. Now Mental Fortitude actually on the Overlook side of that, and they're actually going to have that wraparound angle potentially online in team. Yes, indeed. That's who they're going to find right away, and would not be surprised to see them push that if they get the right damage coming through. And we knew that Overlook would be a part of this, even though it's not included in the current zone, but the teams would be rotating down through Overlook, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Is now we're going to look for that ult to come through, and now going to fly right in. R9 is out. I'm going to be looking for even more damage as they're going to continue pushing down this height, and looks like showing no signs of slowing as they will continue pushing here and should be able to get that one. Yes, indeed. That's going to be Raven that goes down. Yeah, they got the free KP on Raven. There's still one last member on that Watson Fan Club. They weren't exactly in the best spot. They were in the open. You might find a rat spot in that open area behind a rock, because not many teams are going to want to go out into that corner, but a lot of teams will look into that corner. so he might not be able to make it out of there alive.
Absolutely. Now still on board with mental fortitude. One of the teams that we just mentioned, sweeping through this area, now engaging just a little bit towards No Name, has quite a bit of ammo for that 99, so can afford to spray just a bit, but will want to make sure to not spend too much time on those pokes, but rather make sure that they're rotating together, and they're actually going to watch their back here just outside of Overlook, and pings are coming down, indicating that the team likely has rotated in there, and it looks like that's what we're going to see here. Still looking pretty good in terms of armor, but Chance actually right away getting full melted, so they're going to have to rotate back and maybe reset just a bit.
They should be okay because they're quite far from the other team. They still have their ultimates up. And here we are with Resident Sleepers with a nice R301 spray by Z Davis on Rambo, getting the knock. His team doesn't seem to be around, so they're going to get that finish, and they're going to take his loot there.
Absolutely. That was Resident, of course, of Residents, the Resident Sleepers side. Now as we take a look here with Impulsive Dream, B. Borton, and now Z Davis on your screen, is they're going to make that uphill route just to the side of sorting. We'll see exactly what they're going to be able to do. And Zeratricky's actually holding very common hold that we talk about quite often anytime things pull remotely near here. And to be honest, even mid-game, you're going to see holds like this around the epicenter height. And for this exact reason, look at the angles that they have as Mercy only the Gib is able to drop down shots, forces the bubble right away, not scared, jumps straight in with the Mastiff. Second shot will connect there. That is going to be all three. Look at that, as they're able to take that down and use the bubble to make sure that they don't have to worry about any of that ult damage coming through. That is a surgical execution coming in from Zeratricky. That's a perfect example of why you want to have advantageous height like that, and it plays out well. Now, just like that, back over to Didn't Ask Agenda.
Yeah, I really like their teamwork there, and they had no hesitation. They knew that they cracked him. They knew that they were skillful enough to jump into that bubble and hit their shots and get that team wipe. Now, here we are with... You like that, mate. With the massive shot, he misses his shot, but they're able to get the down. And oh no, he loses two teammates here. Will he be able to get this last guy? Oh no, I believe it's two last guys.
Yeah, it's going to be real tough here. Tries to get the spray. Massive shots don't connect. Might try and get a little bit of a thirst here for a swap. Not going to be easy, but take a look at that. Somehow jumps up, and I don't know how in that scuffle manages to actually get that angle, and is also going to get the Crypto up as well. As a reminder, on the Didn't Ask Agenda, one of the first times that we are seeing here a Crypto in this NA LCQ lobby, very different from the EU LCQ lobby. And here we have a little bit of rat play going down, going to peek around the corner, and let's see how this plays out. This is some high stakes moment there, and of course through the spectator I was wondering, I'm like, is this Wraith on the same team? And it looks like indeed it is. It's a lot less exciting than I thought it was, girl.
Yeah, there was nobody coming through there. They were on the same team there, and they're just looking for teams or maybe some rats coming through in the zone late. But it's a good way to get KP, but I prefer the method of being in the heart of the zone, getting that last place and going for that win for sure.
Now taking a look here, that Swervesy just going to be the last one on empty clips. Playing that late rotation through. They're going to take their time, of course. You saw just how many teams the Wraith would have to get through in order to get into a safe position, so going to instead take a little bit of a longer route to try to get in, and of course going to be forced to spend a lot of those heals as well. As we check back in with 303, not only are they looking even better in terms of armor, but they now have complete control of the most valuable positions here in the back of Geyser. Not surprised to see them here. They're also in the lead by 10 kills right now in this lobby, so they're going to be feeling very good. Mighty Gods looking pretty good in the way of armor as well. They'll TP back and reset a little bit as they try to make their run around, but they're also going to be getting dinged from that choke. Need to be careful here.
Yeah, here we are with the squad on top of the choke, holding both sides of this choke here, and they're in a really good spot. They'll be able to get a lot of kills from teams coming in from Capital City late game, and they're getting shot at quite hard, helping with no armor. Macaroni Tony got his armor killed, but they have the Watson Gen to be able to give them that passive with the cells, and they'll be able to heal up quite nicely.
A little bit of barrel games being played on that door, so they're going to have to wait to try to get in. We'll see what the Mighty Gods can do, and maybe trying to get in there, and they are still getting shot from No Name, so need to be careful here as they will trap up their side as well. Here comes the kick. Who better to handle it? Of course, Caustic going to go right through get the cells down and be ready to move in. Looks like they're going to try to get the team in there. They'll be taking a little bit of damage, but need to be careful. Also going to make this door now in control and possession of their own barrels as they're going to go ahead and continue pushing through. And look at this, what's about to happen on your screen here. It's an ambush, folks, and right there it pays off. Girl, that's the play that we were talking about. We'll see exactly how now as kills being exchanged on both sides. 2 players down. UGEM the only one there. 4 mighty gods has to try to win it against the Gibby, and it's not going to happen. So did we make it? Is going to hold it down there in the end, and I'm Sung, proving that he's the superior caustic.
Yeah, did we make it with all of these strats that we're seeing with the caustic, the rat under the rock, or the ambush in the tunnel? They're making some serious gameplay and a big mark into this tournament today.
Absolutely, and that's kind of the actual setup and scenario that you had teed up exactly as we were taking a look at exactly what might happen through that choke, and that's how it played out in the end. 303, though, still holding back. Guys are going to be very happy to do so, try to pick up as many gatekeeping kill points as they can for the teams that have to scurry around these buildings, because we know it will get trickier and trickier through Geyser as teams have to rotate in and out of these buildings. It's the teams that are already there are going to be thankful, but the teams that still have to make that move, especially if you're trying to go through the vault choke, it's going to be really, really difficult, but still more action happening here at No Name just outside of that choke. Mental Fortitude has to get their way down in and now getting some good breaks, but Chance needs to be careful. The queue takes so long now. It feels like forever. He's able to get out for a moment. That means the teammates are going to need to do everything they can to try to reset here.
Yeah, they're getting burned by the thermite quite a lot, and there's a team behind them, I believe, about to third party, so they've got to be careful here. One of them goes down.
Oh wow, look at I'm Sung and Demi Make actually leaving that vault exit to try to get a little bit of KP opportunity, and they're going to bubble down early, and it looks like in the end they are going to pick up that kill. It looked like a little bit dangerous, and a rain cues right in for some reason, and it actually somehow hits that TP out as well, so they're going to just barrel up on that portal exit, take a minute to reset, and be happy that they were able to get out of that. But it was a pretty big move from them to come all the way out of Vault Cave exit to get into that party at No Name. And now as you see, actually the team that was, I believe, giving them a little bit of harass actually is going to go around to that underpass choke all the way to the other side. And now did we make it maybe going into the vault entrance themselves, but they're potentially once again going to be met by another team that's gatekeeping on the other side. It looks like now to take a look at the mini-map, we're going to have to see. It looks like I'm almost positive there'll be a team on the Geyser side as well. Here they are.
Yeah, they're only shooting a rat here, so he might be getting shot at as he leaves those double doors, but they do have a good spot right outside of this tunnel that they can play.
Just like you said, they're going to get comfortable here. We've seen, of course, many teams hold this across both regions, and it's going to be a pretty comfortable hold for them for the time being. They're going to have a slow ring closure on the edge. A team like 303, though, is going to be watching both of those exits. What they have to really hope is that 303 maybe has to have their heads on a swivel looking a few different directions. That might give them that rotation opportunity. If 303 has all eyes on them, it will make it very difficult. But now taking a look here at the Didn't Ask agenda, just trying to play a little bit of this low ground, and this is so common of these Geyser end circles that teams have to play below these buildings to use these little nooks and crannies that sit below, and oftentimes you're going to see teams hold this on from both sides now, and now it's just going to be up to the sides here as well as Sinky. I'm not sure it's going to happen for them.
Yeah, it's so hard to hold those little spots underneath those buildings because you can't move when you get shot. You can move, but you can't move very fast. So if you get lasered, you might die. So fortunately for them, they were able to get out of underneath and find themselves both two little separate rock spots for the time being.
Absolutely. Now taking a look here at the squad once again, help and crew. Looking very good in terms of armor and trying to figure out exactly where they want to go. You have to think they want to get off of this low ground if they can. They have height for just a second, but they know they need to be careful, of course, with so many eyes. Still 7 squads left here in this Geyser circle. You saw just now, by the way, 303 still gatekeeping hard on that vault exit. We'll keep an eye on that, of course, off screen to see exactly how that battle transpires. But the squad here able to get height for just a second, but knowing that, once again, their time up here is limited. They won't be able to hold this for very long. Now taking a look at did we make it. This is where they're holding. So we were looking at 303 who has the angle, and now did we make it, trying to time their push to figure out exactly how they want to play this. Maybe engage with 303, but more than likely try to think that they might try to fly into those buildings, throw the pings down, and rather than trying to take this nearly impossible angle. But they don't know that it's just Fury up here. You have to think that if they knew that it was only Fury with a wing, that they would definitely be making their move a little bit sooner. But they might right now think the 303 is actually a 3-man squad there.
Yeah, it's really hard for them to get intel from that lower ground in that tunnel, and they've got a long way to go, so they're trying to figure out the best way that they can rotate. And if they went towards 303, then they're a little bit further away from the zone. So they're going to try and ping a spot that's safe, or maybe go in with the zone and hope that every other team fights before they get in, and hopefully they can get in safely.
Absolutely, and you have to think if they knew, they might even want to push that. But it's a really nice job here from 303 to play that advantage and know that no one would assume that they're split so hard, but they are, and you don't always see this on a Geyser end. It's a great split. Look how even the presence that they've established as well. They're in a great position, but OBV not to be counted out here on Triple Blue. They are your second place team as well, and they want to steal that first place spot from a result here now playing Central, and is going to get crazy here with 7 squads left as things are closing in.
Yeah, Vayne, last one alive on his team. He was able to get that down with the massive shot. He's going to try and heal up as the other teams try and thirst his teammates. Macaroni Tony with a nice R99 spray, able to take down Phonyhead on 303.
That's going to be the 2 players that were on. I actually think that all of we now lost Fury as well. That should be all of 303 out. So just like that, 3 squads left here as we see. Did we make it here on this hide? A little bit of spray coming out. Everyone knows that they need to be very careful with how they play these next few moments. And now getting shot from the back as well. Need to be careful. They're going to go ahead down that. Actually, is going to be grabbed by the trophy. So trying to fly right in. Bubble does go down as well. That's going to be coming in. Bird not timing this push. They're going to crank around the corner just like that. 2 squads left. Did we make it with an opportunity here to reset? Also a kill leader here for I'm Sung, and now going to go right back into the bubble. He will go down, but let's see how this plays out now with a 1v2. And in the end, a squad closes out the game all the way from 6th place, and it's a big game for them as well because they were only about 11 points down from 2nd place. You have to think the squad's going to be feeling good coming off of that game 3. Now they've got 2 full games to try to secure that spot. But another thing, girl, we got to talk about is 303 playing pretty late into the late game as well. And keep in mind, they had that 10-point lead, so they should still be in a pretty good place going into game number 5.
Yeah, they played that perfectly. Fortunately for them, the other teams decided to aggro on each other, and they were able to get that third party easy team wipe because they only had 2 people alive left with no armor. So great finish by them, good positioning, great play all around, good decision making.
Absolutely. So it was a fantastic game here to start off on World's Edge. Of course, a lot more of that to come to break down that last one. Let's go back over to Kate and Tom.
And what a breakdown we could have. And of course, a huge thank you to Bravo and Girl for that stellar casting. Tom, we're seeing the squad come out on top here, but not to be outdone by OBV and 303 Esports NA. I mean, really, our top 3, top 4, top 5 teams are still consistently coming out in our final circles.
Yeah, they were all in that final circle, but that's what I love about Geyser circles. Geyser is one of my favorite because you have so much real estate there, and teams can coexist in so many different spots. There's only a couple different Geyser endings, maybe about 4 of them, but each one of them has so much spots that you can go and cover, right? You have these chokes and these tunnels that you could go through. You have maybe 2 or 3 other things on the south side as well. So it's going to be interesting to see where the standings are at, Kate, because like you were saying, all of these same teams are starting to pop up a lot more. And one of the things is when you see Sung go and kill an entire team like 303 in the previous game, look at the confidence that gives their teammates. They were now all able to live, almost win that game, all started to have really good shots. They got inspired by Sung's gameplay. And I love how they were aggressive early in the game on a team that was in the house. They backed off, went back through the vault tunnel, and played it slow, secured themselves a 2nd place. So still, and we love to say this, anybody's game going into these final 2 games, but I can't wait to look at the standings, how many points happened from last game, and the overall standings.
Me too. And of course, this is game 4, which means it's our first on World's Edge of the tournament today. I'm curious, did we see anything that surprised us? Obviously, the squad is a different squad than was our previous game 3 winners on a different map. Is this something we're going to see? Did we see any different kind of gameplay that we want to make note of given the map change?
We know how hard it is to get back-to-back wins. We haven't seen any teams do that, but we are seeing consistency towards the top, which is what you love to see. So a lot of these teams really standing out, but I love the zones that we're getting right now for NA. I love to see things that are fair. I love to see things where teams can split certain spots. There's always a jostle for fighting position, and I love these, final circles with maybe 3 or 4 full teams going at it, having to play methodically and also aggressive. And that's exactly what we saw from the squad.
Well, let's take a look at some of that aggressive gameplay and how it has stacked up in our game for results. The squad, of course, coming in with double digits, but not to be outdone. Did we make it also coming in with 10, Tom?
What would be crazy is if Did We Make It rides the song momentum and the wave, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, that they're going to just completely skyrocket in there. But TSS, another scary team right there. You have OBV, which was another team over towards the top. They won game number 2, I believe it was. And then 303 consistently placing over towards the top 5. So these are the teams that we're necessarily watching out for now, and especially these other teams are watching out for in the kill feed. Can they be taken out early? Can we take them out? Where are they at? Is there even a player down? You hear the communication when we did the listen-in with 303, how they pinpoint exactly what's going on. Oh, there's one down on this team. They know who's on which team. They ask each other which comps the teams are playing, so they know if they have an advantage or not. And that's the high-level communication, Kate, that you love to see.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our overall results, because that's going to paint us the overall picture we need to see. And my goodness, Tom, I'll tell you what, 1 and 2, and definitely 2 and 3, there is certainly some room for some stellar gameplay, and there's certainly some room for some upset here.
As long as you're as long as you're on this board, you pretty much still have a chance. Unfortunately for Ziploc Bags, they threw away their first 3 games with just bad strategy in game number 2 and 3, and apparently they weren't able to get it going in game number 4 either. But you love to see these teams at the top, but you hate to see teams like Protectful and Act. These guys are extremely skilled and have the capability of getting top 2. They're down in number 19 and now basically need back-to-back wins. That's how stacked this lobby is. That's how tough this lobby is, that even the top Predators, even the top players that we've seen in the ALGS are not going to be able to make it because only 2 slots, Kate, are given away.
Only 2, exactly. And I can't stop myself from thinking that Ziploc Bags threw themselves in the trash. Just going to let that one go.
Oh, no.
Yes, they put that
Hopefully
there.
they can bounce back. They definitely put themselves there. They definitely did. And you can't you can't continue to, we won't talk about it too much because we want them to bounce back. We want to see them play their best, but you can't come in and play with the same strategy that you normally have been playing with, especially if it's not working out. So obviously there's something that needs to change there. Maybe it's a team composition. Maybe it's something to play a little bit less aggressive, but maybe they're just struggling to find a place to land, which is literally the worst thing that can happen to you in a tournament is you land next to someone, you get 50-50, you lose that, you try again, you lose it again. Next thing you know, you've given them so many points and you've lost out on all your opportunities. But we are seeing a lot of teams sitting around that 20-point mark. They're able to string together a 15-20 point game here in game number 5. Then we're going to really be talking about having the pressure build on these other teams that had this comfortable lead going on. We've seen it before. Teams tend to slow down, play a little bit more tight when they get this lead, and that's not how you want to play. You want to continue to play how you're doing, continue to play aggressive.
Absolutely. And Ziploc Bags, you guys are my favorite title, my favorite team name. Let's get you back on the boards at some point. Excited to see you come back. But hey, we've actually got an end game replay I want to make sure that we bring us through. Tom, take me through exactly what this final circle meant to our Dust Squad team.
Yeah, so we did see Bronzy with the great shots earlier. Now we're going to see Naughty with the nasty R301 spray. He's also got that purple bolt on the Mastiff. And whenever you see a Caustic on a clown suit, you just want to take him out. You never want to miss any shots right there because it's just so annoying on the map. That curly red hair, the white face paint, the ridiculous outfit. How do you focus when you're shooting against that? You have to hyper focus and just take them out. So a great job there by the squad. Definitely one of the teams that were on my radar, and now they're on everyone's radar as they've made their way towards the top of points.
Well, now is the time when I ask you the big important question, Tom. We're going into a game 5 and, of course, then a game 6. Anything that you would say to the teams now if you're given that option? I know that they're in game, so they're not going to be able to hear it, but I'm curious, anything that you would want to say to them, given that you've been a player, you've been a coach?
Yeah, let's just make sure that we play this step by step. Don't get ahead of ourselves. Let's start with our landing. Let's start with our loot. Let's start with our communication. And then let's just try to get into this final circle, right? And it's not that big of a difference from the points right now. As long as you have around 10 points, you're feeling okay. You're not feeling too great. If you got 20 points, you're feeling even better because now you know you're only 10 points behind, right? That's just one placement. That's just one game. You're still mathematically in this. So just string together some good games and see what can happen, right? The squad just did it. They didn't have the best first 3 games, but they hung in there just enough to have one big game that propelled them over towards the top. So all these teams that are towards the top have won games, Kate.
100%. Okay. Well, hey, listen, if you want to be part of our broadcast, make sure you tweet at us. Follow at Play Apex, use the hashtag ALGS. And if you see yourself on our program, well, then you will find yourself 1,000 Apex coins richer. And who doesn't like that? Make sure to also give us a subscribe over on our YouTube channel at Play Apex Compete, as well as our Twitch channel. Hand us over that follow. It's free and it's delightful at Play Apex. And hey, something else that is free, and I just love saying the word free, so I'm going to continue doing it for those Pathfinder fans. Guess what? It's free skin time because we get an exclusive Pathfinder skin Swimmin' Buddy skin. Lots of skins with a Twitch Prime from July 16th, so it's already happened, to August 24th. So you've got a little bit more time. Plus, we've also made you a mixtape gun charm. Now that's available through August 27th. To claim your loot, go to twitch.amazon.com/Apex Legends. You're going to enjoy yourself if you do. And, you know, stay safe in the water there. That's what Pathfinder would want you to know. And that's what that skin is really trying to convey.
Yeah, robots can't swim, but apparently they can now. So
the more you
love
know.
to see it.
You do love to see it.
don't go swimming off the side of the map in Kings Canyon. Otherwise, you're done for. And don't sit in the lava if you're playing on World's Edge.
Pro tips from Tom, everybody. Pro tips from Tom. Somebody put that into a tweet and then we'll let you have 1,000 Apex coins. At any rate, we've actually got 2 of casting's finest. This time it is actually Fallout and Matchroom. But first, let's take a look at this right here.
Lenovo Legion offers gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
Battle with a machine that's as savage as you are. Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Don't jump in the lava, Tom says. Man, T-Squared really has the tips that'll have you fragging like a pro, as clearly our analyst is holding it down. Big shout out to Tom T-Squared Taylor, the legend for 12-plus years, coming from Halo, and now, of course, competitive Apex player turned analyst. We're lucky to have him on the broadcast. Followed out here, joined alongside Matchroom as we are getting ready for game number 5. Matt, absolutely insane games 1 through 4. We thought that 303 was starting to run away with it, and now really it's anyone's game for a top 2 here. It all comes down to who's going to perform in these last 2 games.
Why is it every single time we're about to start casting, we move into a tied situation for the second place position? 303 has the 5-point lead, but the squad and OBV now tied it up. And Resident Sleepers and Did We Make It, who have now become like teams I want to follow with all of my heart, right on the cusp, but they have such a Herculean task. They have to have 2 big games in order to contest the top.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's going to be a crazy finish. And the squad coming out of nowhere, which, by the way, I was wondering who the hell Macaroni Tony is, and courtesy of hanging out in the chat with every single one of y'all, found out Macaroni Tony 15 is actually Bronzy, former member of Golden Guardians. We all know what Bronzy's capable of. So that explains why the squad really came out of nowhere. We weren't talking about them, watching them, highlighting them a whole lot. They had a massive game number 4 right there, as now going into game number 5, they are in the top 2. So again, this is really anyone's game. Speaking of, obscure and gamer tags, Huge Gorilla 47 is going to pick up a nice pick over in Fragment. Meanwhile, Luciana and the Watson fan club, a team that was really sorry, I started jumping in the commentary here. I got excited. A team that was really had a great game number 3 is in a rough spot here over towards Lava City, as they're getting tagged up quite a bit.
Expensive Agents already with 1 down. Gonna have to be a little bit careful off of this one, but you can see we're starting to get a little bit of distance away from the other team. I like the counter flank around this. Just do the full ring around the Rosie, see if you could get there, but just gonna arrive just in time to watch his teammate go down. But then there's the pincer play to go ahead and polish it out. Just a moment too late to save their teammate, though, but should be an easy res, as there's just gonna be a beacon pretty close to a point where they can just go ahead and bring him back.
Exactly right. So in the end, the expensive agents will get the win over towards Lava City. That's a pretty big pick, obviously, on a team in the Watson fan club, which won game number 3, was sitting pretty nice in the overall standings. And expensive agents, of course, needed to have a really big game here as well, as they're currently sitting in 6th place with 29 points. So nice pick right there. 29 points coming in. That's going to be another 3. That's going to put them at 32 points. Right above Did We Make It? That slots them into the 5th place spot. Of course, for those that are just watching or just tuning in, this is the last chance qualifier. So you won't see the likes of TSM, Rogue, Sentinels, and all these top teams that you're used to seeing because they already qualified. They made it into the playoffs for a chance to compete for their fair share of $500,000. Yes, I said that correctly. For an online tournament next month in September. That'll be the summer circuit, Super Regionals playoffs. However, we have 2 more slots available for the top 2 teams in this tournament. It's going to come down to this. These last 2 games make all the difference as we're watching the squad, a team with Bronzy, a.k.a. Macaroni Tony 15, former Golden Guardians member, which I said earlier, currently trying to secure their ticket and punch their way to a playoff final.
Couple of shots not coming out for him. You can see that the circle did pop back over towards the west. Looks like we're going to be making a venture over towards Mirage Voyage ourselves. So that's going to be a pretty contested point, as a lot of these teams are going to be opting into either high or low ground placements, as that is a very vertical section of the map to have to contend with. So rotation's now starting to come back through. You can see Resident Sleeper still on the hunt, trying to make it up into those top 2 spots, because that's what it all comes down to, everybody. We've been talking about everybody having these big plays, and yes, I love the Caustic play still. I've been dying about that one for like the whole last round. I just kept having flashbacks to it. But it's all about who manages to make it into those top 2 spots, and it is so contested right now. So with a couple of these teams, they know that they need to stack up. So don't be surprised if we see really early rotations and hardcore aggression coming out from a couple of these teams that know they need just a couple of points to just step up and get that second spot. And if 303 goes down early, expect everybody to just start blowing it out, because that's the opportunity everyone is looking for. If 303 goes down, that means that everybody's now going to have a secondary chance to maybe try to creep up into those top 2 spots.
That's exactly right. Unlike last game, our European qualifiers, where we saw the Cite de France really run away with it at about this point. Actually, it was game 4, game 5, when they had a 35-point lead. Everyone knew that they were going to be in the first place spot. It was a race for second. This one, it's a wide open door, as 303 is now only 5 points ahead of the number 2 team to squad at 42. Of course, 303 sitting at 47. That is nothing. Any team could have a pop-off game right here and sneak into that top 2, top 3 that is sitting within the top 8 or top 10. However, of all the things that you said, Matchroom, you said a lot of brilliant things. The one thing that stood out the most was Mirage Voyage. Can we say goodbye for now to Mirage Voyage in about a few hours? About 3.5 hours, 2.5 hours, Mirage Voyage will be taking ship. And, rumor has it might be returning in the future. We got a little hint, nudge, nudge in the patch notes. But Mirage Voyage and a few other map changes coming to World's Edge. If you are a fan of playing Apex, get excited for the update that's going to be hitting at 10 o'clock Pacific time tonight. Rampart, of course, will enter the arena. I'm excited.
Well, the party will continue in my heart for forever. Always seeing the giant dancing and all of the lights coming out from it. But yep, you can see the squad already trying to get a little bit more information, seeing if they want to rotate around that point. You can see a lot of other teams trying to see if they can spot out what's going on, and it's going to be TSS already holding down position. Looks like they haven't spotted out the repositions coming out just quite yet. So off in the distance, they now spotted out and looking back over, seeing if anybody's going to be approaching very closely to them. Taking a couple of pot shots, but there is going to be cover popping off. Throwables now coming out, buying a little bit more space.
Yeah, meanwhile, looks like the fireworks are coming off over at Mirage Voyage, as we did see helping into squad in the near distance. We also saw another team nearby in addition to TSS. So quite the farewell tour for Mirage Voyage here, as we might get a little bit of an endgame ending towards this area. We're going to get some Mirage Voyage action. Listen, we ask it, we bring it to existence, and we get to say goodbye for now to Mirage Voyage, as it looks like one team's going to pick up a kill. It's going to be Rakanishu over Mask FF.
303 already inside of a fight, and having a good angle to work with is something nobody in this lobby wants to see right now. These guys have been rocking and fighting every single second of every round so far. It's almost like it's become their lifeblood to just constantly be pressing W, moving forward, trying to find another way to approach a team. And you can see setting up multiple vantage points, trying to see if they can find out the angle. Good opening line coming out from Oi Senpai, trying to get a little bit more work put in as the other 2 teammates starting to aggress on the other side.
That's exactly right. I'm not sure if I agree with that ultimate coming through from Gibraltar. They did toss it a little bit prematurely, as Servant Camp does, of course, have a lot of buildings that you can just completely dodge and avoid the danger of the defensive bombardment ult from Gibraltar. It's also called defensive bombardment, not offensive bombardment for a reason, but of course it can be used for offensive purposes. Bangalore's ult, however, a little bit different. We had some good conversation in chat about Bangalore and her viability in competitive play. She's getting a little bit of a buff here. 90 seconds reduction in her ultimate cooldown, so we'll see if that does enough for Bangalore. But always great to hear your perspective from chat of, comp, meta. Shout out to Birdie and chat holding it down. And make sure to tweet at us, at Fallout with 2 T's and at Matchroom is where we'd love to get your perspective. Tweet using hashtag ALGS as we have a lot of changes coming. Meanwhile, jumping back to it looks like 303 still in this fight. Resident Sleepers nearby, another team that's within the top 4. We got a couple heavy hitter teams here. It looks like Resident Sleepers is going to try and rotate.
Okay, the firefight going off, trying to avoid the shots, doing a little bit of dodging. Looks like they are going to be able to make it back into position, and Resident Sleepers now running Caustic as well, getting a little bit of control over that area. 303 still trying to get a little bit more of a vantage point and figure out what's going on in the positioning around them. Look like they're not too content with this point. No surprise off of it. They had some nice angles to play from, but instead making that reposition, trying to play back around Epicenter, which we know has a lot of good pathing options. Once you get up into that high ground point, you can really kind of reposition back down to the south very, very efficiently. So the way that they're moving through, it should be noted that with the way the circle's going, the longer that they stay out on the edge just means that anybody that's coming into this circle late knows that they're going to have to be contending with 303. See Resident Sleepers still holding down a point just off to the side from this, looking like they're trying to get a little bit more reposition as well. Glancing back over towards the north, but they've got a lot of control back over for this to work with. 303 going to have to make the long trek back over towards it. As you can see, Mirage Voyage still going to be popular. Looks like we're going to be sending it out with style as everybody's going to be looking back that direction. A lot of teams already focused back over there, but you can see a little bit of damage come back over to Zero Tricky, trying to go for the res on this. Should be kind of safe, but where are Resident Sleepers going?
Yeah, interesting rotation through train tracks here as they're trying to make their way over. Currently playing Edge with the Caustic, with the Gibraltar. That's okay. You do have the Gibraltar's Dome Shield for some artificial cover on late rotation. So typically you'll see Gibraltar teams, for anyone that's maybe newer to competitive Apex, you'll see Gibraltar teams play edge of the ring, whereas you'll see Pathfinder teams play center ring because they have the early beacon intel. That, of course, is all going to change tonight as beacon changes are coming. Crypto and Bloodhound will be able to scan beacons now and get that intel as recon characters are now being kind of buffed and more useful rather than just Pathfinder. Meanwhile, speaking of Pathfinder, jumping on board with Stomps. Stomps getting some good long-range shots in, but going to get tagged up by a Thermite, needs to try and survive. Stay alive for now.
Ziploc back, Zoo managed to get the res off as well, but the aggression comes out. Instant drop back over towards Gobble. Defensive line trying to hold up. A little bit more damage off, but you see full aggression now coming back over towards them. They do manage to hold this together, get the flushes back out, pick up a couple of points as well. But I should be able to get off the res for Gobble, so scary, but not at much cost.
And listen, I'm not one to throw shade, but that was just for pride purposes, a must-win fight for Ziploc Bags, who, by the way, had 0 points coming into this game, number 5. Got 20th place, 16th place, and 19th place with 0 kills. Finally, they're going to get some points on the board with 2 kills over WPA. Shout out to my boy Caution. Meanwhile, coming on board back with Stomps. He's like, hey, we're not done yet. We're going to catch some momentum. We're going to catch some fire. And they're going to find that last member of WPA. It is Protectful, as Caution and Protectful both go out. Unfortunate for them, but there you go. Ziploc Bag showing some life.
Meanwhile, over towards the north, where the new safe zone is going to be, you can see Zero Tricky still doing a little bit of surveillance, running around, checking out the loot crates that they've just managed to pick up. Now just trying to keep a little bit of an eye on rotations. It's a pretty safe point. Most people are going to path directly down from the north based around the rock cropping, so should buy a little bit more space to work with, maybe spot out something. Ziploc Bags already inside the safe zone, but still under constant aggression as it comes through right now. And can throw out a couple of these throwables to buy a little bit more space, but notice the reposition. A firm defensive stance coming out from them due to the fact that they're kind of separated out.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Currently sitting over and trying to survive if they can, but they're going to get tagged up quite a bit here. It's Gobble. Gobble going to heal back up with the shield bat. Looks like all 3 of them still alive. Stomps coming up the flank, but missed every single G7 scout shot. I think it was a G7 scout close range. The Bloodhound's going to go with the wide right flank. Get some great shots in. Shout out to whoever that Bloodhound was. It was Aves, I believe, of Empty Clips. Nice job from them. Jumping on board now with OBV, Anmu, Blitzen, and Bane. Shout out to Blitzen, who was in the chat earlier as well, as they're currently sitting in 3rd place, tied for 2nd, but technically behind from the squad who has a championship under their name with 42 points.
Free Smoke presently sitting in 11th place right now. Knows the fact that they need to stack up some points onto it. Already having Rambo down, and by God, I love the way that he spells that one out. Know the fact that they also have some neighbors that are wanting to get a little bit feisty, making a lot of noise, won't just turn down their music, so they have to be a little careful on how they make this approach. 303 starting to get more and more control back over towards the south. We've got a lot of good places that they can play off of. You can see Pink's coming out as they're starting to get more awareness on rotation points that are happening next to them. Next circle is going to be popping in about 8 seconds. So don't be surprised if we see a lot of these teams go hyper-aggressive in just a moment.
Yeah, it looks like 303 goes from one hot spring geysers-esque biome to another on the map by sorting factory there as they make the rotation through. Meanwhile, Rambo is taken out. Klain and Odd Freestyle of Free Smoke, one of our teams that played in the last online tournament. That was Summer Circuit 4. They're playing again here. So we thought and had them as a team to watch coming into this one, but not the best showing so far, but still certainly in this. They need 2 pop-off games. Look at those wingman shots connecting for pure flesh right there. Is going to be Blitz's beautiful shot with the wingman and not done just yet. Odd Freestyle going to clean up right after. Brilliant plays coming through from that squad.
OBV still clinging to life right now. They have one of their members down, trying to figure out what's all happening in nearby locations. They got a good line of sight back over there to play with, trying to see if maybe they can get a little bit more of a defensive line set up. Don't Ask Agendas on the opposite end, trying to rotate back over towards the northwest from their position right now. And the fact that they have a lot of teams that they're going to have to contest to along the way, and got to be careful every single time they take a step back. They've got that wall that is just about to rip them apart, so got to play this one a little bit more cautiously. Sung, you can see picking up a kill off in the distance here, but a lot of these teams playing back down to the south are really starting to stall each other out, and that's going to be problematic, as if anybody that's already inside the safe zone decides to, they can really set up an easy gatekeeping position.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And it looks like our dreams might come true here as we have a near Mirage Voyage finish. Back on board with Empty Clips. Rolder's currently down. Healing up right now is Aves and Swervesy with the gold shield. So they're sitting pretty well overall from a resources perspective. They have an Evo shield, a gold shield, neither a purple or gold shield for Rolders as he'll get back up in this one. Meanwhile, our Caustic hero, the Caustic we should all praise for the play that was made, our last cast with the triple kill picked up on 303. By the way, that grief on 303 is probably what kept other teams in this game, because 303 was in a good position to win that game. I'm Sung is really the unsung hero for this lobby. Mr. Caustic. My Caustic.
It's never going to go away. You know that that's going to be one of the clips people reference for forever, and 303 is going to hate for forever. But big plays coming out from the Caustic side of this, and you can see now firmly setting up a defensive line again. And at this point, if you see him starting to take shots and you know that he's playing Caustic, just don't go near his house. Just leave it alone, because the way he can set up those defensive lines is just a catastrophe waiting to happen. Anime Girls, still coming in from the north. Going to have to make their way down, but they still have some time to work with. We have 2 different sectors that are still trying to enclose in. We've got the area that we're looking at right now, which Anime Girls is trying to make their contention points work with. But it's a lot of different angles. As you can see, Empty Clips does have a line of sight back over towards this. Then back down towards the south. We still have those teams that are trying to find some type of approach to work with. Enemy Clips do have a good point that they can play from, and you can see that they can just look down and harass anybody that's coming into the circle very late.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I'm not sure whose defensive bombardment that was. If it was his teammates, Rolders, I think that's a good one. If not sure what the decision was right there. Actually, no, Rolders is nearby him. So I'm not sure what the decision was for that defensive bombardment ultimately through Gibraltar, because Swervesy is well positioned to dodge it inside cover. Meanwhile, Swervesy's actually going to take some heat. But as a Wraith, you do have kind of that getaway free card. Or get out of jail free card, sorry, for Wraith. He's able to back out and reset. Swervesy's now healing up. 1 shield cell does, of course, 2 ticks of shield, and he'll be able to get back to full health very quickly. Empty Clips in a very good position in this game, given their current resources. 2 Evo shield and a gold shield for them. They could potentially win this one matchup.
They can just fight here for days. The circle has left them, but they know that there's a ton of kill points just waiting to be collected. They're just harassing every single team that's around them and forcing a lot of very awkward repositions. Anime Girls, being one of those. Remember, we saw them trying to approach over here, and they just can't find any angle to approach from. And instead, now going to have to start taking much wider, much sweeping approaches into the circle. Rotating all the way back down around the south has looked like going to be their plan. But we've already seen that there's a couple of teams that won a couple of fights and now already waiting and could gatekeep out. So it's all going to be about how sneaky that they can make their approach into this.
Exactly right. Anime Girls which, by the way, I still can't say their team name without not taking myself seriously. With 5 points right now, 17th place. However, Empty Clips, who we were just watching, 23 points. Jordan, by the way, in 10th place. With a pop-off game here, they can put themselves in a position to compete for top 2. So we're going to keep a close eye on them. Meanwhile, the champions in 303 are currently in a good spot. We're going to jump on board with the squad for now. Macaroni Tony, a.k.a. Bronzy, is out. So it's going to be the squad left with Stay Naughty and Helping as their last 2. We know what Helping's history, of course, going all the way back to the Krakow preseason invitational, and how we know how capable Helping is as a player. I'm excited to see what they can do.
Empty Clip still just harassing off of this point and just using every single piece of terrain to their advantage right now. That's going to be an easy toss back down, force him out away from the wall. This is connecting spray to just polish it off. Meanwhile, pushing back over towards Caustic, you can see showing a touch of hesitation to work this around. It's going to be OBV still just trying to rack up more and more points. They want to secure that second place position, and they're having to fight their way through it. One of their members already down, but the defensive line is starting to hold, trying to make sure to keep their teammates up. And you can see it is a hazardous peak battle going back and forth as there's near on no vision. Another member now down. This could be terrible for OBV. They need to pick this one up. Good shots are going to come out to buy more space, but desperately trying to get away from all the caustic gas that's going to be stacked up. Blitzen just barely manages to get away.
Thank goodness for Caustic, keeping Blitzen alive, but now he needs to make a decision. Does he go back and re-engage this fight because he has one knocked, or does he decide to run, play for his life here? It looks like he wants the former. He wants smoke. Call him free smoke as based on one of the teams here. He's going to get some good shots, but it's not going to be enough. I'm not sure if there was a gold knockdown shield that was able to get that individual back, or a gold backpack that was able to get that individual back to some health and some shield, as he seemed to get revived and healed pretty quickly right there. So unfortunately for OBV, they get taken out. Back on board with the squad now. Our winners from last game, who put themselves in the top 2 finish, they're currently in second place with 42 points. As the squad, alongside 303, the winners of this lobby, is in a good position and trying to close this one out. They are close to circle as well. You got to think this is looking great for 303.
Well, remember, OBV was tied up with the squad moving into this, and the squad has been just so active up towards the north. OBV probably felt that they had to make some type of play to secure more kills because they knew that they were in a problematic situation. The squad has just been running amok back over here towards the north. 303 has just been running amok back over towards the south, and somehow OBV just managed to get into a good position, finally getting contested, and the fight didn't go their way. So now everything relies back over towards OBV in this last round, while the squad in 303 still going to continue on the hunt for more kill points and more placement points stacking up the later this goes.
And can we get a farewell Mirage Voyage in the chat, please? Because we got the Mirage Voyage finished. And by the way, Matt Pickett is up there, who we know likes to play Mirage, so you love to see it. Meanwhile, we're on board with the squad. I'm like rhyming left and right here without even trying, as we're going to go ahead and jump into a listen-in with the squad. Would love to hear how they play this rotation.
I'm actually lagging so bad.
Yeah, the lag is really bad. That's fine.
Okay, we're good.
You have a battery? How many bats do you have?
None. I literally have 4 cells.
No bats? I have 2
I'm ready,
cells.
making the run. Oh.
You're good.
There you go. Yeah, fence that too.
I'm gonna count.
Make sure you have an ult. They're dying high ground. I had to pressure them.
I have my ult.
One's cracked high ground. I think this is 3-3.
Yeah, you're good.
They're dying high.
If you want me to take the thing, let me know.
No. Careful, there's a team under, Naughty.
I know, I'm looking. On the house! Right here on my ping!
Yeah. They're trying to force me out, bro. What the fuck are you guys doing, man?
You can't get to me? Get to me, just hold it. Come here.
Right here.
Hostile right here.
On that mark.
Wraith 1! Dead!
Are they pushing?
Kill Wraith! Oh my god, we need the hat. That's 3 or 3.
Are they on that on bubble?
In the bubble. In the bubble, help.
Bubble. We can't.
They jumped on them. They deported on them.
That's good.
Look under.
You need to look over this.
They have a gen. Do they have a gen?
Chill.
No gen, right?
No gen, I don't think. No.
I have 1 arc star. I'm saving it.
Give me it. I can throw it on them.
Okay, take it.
Alright, that's not good.
No Phoenix. 1 syringe. That's all I got.
Drop a Phoenix. I'm gonna die. You have an ult?
Nope. It's only ult.
I pop him in med. Literally just stay alive and we get top 3. Okay?
Yep. Yeah.
Yep, because there's 2 teams
Give me bolt for shotgun. Alright, no, you give it. You take it. You fucking take it. You got the fucking aim assist. You take it.
Alright.
Take it. I'm playing my life.
You just need you have a port?
Yeah. You're good.
Do you have a port or no? We play right down the head. Look at me.
They're gonna need us.
Yeah, it's just absolutely nothing we could do. Literally not a thing. Not a thing.
unfortunate situation right there as the squad. Only 2 members are left of their team. They're going to get focused. Sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. You know, today me, tomorrow you, as they're the team that gets focused by 2 or 3 teams right there and get taken out. But it all comes down to this last and final fight. I'm Sung, Caustic of the Century, going to get taken out early here, so they're going to be without their fearless Caustic in this fight. 303 still alive. You heard this squad kind of say it, Matchroom. 303 is in this. We got to perform.
Yeah, right now we have on different positions. Did we make it holding up 1 point? Do you like that, mate? 303 Esports holding down a different angle, but it's all going to be about the high ground versus the low ground. Do you like that, mate? Getting into big plays, taking down everybody that makes the approach, but there are so many people down in this low ground position. Do you like that, mate? Because I sure as hell do. They're going to walk away with the win.
Massive victory and a must-win game for You Like That, Mate. They're playing for their lives right now, as this is our last chance qualifier, top 2 or bust. Top 10 doesn't mean anything like it did in our other summer circuit tournaments. You got to place top 2 for a chance to make it to the playoffs. You Like That, Mate currently in 15th place with 15 points, while they secured a guaranteed 12 plus a few kills that we know they certainly picked up as well. 303 right behind them, though, in 2nd place. That's just going to widen that gap even further, Matchup.
Yeah, that is going to be absolutely huge, but this is going to round it out for Fallout and myself for the evening. We still got 1 more game to go, but we're going to throw it back over towards the analyst desk. Kate, T-Squared, you guys take it away.
Thank you, Fallout and Matchroom, and thank you so much for your stellar casting today. It's been a pleasure for sure. Well, I'll tell you what, Tom, I liked it, mate. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you have Matt picking over at Mirage. What else could go in your favor, right? And it was just so perfectly executed. But it was 303 over towards that final circle again. So as the guys were saying and perfectly casted, that they're going to be in this running. They were number 1 already. They've been having a phenomenal day. They continue to add to that point lead. So we're going to see where the overall standings lie and who's going to really have a chance for these top 2 spots. I wouldn't doubt if 303 starts to run away just a little bit, but I want to know is, how do you like that, mate? Are they going to be able to push their way over into the top 5, or what's going to go on right here? Because you did have the squad, and that was a great listening with them, kind of just milking whatever they can do. Sometimes there is nothing you can do when you don't have an ult excel on Watson, when you're down a player, you're low on resources. So great job by them just talking through that and realizing, yes, there was nothing we can do. There's no reason to get frustrated. We're still in this. Let's stay focused for the next game.
And I like, obviously, listening to the squad, which I'm going to call calm and courteous comms, because it really was an incredible comm to listen in on. But I think another theme certainly for this game and throughout the NA tournament here has been take out that point leader and everything else falls apart. Like we saw it in the fantastic Caustic run a couple of games ago. We see it now when we're looking to try to find who can take down 303, who can take down OBV. They were taken down in round 5, Tom.
Yeah, and that's what you see on the kill feed and people just calling that out and talking about it because it's so important to tally all of these things. You have to know who's on which team when they get knocked, etc., because you have to know when to take advantage of that. So these guys are so skilled and they play against each other so much, Kate, that they even know which skins each other play. And you see sometimes players switching up the skins so they, may not know a certain team maybe on their tail. So it's always interesting to me what the strategies are, but one of them is definitely paying attention to what's going on in that kill feed and make sure you could do whatever it is to take out those teams that are in front of you so you could take their spot.
Man, you nailed it, especially in that squad comms. They knew exactly where 303 was. They knew exactly when those nades were coming, the whole 9. So let's take a look at the much anticipated Game 5 results. Oh my gosh. You like that, mate? And yes, we do. That is wow. You know what? Fallout called it a must-win game, and he was not kidding. And boy, did they come out swinging.
It's a huge game. It's a 26-point game overall. We were talking about this before the game started. As long as you had 10 to 20 points, you were still feeling fine in this because you have 2 games to make it up. That means 2 wins or 2 games with high kills and at least a top 3 placement that could just put you in this running for the final game. And that's all you want to do, Kate, is be in the running. Give yourself a chance here in this final game.
100%. Well, let's take a look at what the overall standings looks like, because that's what it all comes down to going into our Game 6 here. And 303 still holding strong with 64 points. The squad, OBV, they are jostling back and forth. God, I love this competition. They're tied 47-47. 2-3. My goodness. Tom, is this, I mean, holy cow.
Well, it's looking really good for 303. I think they're going to be able to secure themselves a spot because I highly doubt two teams are going to drop over 20 points to get to where they're going to be. They'd also have to drop a goose egg if that's going to be the case. But if you look at the top 10 and you do the math, anybody could come up and gain, 16 points, right? You get 12 points for a win as long as you're dropping around 20 points here. So you have to get first place with around 8 kills, which is extremely realistic. Anybody could take over this number 2 spot. So if you're the squad, OBV, did we make it? You like that mate? Expensive agents, you're not getting comfortable. You have to bring your A game. And a lot of teams gave themselves the chance, and that's all you could ask for.
I love that Matrim said, as soon as we get back on the casting desk, now we're still vying for number 2. And I can agree with that as well. But let's take a look at how we got, how you like it, mate, found their way into our final circle and with the W. Tom, bring me through this replay.
Yeah, so you have Matt Pickett on Mirage with a Prowler. That already gives you everything that you need to know. But they're watching the fight take place below them, as you do have a great combination here. You have the Scout for long range, you have the Prowler for close range. You're on that controller. Look at these shots from Pickett, just absolutely demolishing Senpai from there and getting the finish. Once you see that it's 2 teams, you have damage, drop down, no ADS until the very end right here. More hip fire cracking the shields. And all players extremely healthy. Nobody gets dropped right there. Perfect execution by you like that, mate. And it's not easy to hold Mirage that entire time with other teams coming up there. But the fact that they were able to hold it, Kate, while getting a handful of kills is the key thing here. Getting 12 kills, I believe, overall, or at least around that, is going to be phenomenal for these guys going forward. We saw what it did for their points, and now they're able to make a run in this last game and possibly get top 2.
Oh man, the action is definitely heating up and has been heating up this entire tournament. And that last replay was like watching fish being shot in a barrel, just burn them. I will say that this is one of those moments when you're looking down the barrel of Game 6. It is literally the last chance qualifiers. It's literally the last chance in some cases because of Season 6 coming out in mere hours. That people will be able to play on the maps, as it were, on these particular maps without the new patch coming through. Some of these weaponry, some of this other kind of elements that are going to be changed up here and taken into account a little bit later tonight.
Yeah, it's bittersweet because Season 5 brought us so many great memories, and I thought it was a great balance, but now we're going to have a new meta moving forward here once Season comes out in a couple of hours after this LCQ. So enjoy it, guys. Enjoy the last competitive match of Season 5 going into Season 6 here in the ALGS.
Exactly. So actually, given that, let's take and revisit our our America's playoff teams here. And because this is something that, of course, we want to make sure everybody sees and knows, today's is a last chance qualifier. So all of these teams you're seeing here, 1 through 18, have qualified, being the top 3 teams in one of our super regionals, or they have found themselves in this playoff team bracket with some ALGS points. And, you know, I mean, we're looking all around this. These are the best of the best, Tom.
Yeah, so many amazing teams. We have CLG in there, who's one of the only repeat champions right next to TSM in terms of winning ALGS tournaments. But you have Complexity playing at a high level, Rogue playing at a high level. We know what Yeet Squad can do. We know what Amos's can do, Liquid when they're playing their best. And then you have all of these, like you said, wildcard teams that aren't necessarily wildcards because they're here in the playoffs. They're a top 20 team, but a team like NRG, Sentinels, Flying Drone, Solifide, these teams haven't really played up to their full potential consistently. I'm waiting for one of these teams to put it together so they could be in that running with the other teams that have won tournaments, let alone multiple tournaments. I think that they're that skilled. They just have to work through the kinks and play together as a team.
I got to imagine coming out on top on this last chance qualifier when you're literally, you know, you're dealing with a lot of unknown quantities. You mentioned we've got player roster shuffles. We've got different play styles. We've got players that have sometimes played together and sometimes they haven't. We've got teams that have been together this entire season and some that are brand new to this tournament. I mean, the reality is if you come out of this LCQ on top, that's got to be a confidence booster going into what is the hardest Apex Legends lobby of the year.
And not only that, you have a month to prepare, which is extremely exciting. So these guys are going to get in a scrim lobby together. They're going to constantly play probably 5-6 days a week and just get a feel for how it's going to go. And then you're going to see strategies developed around that based on the practice and scrimmages that they get against each other. So there's a lot of layers to what's going to happen and unfold over the next few weeks. It starts here, by finding out which two teams are going to advance, and then it immediately flips on its head with the update.
Absolutely. Well, I got to say, if there's so much drama, there's so much action, and what better place to follow all of it than on all of our socials? Another plug for me. This would be @PlayApex on our Twitter feed. Go ahead and use a hashtag ALGS if you see yourself on our screens. Well, guess what? We're giving you 1,000 Apex coins. You can also send us a nice little sub over on YouTube. It's free. That's Play Apex Compete. And we're also on twitch.tv/PlayApex. We're definitely going to want to see you there. We'd love to see you in our Twitter feed. Certainly is going to be one of those things that our community members are so great. They're so fantastic. And quite frankly, have been following us across the world, following the sun. So we're super excited to have you as part of our viewing audience, watching right along with us. Hey, here's something else that we want to make sure you know about, and that is if you're a Lenovo fan, and why wouldn't you be? Well, we've got a special discount for you, and I should say our partner, Lenovo, does. Use the code Apex Legion to get 10% off select Lenovo Legion gaming products. That's Apex Legion, not Apex Legend. Common mistake. You're right. Head over to gaming.lenovo.com/Apex Legion for all of those details. A huge thank you to our partner Lenovo for hooking us up with that. And with that, Tom, is there anything last you want to say before we go into our final game of the LCQ?
Good luck to all teams and enjoy the last ALGS game of Season 5.
Indeed, enjoy it. And to enjoy it thoroughly, we're going to go ahead and toss it over to Bravo and Girl. But first, check this out.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Welcome back for the final game here of our NA LCQ. It's going to be a fantastic one, and as you saw, the story has been set up. We have quite a run here. T-Square said it, Girl. You and I were talking about it at the end of the last game, and we were kind of saying if the points relatively stick, anyone around that top 10 is not going to be that far away. And then sure enough, not only did the points stick, but T-Square did so well to highlight it that it's less than a 20-point run between 10th and 2nd, which is absolutely crazy. You could argue it's a race for second place, but you cannot deny that anyone in the top 10 can make it through here, and all it's going to take is one final game.
Yeah, this is definitely a big game for a lot of these teams. They've all been able to make the points that they need to feel like they can make top 2 in this game. We've seen a lot of drop mix-ups over the past 3 games. Some people deciding to choose to land in other spots. So we can tell like people are taking this very seriously. They want to do well. They want to be able to make top 2. Let's see if anyone has landed on another team so far in this game.
And absolutely, I think a few of the teams might have heard you on broadcast. You should look into coaching in the future because 2 teams are now landing Lava City when they were not originally, and we'll see if Lion and Crew are going to come out of this battle. It's of course going to be a big moment for them without a doubt, but they're going to have a little bit of a road ahead of them. We got a tiny look there, and we're also getting a look at some of the early poking in between that Lava City battle, and you can be sure that it's pretty likely that only one team will exit. But one thing I got to talk about before this battle develops is if you watched the semifinals here, our second semifinal actually had 303 winning with 63 points and OBV in second with 46 points. It's the same exact point difference as the semifinal. It's crazy to think. It's 64 and 47 between those 2 squads. So it is a repeat. Those 2 teams are fighting it out, but OBV, of course, has many teams at their heels. Of course, the squad, Did We Make It? You like that, made Expensive Agents all in the running, and even all the way down, as we said, to the top 10. Any of those teams could sneak into those final spots in our September playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. OBV, one of those top 10 teams, actually top 3 in particular. They're landing train. They got triple white armor, so they're not that good on the armors. But here we are with Free Smoke getting a kill, but they've lost a member, Odd Freestyle, their Pathfinder. They're going to get that quick res on him.
That's Resident Sleepers that actually goes out, and we've not lost them, not just them, but another squad as well. Resident Sleepers, keep in mind, they were in that 8th spot with 34, absolutely in the running to close out, but they will exit early as well. We'll have to get word from the OBS exactly on who that second team was as well. And of course, the squad, your second place team, tied with OBV. For second, they need to be careful here because already taken some big damage as well. And this is high stakes Apex. You could say the most punishing rounds we've ever had in ALGS play, just because of the fact that only 2 of these 20 teams will move on due to this LCQ format. So mental fortitude here on your screen, going to reset for just a moment. And as we said, already 2 squads down pretty early on due to those early aggressions.
Yeah, unfortunately for Stay Naughty, he had to face the consequences of not being able to move while looting. He got laser beamed so fast, and he was taken out. But here we're back with Expensive Agents, one of our top 10 teams, by the way. And now we're with Didn't Ask Agenda.
And once again, that Lava City battle here is going to continue. And we're going to follow this very closely here because now it's a lot of damage coming in. Didn't Ask Agenda going to need to be careful. Piece of the Hunt does go down here for the Bloodhound, and just going to retreat, probably drop down if you can. Wraith is also forced to queue, and the Gibby comes along with, so all 3 of them will be running out. Expensive Agents, though, is in pursuit. You can see, thanks to those outlines, exactly what's happening, and this looks very dangerous. And now Shiny PC going to poke and engage for just a bit. Huge Gorilla poke around the corner on the Gibby. Look at the poke shots. If he wins this, would be an incredible comfort bomb. And oh my god, on both sides, damage coming in. I believe we see a series of trades, and in the end, though, it's going to be Didn't Ask Agenda. Picks up those kills. They're looking for one more here, as we still see extra kills in the feed as well that are not engaged here, and it's all going to be up to the Wraith. Let's go ahead and see what Sama can do here, just like that. And we are losing even more squads. 15 squads left in the feed. Anmu going down, and we're going to have to keep an eye on that story as well, as that was going to be OBV, and if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be OBV out as our 5th squad out of the game. And this is absolute carnage. We're following that Lava City battle. Now we're all the way up here to Skyhook. We just lost 7 squads, girl.
Yeah, this is the last game. Everybody wants to get their kill points. Everybody wants to try and get that shot at victory. And unfortunately for a few teams there, they were out early. One of the Lava City teams was able to end up hiding away, ratting, and allowing those 2 teams to fight. And I believe it was the Watson fan club that was able to get that clean 3rd party. And here we are with Ziploc bags. This is in Skyhook.
I mean, this is, if you're following along here, of course, once again, whether you're on Battlefy or Wikipedia, keeping an eye on exactly that table, or maybe you took a screenshot of the scoreboard, as we often do, just to keep track of exactly what the stories are going into these games. I mean, the fact that we just lost OBV that early, once again, a team tied for second, that will be likely their LCQ dreams crushed early on in the game. We didn't get to see it, but of course, T-Squared's so good about working with the replay team to get exactly how those battles went. Maybe we can see after the game, just to see what happened to OBV, because there were so many simultaneous battles as we went from 18 to 13. It was pretty wild, and more early game aggression and battles than we've seen, to be honest, in ALGS play, you could even say ever, as we see now the Beacon here on that Skyhook pull, and teams still making their way. Like you said, the Lava City victors will make the very long road, the longest road, all the way up. But the fact that we've already lost OBV is wild. Now let's see what MP Clips can do here. This is your number 10 team.
Yep, he almost missed all of his wingman shots on Avis. He lost both of his teammates, and he does go down to North Yo-Yo on the wingman.
Absolutely crazy. TSS is going to win that one. Just like that, we're at 11 squads left. This is the speed of a ranked game. It might be even faster, depending on what rank you're playing at. Let me tell you, this has been a real fast one, and in the end, it's going to be Ken, who drops down immediately, melted, though, from height. And right away, Skyhook is not at all the place that is safe, and their path is going to get thirsted. Watson will go down as well. It's going to be all up to Blur Flavors. The Wraith trying to see if they can nope out of this, and loses all shields, now 50 HP, has to retreat as well. This has been non-stop action off break. That will be it. And in the end, finally, we take a look here. They're tricky for the first time in this game, just to see exactly where they are in that table. Number 7 with 35, and based off of what we've seen so far, it is not crazy to think that they could be one of your teams that makes it happen. We have not even had a moment to breathe here in this game, number 6.
Yeah, they're tricky. In semifinals, they were able to pull a 25-kill game in first place. So if they're able to do that again today, there's no doubt that they'll be able to take our second place here for the Last Chance Qualifiers.
And look at Did We Make It on all purple as they're going to try to make that push. And you also just saw that they had the squad not too far off of Rain Tunnel either. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on that. Here we go now, finally 11 squads left. And we'll have to see exactly what Did We Make It does out of this opportunity here from Rain Tunnel. Of course, they've got a little bit of time. Their biggest priority is just watching their own back. It's a little bit less likely that someone comes in from the west from that Skyhook side. They more likely know that there's teams going to be coming in actually from right here around Survey and around up through Rain Tunnel. So the squad looks like they're going to go back into Survey, see if they can find any extra loot that was lying around, but maybe even also avoiding that tunnel push just because they might have intel that there was a team that flew in. They might also just want to take that safer route. Looks like that's what they will do, maybe head towards Outskirts Station.
Yeah, a lot of squads have been eliminated, so the top 10 teams right now are very happy because they get maybe easier rotations, they get easier placement points, but who will be able to get that first place victory? Because that's what's going to matter the most here, because there's not that many kills left to obtain in this game.
Absolutely, and it's never been closer, honestly. I think unless you look at just really this afternoon's games in EU, now doing some hard math just because, unlike EU, we have seen top teams that were within that top 3 already eliminated at this stage. We're also taking a look here at the side of Free Smoke. They are in number 12, and to be honest, they're not that many points off of possibly sneaking in. If you do see the likes of Disquad, and Did We Make It exit early as well? Once again, a Hail Mary game, a 20-plus point game, brings all these teams into contention, as we're now going to see Free Smoke make that Fisher rotation. They're going to be cutting through here, stick along this cliff, avoid any of that low ground, and make that right-hand rotation probably in through this choke. And now taking a look here at the squad, they're going to do a little bit more looting here. They went all the way towards the outside, towards that refinery opportunity, and you can bet after this little bit of extra looting, they're going to go ahead, get this beacon, and then head also back over to that epicenter height to control that for the time being. But keep in mind, the squad doesn't want to get into Skyhook too late. They're one of our furthest out, and now actually that we see the minimap, they are the furthest out team. So they're going to be looking pretty good in terms of armor, but they are going to have to make that move once they get through epicenter. Areas like Survey, Rain Tunnel, Outskirts Station are all going to be a little bit tricky if there's anyone gatekeeping those areas. So we'll keep on board with them here as they're going to start to make that move.
Yeah, Skyhook is one of those nice late game endings where there's so many buildings that they could go to, and because there's not so many teams left, the rotations are not going to be as hard as it should be. Here we are with You Like That Mink and Free Smoke. Free Smoke with a burst prowler on old freestyle, pulling in a lot of damage and taking out Crummy's team.
Now taking a look here at the squad, as actually now they have a few options, and we saw that there was still a team holding Rain Tunnel. I'd love to get into a listen just to hear their thoughts for a little bit of an extended listen, and as things have finally slowed down for just a second to listen how they're thinking about this rotation in. As we said, they're one of the latest teams in, so let's go into a listen in with the squad.
How did you guys get by that? Oh, I don't even see it. So skeevy.
We need to go.
I'm running.
Our Tekla needs to kill that team. They're right under it. Points. That's good. That's good.
Good rotation.
That's actually big.
Actually massive. Oh my god.
Come. Don't stop running.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a building now. Is there an ult on that corner? Check.
That's a scope.
We're playing for this. I think it's ending bar.
Okay. There's that Evo right here. I thought you had
It's
another
fine.
one.
We want the bar and we want the
Free,
fucking...
There's a
it's free.
pack right here too.
Start setting up. Help me go play.
Yeah, okay.
I only have
Drop
3
it
cells.
down.
I'm gonna set over here. Team's close. I'm gonna gen top.
Yep.
How do you get this gen up top here? Did they nerf this or take this out? They didn't.
Let's put it right there.
Devotion for you?
Okay. Do you want to take it right now?
Yeah, go take it.
I'm
Go take
dropping
it.
I dropped a full auto prowler with literally just a select fire on it. I'm fencing out.
I'm taking it. Where is it?
Fence up everything here.
Straight up.
Look for this kill.
That's
Second
far.
floor.
Can't.
Is it far? Oh, I thought it was the closer one.
I have a G7 Devo.
All good. Play it slow here, boys. We got this.
Very slow.
I only have 3 cells. How many cells you
I
guys
need
got?
heavy.
I've got
2.
8. I got a lot of heavy on my.
Drop me cells. I need cells. I have 1 bat. I'm dropping this bat for you guys. I'll take your cells.
I got
That's my
6
only
cells
bat.
now.
All right, I'm
Need more? Let me know.
I'm good now.
So jumping out and listening, just on the tail end of that rotation, you heard just how happy they were able to kind of squeak through Outskirt Station, up through Skyhook East, and get right into the buildings that they wanted to, and you heard just how excited they were about that. But looks like the last laugh skin is back in play, and you know exactly who that belongs to. Has been watching Caustic all day long do a whole bunch of damage, and of course the likes of that entire side is going to be looking to do the same thing here in this final game as we take a look at the side of Did We Make It right now in number 4. Of course, I'm Sung, the one in that last laugh Caustic skin, and he's had a few last laughs today, to be honest. Maybe the best ever last laugh I've seen from a Caustic in that 1v3, but now also checking in with 303 as they are set up here all the way towards that northern side of Skyhook as well. Here we are. Our first 10 squads went very quick, but now we are into this final 10.
Yeah, it's nice to see even the first place team, even though they do have a significant advantage, to take every game seriously, because not only do they have the chance to get this last chance qualifier spot, but they're going to have to play against the rest of the top teams in the playoffs in mid-September. So they're going to get every ounce of practice that they can get. Here we are with the squad again. And it was nice to see them getting all happy because they've seen Did We Make It's teammate get down, so they know that they've lost a player. And they're going to take this slow, as they said in their comms. They're going to take this slow and steady, go for the win, and try and secure that second place.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see. As we know, they know that OBV is out. That was the team that was tied with them. If you're just joining us, you picked a perfect time to join in for game number 6 here, the 6th and final game, of course, of Season 5 of the ALGS and of all of the ALGS Summer Circuit before we head to the playoffs. And we are down to quite a finish here. There's about 9 or 10 teams that are still in the running to take that second spot. As we said, 303 with the clear lead here, but they will still need a good performance just to make sure that no one squeaks out past them, as they do have a little bit less than a 20-point lead in the game. So they've had quite a 5-game set so far, but now everything, of course, setting up and getting comfortable in Skyhook as we take a look at a few of our teams that are left here now as that round 3 is going to close in just a minute. Free Smoke, seeing what they can find on the edges. And Did We Make It actually now? They're going to go ahead and lose their rate. Need to be careful.
Yeah, they're getting pushed, but fortunately for them, Caustic, great defense, but with the Havoc, it's going to be a late shot. They're getting pushed, but he had the ultimate. They're going to be able to kill Protectful coming in from the rear end. Sung, not full on armor. Will he be able to get this armor swap off fast enough? He got the armor swap off. He's going to do massive damage with that Havoc right now. His teammate's able to help him secure the down.
And I think right there, actually, Caustic Gas is going to be the end that takes down Frankie as well. They're also going to get that bat off, so we'll go back into that action in just a second. But as we're talking about it, Free Smoke is going to be the one picking up some kills as well. That is going to be Bronzy on that Macaroni Tony tag, who will be the one that goes down in the feed. Now a little bit of a jump here for Planet. He's going to go ahead and TP it right back in and see if they're going to have a moment to reset. And it looks like for a second we thought we were going to see a Phoenix. Yes, indeed, Rambo is going to find the right corner to get that off. So lots of craziness there for the side of Sung and Bird, but really good baiting and switching. And like you said, I'm Sung, so talented on that Caustic and playing that so well, not only with those traps, also timing the ult, baiting and switching, even though it went down to no shields, able to exchange with Bird, pop the whole bat, and they're right back in this. So just like that, they'll loot a little bit more and get ready to jump back into the action. 303, though, still looking very good, and they're going to just continue to play their game cool, calm, and collected, knowing that as long as they get the right placement points here, maybe a few KP along the way, they will surely punch their ticket to the NA playoffs.
Yeah, they were getting pushed from actually 2 different directions, right? There were 2 people on the staircase and 1 coming in from that second floor door. And since he was by himself, he just got picked off really fast, which led them to be able to pull off that 2v3 there. So good on them. Here we are with Zera Tricky here in the building, seeing his race and get some shots off. Maybe they were trying to pull a little kidnap. I'm not quite sure what that portal was all about, but they were not able to pull that one off.
I was going to say a kidnap attempt is my guess there as well, as that was portal was a bit sus. But now we're going to see Free Smoke tries to poke around the corner, needs to be careful of the ult though, and going to go right back down to their basement hidey hole to see if they can get cover from that, maybe reset. They do know that a team is above them. Of course, they know the teams are all around now. Rambo is going to be out. Beast of the Hunt is down for him. Team is ready to make that push on Freestyle, though. A little bit unfortunate timing as he is forced to pop a med, and it looks like that is going to be the spend on the Beast of the Hunt. Instead, they are going to heal. Now TSS with height have lost their Watson, but still holding here with the Path and the Wraith, as things are going to finally slim down just a bit. And as we said, the squad, did we make it? You like that, mate? Zera Tricky all still in position. To be honest, TSS on your screen here is a team that has 34 points as well, so they are absolutely still in the running, and this is going to be an absolutely crazy, final few circles here.
Yeah, Free Smoke has been playing aggressive this whole way through. They're the kill leaders of this match. I believe they have over 8 kills on their team right now, so they're really trying to pick up the pace. They're trying to get every team wipe possible to make that second place. I really admire the confidence and the play style and the teamwork here on Free Smoke.
Yeah, take a look at 303. Also getting a little interesting as they're going to go just outside the glass just to get a little bit of a look and see if they can maybe get some arcs into the building to do a tiny bit of damage, maybe even get the right opener to push, but instead they're going to just continue to hold where they have been. And you see the pings coming down though, so Fury, Prowler in hand, ready to go. We'll see how they play this. Now in the feed, we missed that, apologies, because now the squad down to just helping here on screen. And does this ever make things interesting? I can't believe it. That will be help out, and just like that, your number 2 and number 3, Squad and OBV, are out of the match. With 8 squads left, that opens the floodgates for the likes of the 4th through 10th place, and even beyond that, teams to get in. But we got to focus on the action here. Let's go back on board with Zera Tricky trying to hold the doors.
Yep, they're healing up. They're safe in this building, but they will have to make that rotation here. The zone is about to pull in. They're getting massive shots on the team in market. They do have the Gibby bubble to be able to push forward if they're going to need to. Now we're with Did We Make It with the Caustic. No one's going to be able to see through all of this gas, so he put the gas to kind of make a cover for himself. Massive shots going off on the Gibby. He gets it down. He wants to get the finish off so he can get that quick armor swap. He was able to make it, but he goes down right now, and that will be the end of his journey there.
And that's Did We Make It out. Just like that, 6 squads left. That is your 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place team that has been eliminated now. Even more kills going down. That's going to be Zera Tricky in the feed as well. Just like that, 5 teams left. Absolute chaos and carnage here. Our final Skyhook Circle wouldn't ask for anything different in game number 6 of the LCQ. Just like that, 4 squads left now. Stink turning around the corner. HSN is the squad of 2. 303 is the squad of 2 now. Azoi Senpai as well as Fury trying to work together. They certainly have the points on the board. The question is for the rest of the squads in our final 4, what do they have in store and can they pull this off? As there's no time for mental math. It's actually totally out the window. So many teams have been eliminated early on. They just need to look for every single KP and placement point they can get.
Yeah, the mental math is not on me either. There's so many teams that have been eliminated, and there's so many teams that had the chance to win this. 303 though, still in. They want to finish big here. Senpai getting the knock, but going down right afterwards. Mental Fortitude still has their whole team up. They are able to get this win. It's 2 teams left alive.
Absolutely, they're going to fly right in. Bubble goes down right away. They're already finding around the corner. Should be the final victims just around here if they're able to close it out. And looks like now just looking for that last one. We'll see exactly where that's going to be. They're picking up that last one. They're going to find it right there. It's the path. Mental Fortitude closes out your game number 6. And they do that from the 11th place spot with 26 points. So as we were saying, none of these teams would have been able to do the wildest sets of mental math going into that, because we saw almost in order. We saw OBV go down, then we saw the squad, then we saw Did We Make It, all going out in that order. So we lost our 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spots pretty much mid to late game. But later on, it was absolutely wild. Like we said, Mental Fortitude from the 11th place spot, they were only down by 21 points from 2nd going into that game. So I hope those of you who are so inclined are taking a look once again at the Battlefy and Liquipedia leaderboards, because you can then appreciate just how crazy this final math will be, girl, to find out who our final 2 teams are. Really, with how late 303 placed, the question is who's going to be our 2nd place team.
Yeah, definitely. It goes to show that if you don't give up, If you keep pulling your weight, try and play consistently, try and get as many points as you can, and try and go for the win every single time. And that's what they did, and they were able to pull off the win. So let's see who did it.
I know that's the question. Girl, once again, always great casting with you here. We love having you here on the ALGS and, of course, our other casters as well. That's going to do it for our gameplay, but, of course, we've got a lot to figure out with Kate and Tom to break down our final results from the North American LCQ. Guys, take it away.
A huge thank you to Bravo and Girl, of course, again, for casting that stellar gameplay. And Tom, I mean, truthfully, I did not see this coming. Mental fortitude, amazing.
Yeah, it was one of the teams that we were talking about. A top 10 team needs to be the team to win to go and take it. We weren't expecting the 11th team to finally put it together and have a great game like Mental Fortitude. But anybody that's been to Skyhook and has had these zones ends knows that it's going to most likely be a market zone. And it's so interesting to see how fast that game was played, where 10 squads immediately just get wiped, team fighting everywhere. And then once all the teams got into Skyhook, they all took a building, slow and methodically made their way to the end zone. But it's going to be crazy math here. I can't wait to see what the standings are going to be, to see who got top 2.
And, you know, it's the old adage that we keep repeating for a very good reason, and that is that anyone could take it. Not anyone, obviously. The math doesn't work out that great. However, in this case, there was a lot of people whose game it could be, and we may have just seen ourselves a bit of an upset, especially for our number 2 spot. And you're absolutely right. I mean, we came into 10 squads were already eliminated by the time we got into our third round, I should say. By the time that happened, OBV, Squad, all of these 1, 2, 3, 4 teams all coming down to it and finding their way out of our competition here in our final game 6 of the LCQ. And now, drum roll, please. We've got our game 6 results ready to go. Tom, let's take a look. Want to see the kill points.
Yeah, I can't wait to see exactly what happened, because of the fact that you had OBV dying early. You had a number of teams that didn't make it. The squad, unfortunately, couldn't put up enough points there either, but they did have a great position being tied for second. We saw 303 what they were able to do all day today. They were consistent. Another top 3 finish here, but it's Mental Fortitude picking up 23 points overall. Is that going to be enough to go and sneak their way in? We have to find out soon as they tally up the rest of the scores. It's going to be extremely close. You see Watson Fan Club, Lion and the boys, they had a win earlier today, but they weren't able to put up enough points here either. So it's going to be very, very exciting on this next graphic.
100%. And also, honorable mention to Free Smoke with those same 11 kills on this game 6. Not too shabby. But let's take a look at the leaderboard that makes it all come down to this. Our overall standings. Who is going to find ourselves? Of course, 303, but the squad.
Oh!
And did we make it? What? Wait. What? Tom!
It's a tie for second, but the squad must have had the tiebreaker. So did we make it? No, I don't think you guys did make it, because it looks like you're in third. We'll have to get complete verification on this. Yeah. We'll make sure that the referees and everybody look at exactly all the tiebreakers just to confirm. But from what we see here, 303 Esports punching it in at first with 74 points. It's going to be the squad at 51 points. Mental Fortitude and OBV just 2 and 3 points short, and even multiple teams within 10 points overall. What an LCQ.
Oh my goodness, you are not wrong. And of course, the LCQ, while it may look and feel a lot like our super regionals, that there is not a top 3. There's not a top 10. This is the end for all but 2 of our teams, and we're seeing them right here at the top. 303 Esports, the squad, and we're going to find out, give you a little bit more information on this tie, or this what the tie looks like. Well, obviously, we've got it listed as second and third. So I'm going to give it over to our playmakers. They know what they're talking about. They've listed it in that same order. We'll find out and give you a little bit more information about which one is which. But good grief,
it has to be based on placement. It has to be based on placement, because when I'm looking at the chart here that we have, it's did we make it with 26 kills and the squad with 24, but that means that the squad is going to take a higher placement overall. So it probably goes placement first and then into kills for the rules. So we're going to go and find that out very shortly, but I think we already have it right there with 303 in the squad.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the final Game 6 replay for you to showcase exactly how it is that Mental Fortitude really won it out.
And they only needed 2 more points because they would have took the tiebreaker for placement because of the fact that they won this game. So here you see the flying in R301 shots with the 3X, which has been extremely deadly. A couple of kills going on over. And this is the one-on-one fight here, but they know this team is weak. They heard the fight that was happening before. Both teams winning their respective 3 versus 3s. And it's going to be Mental Fortitude flying in with the cleanup. It's just so unfortunate for them that there wasn't one more team on the map for them to kill, because that would have been 3 more points, Kate, and they would have had 52.
It all comes down to the math, and my gosh, it must be maddening to grind so hard and then be ground to a halt. But you know what? I gotta say, Tom, one of my favorite things about the LCQ is that once again, we were able to showcase some of these teams that we hadn't necessarily showcased as well in the previous tournaments. And I want to ask you a little bit about that. Some unsung heroes. You know, we've got some incredible caustic play today. We've got, you know, Pickett's Mirage. Like, tell me a little bit about if you've got some unsung heroes, if you got somebody you want to shout out, some teammate, some team that really deserves our love and affection and our celebration, despite not being our top 2.
Yeah, and just to go on the tiebreaker, it's single match score. Highest single match score is what's going to set the tiebreaker. So that's a combination of placements and kills overall. The squad had that beat over Did We Make It. That's why they were able to take 2nd place instead of 3rd. So shout out to all the teams that competed that in that. But when we talk about unsung heroes, I'm talking about unsung heroes, Kate.
Yes, yes. Well played. Love the wordplay, Tom. Continue.
Yeah, I mean, the Caustic 3 versus 1 just really giving his whole team confidence to go and completely play out of their minds the rest of the game. So shout out to Amsung for that. But just shout out to all the teams that made it here. We talked about this earlier, that they put so much time and energy in this, and we saw how close it is. Comes down to one decision, comes down to one game. And Girl was talking about this earlier. Just never give up. Play your best individually. Play together as a team, and great things can happen. What a day.
What a day. Absolutely. And of course, as we mentioned, they were all vying for our 1st and 2nd place spots because that is coming up here in playoffs in the middle of September, I should say. And as you mentioned, Tom, we've got these teams, these stellar, incredible Apex teams that are going to find their way into a month-long, what I can only imagine is some real intensive scrims, some real intensive gameplay to try and find how it is that they're going to be on top of our playoffs, basically in the hardest tournament of the year.
Yeah, well, the first thing that's coming up is the whole ranked race to get to Predator and get to number 1.
Yeah,
so
thing.
there's gonna be about a 24 to 48 grind that happens after we end this stream, because season 6 is gonna launch, and then players are gonna go for about a week having the sweatiest rank experience of their lives, and then the teams will start practicing, because you know your rank is more important than $500,000, Kate.
Well, I mean, that's fair. I'll go with that. That's totally fair. Totally fair. And of course, it's a great point to mention, because the playoffs are vying for our season pot of $500,000. And actually, Tom, as you mentioned, just for getting into the playoffs, they are guaranteed money, guaranteed part of that prize pool.
Yeah, top 20 gets paid for their share of the $500K, and it's nice to go and get into those playoffs, but now you have an opportunity to make some serious money, right? Yeah, you get guaranteed money for 20th, but no one wants to go to the playoffs and get last place, right? Now these teams have made it. These 2 teams have made it. The squad in 303 Esports, these are very skilled teams. They are going to be able to hold their own in this tournament. So it's going to be really exciting to see how they do, but it's also going to be really exciting to see how teams prepare and adjust with this new meta that's about to drop on our head.
Just about to drop. We're hours, if not moments away. At any rate, we want to make sure you also know that we've got a great moment of the match brought to you by Lenovo, and I think I know what this is, but why don't you take a look?
Who are they shooting at? Yeah, I'm going to be pretty aggressive here for a pick, all right?
Okay. I'm down. Let me know if you want my third med, okay? Third med on the door, maybe?
Yeah, try it.
Doing it.
Gibby is almost cracked.
Get out.
Okay, I'm coming.
Gibby broken. Doesn't matter.
Wait, kill the Wraith! Kill the Wraith! Wraith's dead! We got one. We got one. Come in.
100.
Yep. What?
2 crack, double crack.
All dead.
It's not letting me stick you.
Expensive agents, and they really were expensive. Just showing us exactly what cool, calm, and collected calms actually sound like.
Yeah, sounds like they're having fun too. That's what I love about this is nobody was super hostile. They were all having a good time. They're kind of joking. He's like, I can't stick the res. Like, you know, that's not what you want to hear from one of your teammates, but it's nice to be like, we got to stick the res. Like, at least he's like having fun with it, right? So it's like, doesn't really get the blood boiling or the blood pressure up too high. But yeah, that was a great moment right there and great teamwork. The use of the thermite, tossing it over towards the door. You could walk through your own teammate's thermite instead of your own. If you walk through your own thermite, you take damage or an enemy one. So you see a friendly thermite on the ground, it blows the door up, and then you walk through that thermite. A lot of teams don't expect that play, so great execution right there.
Fantastic. Well, here's another piece of execution. Your tweets. It was sort of a segue. At any rate, we want to showcase exactly what you have been talking about online, and that is where we're going right now. And I am very excited to see exactly what our community has to say. Let's take a look. Hashtag ALGS, the MVP goes to Caustic. Yes, I could not agree more. Look at that monster. You created the biggest rodent.
This just in. Caustic barrels nerfed for season 6.
Oh, don't take away my fun, please. Oh, that's so terrible. Well done. Well done. Oh, it's Miles. Drew myself being confused about how to say heirloom. Oh, Tom. Oh, Tom. Oh, Tom. Who even decides how to pronounce it? It just depends. Oh, my goodness. Red heart. Oh, I see what this is. I'm good at reading things out loud. I'm Ron Burgundy, ? At any rate, yes, well done. It's Miles. You know, we've all been there. We've all been there, Tom. Each and every one of us.
It starts with H. Of course, it's heirloom, right? No, it's heirloom.
No.
It's Loba.
But, you know, oh, come on. Look at that little buddy. Just watching some Apex Legends. Well done. Well done, my friend. Oh, and of course, you know what? Just for showcasing them on our lovely program, those lovely people get 1,000 Apex coins to use as they wish. So thank you so much for following us. Make sure to follow us on Twitter at PlayApex. Use the hashtag ALGS during our tournaments, and you could find yourself 1,000 Apex coins richer. But also, if you want to follow us on the YouTubes, we're at PlayApex Compete, twitch.tv/PlayApex. We're everywhere you want to be because that's where the drama is. That is all of the fun that we have. My goodness, we are coming to the very end of this Last Chance Qualifier. Tom, I always ask you this at the end of almost every game, but really right now is your chance to say anything, especially to our LCQ viewers, our LCQ fans, our LCQ teams. What is our last parting words from you, T-Squared?
Yeah, shout out to the team. Shout out to all the players. It was just such a great day. It was so fun to watch. And rest in peace to Season 5 and welcome to Season 6, right? It's a little bit bittersweet. Rest in peace to the R9 Pathfinder. And then, yeah, watch out for all the cryptos and bloodhounds tonight, guys.
Get your craft on. Apparently that's coming out too. And of course, Season 6 coming out mere moments or I guess hours. Wherever you are, your local time, Season 6 is coming at you today, tonight, and it's definitely going to get you, well, if you want to be believed, Rampart is going to find her way into your heart as well. So that's something we want to make sure you follow us and make sure you follow at PlayApex for all of the updates on Season 6 and really just get in on all of the fun. That's all I've got. I would like to say a huge thank you to our cast, our crew, this guy to my right, your left. Wait, my left, your right. How do I do this? His name is T-Squared. Thank you so much for analyzing the heck out of today and giving us that so what that we so richly desire. And that's all I've got left here, Tom.
Yeah. Thanks to everybody. Thanks to Respawn. Shout out to the viewers. Shout out to the production crew. All the people getting the replays and the observers. All the players, especially, and to you at home. Wouldn't be here without you guys.
Would not indeed. But you know what? We're going to go ahead and leave you now because today is a good day. Have a good rest of it, whatever day this is for you, and we'll see you next time.